Okay, you are live.
What camera have you got?
The wrong one at the moment. I've got HP True Vision.
Okay.
Oh, there's two people clicking. There's two people online. I think one of them will be my husband. Good morning. We're just trying to work out the camera. Okay. So, Peter, it says device is not connected.
Yeah, because I've just turned my device.
Okay, fine. And then I don't know then why do I need to plug into... Good morning, good morning. We are just working out... we are just working out cameras. No. So... Yeah, I can hear you, but just see blue holding screen. It isn't, I haven't got that off or anything, have I? No. Bear with us. How bizarre. We always need a little bit of tech something or other, don't we?
What's that?
So, yeah, I don't know why it's not coming off the hold screen.
Let me go.
Camera. Oh, okay. Right. What do we... Well, it's only giving me... Do I say mirror my camera?
Yep.
No. So I guess... Why is that not showing?
Let me take my mat out.
Okay, for anyone that is here, thank you for joining Bright and Breezy. We are 3 minutes into 24 for Kindness. Fortunately, we had planned that the first hour is just me, and part of that is to manage through little bits like this. So bear with us. I wonder if I could play a video.
I'm going to come out.
Okay. That's the banner. Yeah, that is just the hold, isn't it? Default camera. Post.
You still haven't got your camera?
I still don't have my camera, no. It looks like I have it switched off. Do you see what I mean? Doesn't make sense, does it? That won't make a difference, will it?
I'll go on to 720. Or you're on 720
I think I'm
already,
on 720, yeah. What's this? Enhance. No, don't need that. Okay, I might... well, should I?
See that at all.
Perhaps I will play
Is that a
the
USB?
video. We're just trying something else. Right, let's see if any other options coming up here.
Go back.
Oh, here we go, USB camera here. Okay, right. Now we can see. And then we might just need to. I don't know how to get out. Because I can still see the great mental health down here, but not here. But that was just the hold. What's that then?
That's on.
So we don't want that.
I think if we take that out.
Right, let me just ask, can you see me in full now or still blue screen and blue behind? Well, we have a picture now.
Okay.
I'm just asking. Excuse me. Right, what's he saying? Just wait and see what he can see. You are behind it. Okay, so I've still got. I don't know how to get this off. So I thought it's not the banner. Because this was just the hold. Oh, hang on, what's this? Visual effects. Oh, hang on, what's that one? No, it's just the settings. Thank you. I can see someone else has joined. We are just working through a couple of tech things. Camera slot. No. Get rid of that. Cancel that. I just don't know why.
Why you've still got that on?
That is still there. Up to stage, but yeah, I just don't know how to get rid of that. It's bit of a puzzle. Perhaps I'd send a note on the StreamYard help. And then let's see. Okay, so yeah, Ralph sees that. Yeah, so you can see sort of. Yeah, exactly. He just sees that.
Just sees that.
Oh, Kerry entered the studio. We can let Kerry in. Hi, Kerry. I can see that you're here. I'll let you in a sec. Peter and I are just trying to work out. We can't get off the blue screen. Luckily, it's one with a good message. But we are confused, so just bear with us for a second. Oh, it's this one, isn't it? Or maybe if you click overlay.
Can we delete that from now?
Yeah. Hurrah! Thank you, Peter. We have managed. Well, you have managed. Okay, brilliant. Let me just let Kerry. Oh no, so sorry. She's going to be like, no, don't put me on stage. I can see that you are backstage. Okay. Well, there we go. You need to have a little bit of a squeaky bottom movement, as it were, don't you, when doing these things? So, Peter, should I be looking then at this?
At this one. Yeah.
At this one, yeah. It's very. I'm like, oh, I don't know where to look. And Okay, great. Thank you. Husband has just confirmed that it is all sorted. Perfect. And I can see he's gone because he's going to be going and getting the kids now. So, welcome to 24 for Kindness. And this is going to be, I guess, just a bit of a intro into what it is, what we can expect from the next 24 hours, a little bit of the why, and probably some ramblings from me. And thankfully, I'll be joined by my first guest at 7, so it won't be too much rambling. So 24 for Kindness has been a while in the making. So I streamed for 15 hours back in December of 2024, getting my years mixed up. I haven't had any caffeine yet. This is just lemon water. Thank you, Barley Designs, for that tip, just to keep my throat lubricated throughout the day. And I streamed for 15 hours because I saw a campaign that Mind were asking for people to stream for either 4 hours, 15 hours, or 24 hours. And the 15 hours, well, each number represented something, and the 15 was sadly the one in 15 of us that will attempt suicide at some point over the course of our lifetime, which is still it's still a sort of goosebump stat, isn't it? Not in a good way. So we raised £2,000 for Mind, and I decided to go and do it again. So here we are, and it is the 11th of May, and it was the 11th of December. So we're actually, my maths isn't very good, but I think I was thinking in the shower this morning. It's 17 months ago, and we're going for 24 hours. The 24 represents the 24 million times that Mind's pages are accessed annually, which, I mean, 24 million is clearly a very big number, and it just highlights the importance of the work that Mind are doing. I'm not going to get all political now, and for those of you that know me, yes, that's not my favourite topic, but we know that there's cuts, and across the board, but mental health has absolutely been impacted by that. So all of the donations that are made today, tomorrow, over the course of this week and ongoing, will go directly to Mind. So I am thrilled to share that there have already been a number of donations. So I'm not going to share a figure just yet because it feels a little bit too early at 14 minutes past 6, but there have been some coming in, which is fantastic. And if you're watching this now, or you're watching this sort of later and are planning to donate, then thank you. And I know it's sort of cliche to say, but whether it's £1, whether it's £5, £10, £50, whatever you can afford to donate really does make a huge difference. So thank you. I am going to give a little whirl to see if some of the bits we've uploaded in the background work while there's only a few of you watching live. So bear with me a second, and I'm going to have a go at sharing a clip that talks about my why I set up Kindness for Success, and why I'm doing 24 for Kindness. So without further ado, kindness is my number one value, and it has been for as long as I can sort of remember. And then the other reason is, I guess, is deeper than that, and I guess it comes from a period of time in my life in which I wasn't showing myself kindness. I didn't realize at the time, and I guess the impact of not showing myself kindness for I guess quite a substantial amount of time, and then I think there's a couple of other pieces that sort of link into the why. The first is, and I'm very open with the fact that I suffered debilitating anxiety in my early 20s, and that was my first, I guess, experience of I guess mental ill health. It sort of came out of nowhere, and it's something I still sort of manage now. I'm still on medication, and my running is a big part of managing that, but I guess that was where I guess I first came across the likes of Mind, and various other things, whether it was CBT, whether it was sort of the talking therapies, and yeah, so I guess that was I guess a very memorable point in my life. And I then, probably about 20 years after, so I'd had various sort of flare-ups, but on the whole managed sort of that anxiety, including through pregnancies and postpartum, and all of those things. And I was very lucky, actually, because I was sort of highlighted as a potential at risk of postnatal depression. So I had some additional check-ins and things. So that was brilliant. And then after I'd done my career, my background, as you know, Susie, is HR, and the majority of that was brilliant. Worked in big FMCG corporates, both in sort of generalist HR, so business partnering, and then more latterly, particularly since having the children, in learning and development, and specifically with management and leadership. So sort of designing, developing, and sort of facilitating programs, and I loved it. I had an opportunity to move industries a few years back now, and I moved for, it was the right reason at the time, for a variety of factors. Now, I knew early on that it wasn't, I guess, my forever company, and that was fine. And let's just say I established fairly early on that from a, I guess, values, moral stance, the leadership was not, shall we say, aligned with my own, and yeah, I mean that took its toll. I guess it started small. I guess I remember a time in my first, I think it was my first week, being in sort of the open plan, and then hearing there was a board meeting happening with some of the senior leaders, and I remember hearing I guess that the head of this part of the organisation then shouting, but not just shouting, using words that I'm not going to use now for obvious reasons, but using these words, absolutely sort of ripping to shreds the other individuals in that team, who I learned then later were his team. And first off, it was like, oh, okay, they need to maybe work on the soundproofing. But also, I just remember being so
shocked because I don't know. I can still picture that, it's not often I'm speechless. And I remember, and the people around me at that point, I didn't really know them that well. But being like, oh my goodness. And it being like, it's not great, is it? Type thing. And that was sort of just how it was. Now, I think, as I said, I'd had sort of almost 15 years in FMCG, and I would say that whilst it's there's high standards and high expectations, rightly so, but what I experienced was what I thought was what everyone experienced, which was, I guess, basic respect, being treated like an adult, caring about people as people and humans, and not as so it was very jarring, and so I think there was that. I guess that was the initial piece. But back to the question, how then it impacted my self-kindness. I think it probably was a bit of a slow burn that I didn't realize. I guess in part you can't help but feel fear. Because you're like, oh, whoa, okay, oh, right, okay, that's how things are operating. I probably was a bit naive in that I thought, I can, be part of sort of, evolving this. And, without going into the details, on the couple of occasions that I directly tried, it was met more with, this, it's not for everybody, this place. And I think, even that you do start to question, okay, maybe I'm a bit soft. And I need to toughen up, and oh goodness, I better not make a mistake, because, this is how I'm going to be, perhaps this is how I will be treated. And then what I saw as well, it sort of gives way to, everyone essentially is operating in a bit of a sense of, I guess it is, and it is fear, and to use a very HR term, zero psychological safety. So then, of course, it becomes, you see a bit of, every man, woman, dog for themselves type thing. So there's that, the competition, the comparison creeps in. I just need to work harder and harder. I need to work longer and longer. And
so is it that you start to focus on the wrong things then, when the external environment is impacting your self-kindness? It's actually drawing your time away from practices that would support your self-kindness and sustain your health, and they drive you more towards focusing on activities that are really detrimental to your health, increase stress, decrease your mental health. Is that what the toxic environment led to?
It sounds quite cheesy, but something that you do need, it takes something to almost interrupt what you're doing and look inward. So to your question, did I then almost start being, unkind versus kind to myself? And I did, but I guess I didn't have almost the awareness of it at the time. I certainly didn't have the language. I wouldn't, and if someone had said to me, you just, be a bit kinder to yourself, I'd have probably gone and told them to do one. Because at that time, again, I sort of thought, well, hang on, no, I haven't got time to, have a bath and whatever, which we'll come to. And I think it's the place that you get to where you are almost quietly not only putting yourself last, you might not even put yourself in any place. You're doing that, but also you're doing things such as, I'm I booked in to do a bar class or whatever, but actually everyone else will still be here, I should stay here, or getting home and then being knackered, but I still, there's so much to catch up on, and just pour myself another glass of wine, another glass of wine, grab whatever is available and just keep going. And I think there's something really important to, I guess, the ethos of Kindness for Success, which is around sustainability, because I strongly believe and have experienced myself that you can absolutely operate without showing yourself kindness. You can be a good employee, you can be a friend, you can be a daughter, whatever you are, you can be a parent, you can do all of those things. However, it is not sustainable. Now, for some people, when it gets to sort of, the real extreme, that's when we're talking burnout. And again, there's different levels of burnout. I never, I guess, saw myself as reaching burnout, but it's interesting. The more I read and the more I understand about it, it's like, oh, maybe that is what it was. But either way, I was on the brink of it, but also, and I would say, if anyone is listening is concerned about themselves or anyone else, burnout it's a very serious, it's a very serious condition. Okay, we're back live. So that was a little clip from my interview that I had with my good friend and fellow coach Susie, and Susie will be joining me in the studio and on a panel later on. So I guess that was a little bit about the why, I guess the personal why of my story. And I am not I am far from unique or the only one that's experienced some of the things that I'd talked about there. So so there is a clip later actually that talks about, well, if you are concerned about a loved one or friend, or feel actually in a bit of a spiral or tricky spot yourself, that some things that you can notice and some things that you can go ahead and do. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take a few minutes to walk through the amazing lineup 24 for Kindness has got in store for you across today and tomorrow. So I was going to bring up actually on the screen, but I think then it will mute me. Let's have a look. Okay, no, you can still hear me. I don't know how well you'll be able to see that, but you're getting sort of the early morning pre-caffeine sort of set up from me now. I am then shortly going to be joined by Tracy Butcher, founder of Founder Mums Club, who is an all-round awesome human. She is going to be here in the studio as well, and she is going to be talking about her experience with mindfulness and how she came to it, and how that is a big part of her self-kindness, as well as how that sort of works with her role in the Founder Mums Club. I will then be joined by Nikki Lowe. Nikki Lowe is founder of Wisdom for Working Mums. She's a highly experienced leadership and an executive coach. Nikki was actually one of the individuals that joined me on 15 for Kindness, so it's really exciting that I'm going to be welcoming Nikki back and talking about her own experiences as a senior leader, as a mum, and all of the great great work that she is doing now. So, so I'm super excited for that one. And then I have Tiana coming in, who is founder of the Rare Mare photo booth. We actually met through I heard her speak on a panel at a networking event by Mums Who Build, and I thought she was fantastic, and some of the things that she said really resonated. And anyway, I reached out and we had a sort of virtual coffee, and as well as sort of the business journey. Tiana has spoken very openly about her own, and I guess family's, experience of mental ill health. So, so we'll be welcoming Tiana on. I then have a panel of some awesome fellow coaches, friends that I have had the fortune of meeting through the time since I've started Kindness for Success. So I think there's a slight change to some of the names there. So I've got Belinda, Hannah, Kelly and Susie, and they all work within sort of the coaching space, but also more specifically within parenthood and career, and having both, and not needing to sort of do away with career just because you become a parent overnight. So I will really look forward to that one, and actually Susie will be in the studio with me, so there'll probably be quite a few giggles on that one. And then I have the fabulous Rosie Nixon coming in now. Rosie was also part of 15 for Kindness. Rosie really wanted to be part of it when I first mentioned it way back when, but couldn't join live in the December of when I did 15 for Kindness. So we pre-recorded and I played, but this time she is around and is going to be recording sort of live with me, so virtually. So that's amazing. Rosie is ex-editor-in-chief of Hello magazine, so she has definitely got a story or two about celebrity antics, and done a number of very glamorous, I think, I have to ask, but I think she's covered like 16 Oscars or something like that. So, so yes, after her own experience of burnout, Rosie has sort of pivoted and now does what she calls Rosie's Reinvention Retreats, and they cover a variety of topics which she'll share more of, but from visibility, from spotting signs of burnout, through to sort of just really owning, stepping into your confidence. I went on one in November last year and it was fantastic, and Rosie is running them fairly regularly, so I do encourage you to check those out. I then will be joined by the fabulous Lynn Blades, and I actually met Lynn when I heard her speaking at Rosie's Reinvention Retreat that I went into. Now, Lynn is an experienced executive coach and also author, actually I've got it here, author of The Quiet Burn, The Ambitious Woman's Guide to Recognizing and Preventing Burnout. So Lynn also has her own story of I don't like to use the word story really because it sounds like it's not true, but her own experience of burnout, and talks about that. And then I'm joined by Gifty Enright, so another coach, but also and author called Octopus on a Treadmill. Isn't that just a fantastic name? Fantastic title for a book. I met Gifty on LinkedIn. So it's amazing actually some of the relationships that you can build on socials. This was over a year back, and I asked if she would fancy doing a live with me, and a LinkedIn live, which I'd never done before. And she said, you know what, I love people that are bold, and yes, I will. And then I guess our relationship has continued since then. We've met on a few occasions, and Gifty has her own event coming up actually later this week, which we'll talk about. And then when we move further through into the day, I'll be joined by Georgie Willems, who is founder of Mum Love. So that's very much about, I guess, the identity shifts that happen when we step into becoming mums. And Georgie has set up an organisation, a community called We Are Mum Love, to support women from not feeling like that perhaps she did in the early days. So I'm going to just remove that for now. There we go. Okay, so I've just removed that so you can see my face. So that's I guess that's sort of part one. That takes us up to 3 o'clock this afternoon, and then we move further. We move into yet more fabulous guests. So I have Graham Alcott, and I know you can't see the full me, so I have to hold it to the side like this, author of Kind, The Quiet Power of Kindness at Work. I could just do this and I didn't need to bother with makeup, did I? I could just do this. Hello. So Graham is, fabulous guy. I met him through another individual who is coming on later today, Sarah Browning, another sort of advocate within the kindness space, and she was like, "Oh, have you met or come across Graham?" And I hadn't. So anyway, we'll be talking all things kindness in the workplace, and my newsletter on LinkedIn is called Kindness Isn't Soft. So this isn't something that's just for, I guess, it's individually, and we'll look more into that with Graham. I'm then joined by Victoria Higgins, founder of Beyond the Noise Exec Coaching, and Victoria again is someone else that I met through LinkedIn. And she has got a big pharma and sort of science background, and I know this is going to be a really energetic conversation, and again around how do we straddle sort of, I guess, leadership, parenthood, and all of those sorts of things. And then between 6 and 7 o'clock, I have some special guests coming in. The little byline there says they say never work with children or animals. So I will leave you to have a little guess there. And then Sarah Browning, who I mentioned earlier, Time for Kindness, will be joining. And Sarah is and Time for Kindness is one of the very kind sponsors of 24 for Kindness, and Sarah talks really brilliantly about the power of noticing kindness and actually the impact that it can have, particularly in a world where there's lots of, I guess, things that aren't nice to hear or to watch. So Sarah goes in and does sort of sessions with corporates, and is a great source of energy and part of a global kindness group that I'm in, that we'll make sure we give a proper shout out to later. And then into the evening, so 8 o'clock, I'll be joined by Anita Clear. Super excited. I've got her book, one of her books here as well. I'm doing it the wrong side. And we are going to be talking all things parenting, but specifically we'll look at the teen years and how we can continue to show ourselves kindness during that rather tricky period, shall we say. I'm not quite there yet. I've got a 10 and 7-year-old, but I'm going to be all ears for that one. I am then joined by Deanna Petrova, who is founder of A Mindful Escape and also one of the founders of Varira. I think I pronounced that incorrectly. Varira Life. I need to double check how to say that one. And they are also one of the kind sponsors of 24 for Kindness. So we will be working again, looking specifically about kindness within the workplace, and I guess real examples of how self-kindness can, we even talk here almost a bit of a secret weapon, and the key to sort of better well-being and relationships as well as business performance. And then sort of again, there's a slight change on here, so I'm welcomed by Nisha Mystery. So Nisha actually has a couple of businesses, one of which is Vulnerable Voices podcast, which she kindly invited me on last week, but also Nisha's sort of canvas creation. So she's a brilliant artist and an emotional wellness mentor. So we will be talking to her about her own experience, as well as how creativity can really support us from a connection and belonging point of view. And then in a slight change, because I've got Susie joining me in the panel earlier in the morning, I've got Anna Shepherd, who will be joining all the way from Sydney. And Anna Shepherd is founder of Bambuda Group. And she's an awesome individual. Again, someone I came across actually at a previous organisation that I heard speak, and was one of those you're like, oh my goodness, yes, I need to have you in my life. And Anna and Bambuda Group have done huge amounts of work around sort of leadership and kindness within leadership. We'll be talking actually about how we both had a point where actually when you talk about kindness within leadership, sometimes you get met with like, why are you talking about that? So some language changes and all those sorts of things. So that will be 10:30 till 11:30 this evening, and then there will be half an hour of me finishing off the day and reflecting on, some of the awesome individuals that we have heard from throughout the day. So I feel like I'm stumbling on words already, so goodness knows what I'll be like by the time that comes round. But that takes us to the end of today. So for those of you not aware, I have been very, I guess, open and deliberate from the get-go that 24 for Kindness is 24 hours run in 18 hours and 6. I'm not going to lie, I did initially think, do you know what, I'm just going to do the whole 24 hours. And then there was a few things at play. The first was, well, actually, can I do that without going, without being delirious? Perhaps not. The second was, well, how am I going to get speakers? Who's going to want to do like 1 till 2 a.m. or 2 till 3? And I was like, I could use some of my sort of kindness advocates and friends from, different parts of the world. So that was an option. But then I thought, hang on a minute, Kim, this is, you're doing it now because it's kicking off Mental Health Awareness Week. That's the reason why it starts today. And is staying up and running a sort of podcast stream for 24 hours a good example or good role model of positive mental well-being? Probably not. And then another reason was, my whole, I guess, brand philosophy, Kindness for Success, and big shout out to Alicia from Single Swan, who's a sponsor and gifted me this custom made jumper, and she's joining us tomorrow, is around self-kindness and actually we need to extend ourselves the same kindness that we do to others. So also I thought, well, actually doing that whole 24 hours is going to be totally contradictory. So here we are with 18 hours and 6. So we run from 6 a.m. until midnight this evening, and then I will have a bit of time to decompress, go home, get a little bit of sleep, come back, and then run from 8 a.m. till 2 p.m. tomorrow, Tuesday the 12th. So I will share, I guess, the speakers for tomorrow in a second. But again, I just wanted to, I'm saying again, but I don't think I have said it already. I've said it in sort of the communications I've been doing on social media, but I'm not expecting huge amounts of people to join necessarily live. Perhaps there'll be, around lunchtime, in the evening, maybe there'll be more. But I know that a number of people will be, at work, or, caring for children, or whatever else it is in your days. If you are able to join and you are joining live then that is amazing, thank you. But also all of the conversations are going to be recorded, which means that the value of this stream, the value of 24 for Kindness, is not purely contained within the walls of the 6 a.m. to the 2 p.m. to tomorrow finish. And the conversations that I'm so privileged and honoured to have, I know are going to continue to deliver value to so many for so long. And he stepped out the room, so I can maybe say it now, because he hates me for it. But I am also in the studio with an amazing man called Peter, who I only met 2, maybe 3 weeks ago, who is just phenomenal and has been supporting and helping with all the tech. And as I'm having the conversation, sitting here having a nice coffee and tea, Peter is going to be sort of downloading and editing and doing all the stuff that I'm like, oh, I do. So yes, that a big shout out. So I am going to share my guests now for tomorrow. So we've had the full lineup, and then I'm very excited because I can see Tracy has, oh yes please, Tracy has come into the studio, and there's also something she's printed for me. Thank you so much. Amazing, oh yeah, amazing, thank you. And then I'm going to play a little clip so I can give a proper hello to Tracy and get myself a cup of tea. Right, okay, so we've done, we looked at the running order for today and the running order for tomorrow. Oh, hang on. No, I've got more. Oh, no, sorry. Look, I'm just getting too excited and ahead of myself. So we kick off tomorrow with, with Leah and Shilpa. So they are going to come in together, and I am so excited. So Leah is a joy coach. A joy coach, speaker and trainer, and she has over 20 years as a teacher. She is just, I haven't actually met Leah in person, but she is such a bundle of energy and joy, and I am so excited. And then Shilpa is a parent coach and emotional strength educator. So they've both got that sort of education link between them. So they're going to be talking about, I guess, all things emotions, joy, parenting, education. So anyway, that's going to be a brilliant high energy conversation. I will then be joined by Zoe Blaskey. So Zoe Blaskey is founder of Motherkind. She is a qualified transformational coach and has a huge podcast. I will be doing her a much better introduction when she joins us tomorrow. But Motherkind is one of the UK's top family podcasts and has over 6 million downloads, and was named a top 10 parenting podcast by Apple very recently. So super excited for that. And then I am joined by the formidable Nikki Denson-Elliott, who again I haven't yet had the pleasure of meeting in person. In fact, we haven't even spoken virtually yet, I don't think. No, just in sort of getting things set up in the background. Nikki describes herself as a professional feminist and community builder, helping women step fully into their work with clarity, confidence and visibility. So that is going to be another high energy conversation. And Nikki, bless her, has just, and I'm sure she'll share as she's been open on socials, had some major surgery recently. So she's still in recovery, but is joining us. Then we have, I'm just checking my order. Yes, Becky Duran, who is a fellow founder mum and fellow coach, and she specialises in ADHD coaching with adults and young people. And yeah, Becky is a wonderful human, and she lives up in North Yorkshire, and is going to talk us about some real practical strategies to, I guess, move from any overwhelm that well, not any overwhelm, I guess the huge overwhelm that can be felt across, the family in times before you've maybe got a diagnosis, or you've got a diagnosis and are still working through with education partners, etc. And then Dr. Chloe Bedford, so founder of the Running Psychologist on Instagram. So we're going to talk about all things running, which is a huge love of mine, and hers. Chloe is a psychologist. She talks a lot about resilience. What I love, and again, we met through the world of Instagram, was that her posts and everything she talks about is real. So, she talks about, running isn't for, shedding the pounds and actually, the real, I guess, impact that it has on our mental well-being. And I then have Alicia, and I'm going to pronounce your name incorrectly, Alicia Drabble Castellano, who is the founder of Single Swan, and the wonderful lady that made this one-of-a-kind Kindness for Success jumper specifically for 24 for Kindness. I say one-of-a-kind, but actually we ran a competition that over 40 of you entered, and we did have a winner, a lady called Lucille. So there will be now two in the world. So I am going to go and welcome Tracy. I am going to pop on a QR code while I step out, while I get my first hit of caffeine, and then I'll be joining you with Tracy live in just over 5 minutes.
Okay, so yeah, we're on. It's Tracy. Okay, so I know. What you know, this will make you laugh. I've got on my I've got the phrase. So and also I'm like, it's like, oh, where to look? Oh yeah, so you can see how we're seeing that. Yes. So thank you so much for joining, and it's early. So Tracy has got up on Monday morning, is in the PAP studio at 7, and also it is her son's first GCSE today, so he's gonna have to escape home. But so for those of you that don't know, so this is Tracy Butcher, and I first met Tracy, well, I guess 18, is it 18?
Yeah, it must be, yeah.
Because I was, I sort of not long started Kindness to Success, and I saw a post on Instagram about a sort of networking thing for founders that were mums, and I was like, oh yeah, okay, cool, I'll go along. And then the rest is history. And it was actually sort of that night that you set up, you sort of launched formally, didn't you, that Founder Mums Club, which is incredible, and we'll talk a little bit about that, but obviously we'll be talking about mindfulness. So welcome, Tracy. And before we dive in, it would be great to just have a little intro for those of you that don't know you.
Yeah, fabulous. So thank you for having me, and well done on such an incredible lineup and all the hard work that's gone into this. I don't know how you've done it. I mean, I put events on with like maybe 5 or 6 speakers, and you've tons. So I'm Tracy. I launched my own. Well, I'm a mum of 4. I started my own business back in 2021, teaching, well, my mission, my vision was to teach mindfulness and offer coaching to working mums. And it was everything I wanted to do. Prior to that, I'd been working in a busy job in a corporate setting. And started my business. And then all of a sudden, I quickly worked out that, gosh, there's so much that I don't know about running my own business, even though I'd sort of been quite a high level in a startup. I was like, there's so much I don't know about running my own business. But also, gosh, this is really lonely. I had this kind of like niggling unhappiness, and I couldn't understand it, because I was like, here I was like running my own thing, being my own boss, which is all I wanted to do. I'm teaching, doing work that I feel so passionate about. Why am I so unhappy? And then it twigged, like, I'm lonely. I've gone from like managing a team, having someone above me to sort of validate and support, to literally doing everything on my own. And I just felt very unsure of myself. But I also quickly noticed that whenever I spoke to other mums who were running their own business, of which there were loads, I didn't realise, all of a sudden, I was like, I thought you were just, I thought you had a job, or I thought I just assumed everybody else was like me and sort of, was working for a company. Anyway, as soon as I talked to other mums in business, I learned something new, always learned something new. Try this, have you heard of this, I felt lifted, motivated, inspired, and just less alone. I was like, oh, actually, this is hard. Everybody's finding this hard. So I, wanted to work with mums in some way, using my mindfulness skills and coaching skills. I wanted to make it accessible, but I also wanted to bring lots of mums doing the same thing together. And Founder Mums Club was born literally over a coffee with a friend. I went home and created the website. You know when you have an idea and it just sort of comes to you. And I sent it to her. She was like, have you just done this afternoon? And I was like, yeah, what do you think?
You were on it.
So anyway, I dabbled for a little while and tried bits and bobs, just did things, and then officially decided to have a networking event that I dared to charge tickets.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh, am I actually going to charge somebody? And I launched the membership that night, and people joined. You joined, and other people joined, and it's grown now to we've got over 100 members across the UK. amazing mums starting and building amazing businesses. Like the diversity of businesses in the network is just like overwhelming. I now love my claim to fame, so I know a mum who can.
Yes.
Whenever you bring to me, I'm like, oh, I know a mum doing
Yeah.
that, you know.
Yeah,
I know a mum that can help you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's wonderful. I love
Yeah. Well, it really is special, and you know, yeah, it's amazing what you do and achieve in Founder Mums. So I am going to kick off with some questions. If we get a chance, the self-kindness matrix, we'll come to that, but let's dig in. So you mentioned, Tracy, that you're a mum of 4, as well as a business owner, and a mum of, can I just say, I'm a mum of 2 and a business owner. So I could spend an hour talking to you about like how many times your washing machine must be on like a day. Like I can't even, and I'm putting it, I know exactly, but it's just always there. It's like, okay, so you're a mum of 4 as well as a business owner. So in the middle of, I guess, all the demands that come obviously with both, what does self-kindness genuinely look like for you?
Yeah.
In the day-to-day?
So I have, and I haven't always had this, to be fair, but I now do have some non-negotiables. So I go swimming at the lake every Sunday, and it's become, I guess it's been over 2 years now that we've been doing it, and it's just time that I have locked in and something that I've locked in. And so there's a small group of us. We go to Shepperton Open Water swim in the lake, sit in the sauna, all year round, all temperatures, and has been game changing for me. I mean, that is my ultimate self-kindness. And what's sort of, you know, special about it is that, you know, my kids know that is mummy's time. We do not plan things on Sunday mornings that interfere with that. Like my husband is like, you know, well, obviously we can't do that because you're swimming, or we need to find a way, you know. So, and I think that's the difference that I never really did. I never really sort of said to my family, look, this is time that I need. This is an activity that I need, because, you know, I mean, it's all sorts. I mean, not only is there the benefit of the water, the nature, there's the time with friends, the chats in the car on the way, the chats in the sauna. It's all part of it. It's not, you know, I'm a granny swimmer. So it's not hardcore swimming I'm doing like this, like chat with our woolly hats on. Exactly. I mean, it's not necessarily a fitness thing, but it's definitely a well-being thing. And yeah, I just love it. So yeah, I've got that. That's my big sort of one way I show myself kindness. And the other thing is asking for help. I ask for help. I think people love helping people, and you know, I have big chats with my husband. If I feel like I'm struggling, or if I feel like I need a pocket of time, you know, we sit down and sort of talk about it. Or if, you know, the mental load is too much, I'm like, okay, I know he runs his own company as well. You know, he's hugely busy, but he's also a father to our kids, and he's also a husband. So, you know, we talk, and I ask him, you know, are there things that we can share? Are there things that you can take? And which again is probably something I haven't always done. So I kind of chart my parenting in 2 phases. So like the first 2, my oldest boys are 15 and 14, and my little 2 are 6 and 8 at the moment, nearly 7. So yeah, I often sort of reflect on the differences between the parenting the 2, since kind of learning mindfulness, practicing more self-compassion, and just, you know, wanting to do things differently, I think.
Yeah, I think there's almost a bit of like the asking for help is that there is an element of self-discipline in there, isn't there? And I know there's sort of my fellow coach Belinda, who actually will be on later. She talks in her book about maternal gatekeeping, and I think it's that part of it again is you can fall into I just need to do it, and sorry, I can see one of my friends hovering at the door because she won't have the code to get in. Peter, would you mind? Thank you. She's just at the side door. Okay, so and again, yeah, you sort of touched upon it, Tracy, but so many women normalize, you know, stress and overwhelm and constantly put themselves last. And again, like I say, it's sort of like, you know, sort of joke badly about it and all those things. But I guess, was there a point when you realized that something needed to change in your own relationship with yourself?
Yeah. So as I mentioned, I had the 2 boys first. And when I had more goodies,
so Peach has just walked in with
well-fed
oh my goodness! Oh, let's have a look. Oh, so we look live.
Look at that.
Oh, look at these! Oh my
lovely.
goodness! 24th kindness, good luck, dearest Kim, super with my kindness, trying to have the best 2 days ever. We're so proud. Oh, and then for the camera, there's some. Oh my goodness, some logo. Oh, Flavortown donuts. Oh my goodness. Right.
So he was asking, he was there at a point. So with my first 2, I was working for 4 days a week, a really busy job. We had a mix of childcare support. We had a bit of granny power, a nanny. It was a lot. I just remember thinking, there's a lot to keep track of. There's a lot going on, a lot of moving parts. And I just felt like I was only doing everything at sort of 50% of what I was capable of. Like this kind of, I just had this, like, I'm only half doing everything. Work, as a mother, as a partner, as a friend even, as a daughter. And it was I just remember it was such an awful feeling, because when you know what you're really capable of. Like at work, I knew what I was really capable of. As a mum, I knew, what I kind of wanted that to look like. And so I just remember it was really self-critical. The inner critic was very loud. And that, I think, was the point where I really sort of thought, I need to do something different. I need to try something, and just talking to a friend, she recommended that I read this book. And it's literally like Mindfulness, Practical Guide to Finding Peace in a Frantic World. And I was like, well, that is. And I can see it's very well. Oh, my life, look at it. Like, honestly, this book was brand new. I live by this book. Yeah. That was the point, I think, when the boys, and I guess the boys were sort of getting into primary school at that point. Okay. And I thought, I need to really do something. Yeah. At that point.
Okay, so you had the catalyst, or the burning bridge, as they like to call it.
I don't think I had a single sort of meltdown moment. I think it was just a very gradual, discontent.
Right.
A sense of discontent with how things are.
Yes.
But I knew I couldn't necessarily change how things were straight away, overnight. So I knew I had to adjust how I was viewing myself and my life, and viewing how, and just being a bit more kinder to myself, basically.
So, and I guess, and actually what you say there, Tracy, is really, I guess, pertinent, I imagine, to a lot of people that listening or listen after, in that I think so often there's not a necessarily catastrophic or huge one-off event, but it is that, sometimes I'll speak to clients, they're like, it's sort of fine, but it's I'm going through the motions of the days and the weeks and the ferrying kids, and it's so obviously you've talked about how mindfulness first entered, and it's a huge part of your work. Now, I think people sometimes hear mindfulness and imagine sort of silence, maybe burning incense, and just really calm, tranquil mornings. But obviously real life doesn't really look like that, particularly for parents. So what do you think people misunderstand about mindfulness?
There's so many misconceptions about what mindfulness is, and I go into insurance companies and and teach mindfulness, and I know that there'll be people in the room that are a bit like so I do spend a lot of time kind of talking about what mindfulness isn't. Like, it isn't a religious practice, it was kind of based in Buddhist kind of roots, but there's so much scientific data around it now, and yeah, there's nothing sort of religious kind of about it. Doesn't involve sitting still for long periods of time, like that people kind of sort of think that mindfulness and meditation is, you know, having to meditate for hours to achieve anything. And yeah, I mean, I could go into kind of the sort of specifics of that. But yeah, you don't have to sit for long periods of time. You know, there are mindfulness practices you can do to sort of strengthen your mindfulness muscle without even sitting still. You can do it while you're walking. You can meditate in the queue at Tesco's. You can, and the word meditation is kind of, I don't know, quite true for people maybe, because they sort of think, oh, you know, it's all sort of sitting cross-legged. But you know, so I try and avoid using it. I prefer to use the word like mindfulness practice as a way of, you know, training your attention. So just deciding where you want your focus to be, whether it's kind of on the breath or on part of your body or on the pen on the table, and holding your focus there. And if your mind wanders away, just bringing your attention back to where you want it to be. So you're controlling your attention. And every time you do that, you're bringing about a change in your brain. You're actually strengthening your attention muscle. And that's what mindfulness is. Mindfulness is basically paying attention in the present moment, non-judgmentally. A lot of people think mindfulness is about clearing the mind of all thoughts. You know, we can't do that. You know, so that's why a lot of people sort of go, oh no, I'm not very good at meditating. Like, you know, I can't do it. It's not for me. You know, it doesn't work. But that's because when they sit down and sort of be still or decide they're going to focus on the pen, all the thoughts pop in. You know, oh, you need to put washing on, you need to get back to that person, you need to buy that gift, and that is natural. That's how the brain works, and you'll never stop that process happening. It's like asking the stomach to stop digesting food, or to ask the lungs to stop breathing. The function of the mind is to produce thoughts. But we can notice the thoughts that we're having and decide, is that a thought I need to have right now, engage with, believe? Because a lot of the thoughts that our brain produces are untrue. You know, like, you're not a good mother. That's not a true fact. I'm a great mother. I might want to do things differently, or I might, but I'm a good mum. I care about my kids. You know, and so mindfulness is not about sort of clearing those thoughts and not having those thoughts. It's about controlling. It's about noticing those thoughts and then sort of having some control over them. You know, I love, there's another definition. It's allowing your controlling your mind rather than allowing your mind to be in control of you. So yeah, that's kind of, you know, it's not about achieving a state of calm either. You know, a lot of people think mindfulness is just about being relaxed and calm. But, you know, I wouldn't describe myself as a relaxed, calm person. It's not really about that. It's kind of a side effect of the practices, because you learn to manage stress better, you learn to zoom out, you learn to look through a different lens at situations, and that generally makes you feel calmer. But mindfulness isn't about achieving a state of calm or relaxation. It's just about being present with whatever's here for you. And sometimes that might be something difficult, like, you know, grief or disappointment, or, you know, and allowing it to be there, feeling it, but not allowing it to spiral, and, you know, keeping it under control. So it's kind of, I talk a lot about mindfulness as attention training. So, you know, like, where do I want my attention to be? I want my attention to be on this conversation we're having right now. Whereas we all know, we've all been in those conversations where actually our minds are whirring away on, what am I going to say next? Or, oh my God, what time is it? I've got to go and pick up the kids. I don't want to look at my watch. And, you know, you're sort of doing all of these thoughts. You're not really present with the person who's, you know, so it's about that, about being able to kind of have more control over where your attention is. And that's a muscle, and we can strengthen that through the mindfulness practices. So that's how I tend to kind of, that's how, when I got the skeptics in the room, they, you know, that feels more tangible to people, I think, rather than like, well, I've tried clearing my mind, it doesn't work.
And I guess it's, you know, I love that attention practice, because it's, and I think as well, it's then, even if you're, you know, with kids, or, you know, with like you say, it's sort of, I imagine that for people watching or sort of this back, that I mean, for me, that's the best mindfulness description I've, ever, I guess, had articulated. And I think it's, who I guess wouldn't want to be able to practice. And I like what you say about the sort of the practice piece as well. And I know that there's some sort of similarities between, how I talk about sort of self-kindness being a practice as well. It's not like you wake up one morning and be like, oh, I'm just going to always be kind to yourself. And also it doesn't mean then I'm like skipping on rainbows and, all of these sorts of things. But it is a practice. So
it is definitely something you have to practice. It's like listening is a skill we have to practice. There's a muscle in your brain, and like what I love about mindfulness is it actually does change your brain. This isn't just and there must be around self-kindness as well. It's like a muscle that you have to sort of stretch and practice and keep pumped, by keep doing it.
Well, I guess it's like all the changes, all the neural pathways and things, doesn't it? And
exactly.
Like neuroscience is fascinating stuff, isn't it? So I guess a slight deeper into that, and thinking about and I talk about one of the ways that showing ourselves kindness is how we speak to ourselves. And so how does mindfulness help us notice the way we're speaking to ourselves, or pressure we're feeling before we almost get to the
point of so I mean, when you learn mindfulness, or if you sort of start practicing mindfulness, self-awareness is one of those things that you really work on building in the practices. Sitting and sort of noticing thoughts that are coming up, and you're kind of encouraged to listen to your thoughts and challenge them, and sort of observe them. So you sort of, it was a very new concept to me, because up until the point at which I started learning mindfulness, I just sort of, thought every thought is true. Every thought, like I experienced some health anxiety, especially around the kids, and so I would think all of those thoughts are true, or something bad is going to happen. This is bad. Or, like the inner critic, I thought all of those thoughts were true. So the idea that I could observe and I could, look through a different lens, look for the alternative, ask myself, well, what's actually true about this situation? Like, introduce. So it's that pause. It's that, so mindfulness kind of just teaches us to sort of there's an acronym actually that they teach in the course called STOP. So you stop, take a breath, observe. So observe the thoughts, observe what's here, what is the reality of the situation, and then proceed mindfully. So it's a case of we go, oh hi. So you've got this some the tools like that kind of help encourage you to start practicing stopping in the moment. So it's all about learning how to respond to situations rather than react. So we're all quite reactive, aren't we?
Yes,
and I was certainly very reactive to kind of all the situations, to the kids, and whatever happens. And you just, when you practice mindfulness and learn mindfulness, you develop the skill of responding over reacting. It's just slowing down a little bit and taking that pause, becoming aware of your negative thought patterns. We in the course we do like a stress indicator, which again was something that I hadn't really explored or reflected on. So the idea is you kind of got this green, and I can't remember the colours, but green, yellow, so blue, you start with blue and then it goes to green and yellow and orange and up to red. And it's basically, like you're at your very chill, happiest down in the blue, and then right up to kind of the extremes of panic attack, rage, all of these things. And you're encouraged to reflect on, what does that look like for you? What do you look like when you're in the blue zone? What does it look like when you're slightly irritated? What's your behaviours? What's going through your mind? What's happening cognitively? And then up to the red, what does that look like? And the thing is, we only really sort of know what our extremes look like. So like, we know what we're like when we're happy and relaxed, we're chill, we're singing, we're dancing in the kitchen. We know what our red looks like. We're angry, we're crying, we're shouting, but we don't really think what the stages in between. And actually, once we become aware of like, what do those stages look like? I start biting my nails. I can feel my temper starting to shorten. My sleep gets impacted. I might have gastric issues. Once we start to notice our little habits as stress is building, then we can take an action much quicker to then kind of get ourselves back down to blue. Because it's easier to go from like, the middle of the thing back down to blue rather than, and try not to get up to that red. And I really love that as practice. And I remember during COVID, actually, I got all my kids to do it. Because I was like, we need to know what each other's signs are when we're becoming irritated, when we're becoming stressed, when we're becoming worried about something, so that we can kind of look for them. And we talk then in the colours, like, oh, I'm really kind of blue today, or, actually I'm feeling a bit orange now, and so the kids kind of like, oh, okay, we don't want mummy getting to red. So, it's like one of the nice kind of tools. But I think it's just, so little tools like that. So stop was a really great one. And, you can have it in the bedroom, the kids' room. Like, I remember when I learned this practice, I just printed the word stop and put it like on their cupboard, so that if something was happening, escalating, I could just look at the word and go, right, okay, stop, take a breath, observe that it's late, or they've had a stressful day, or, and then proceed mindfully. So a few things of those. And then just like, listening to thoughts, challenging them. And we talk about being mode and doing mode in the course as well. Like, when we learn mindfulness, we talk about what does being mode. When we're in doing mode, we're always thinking about what we haven't done, what we need to do, planning, worrying. And we spend probably quite a lot of our lives, especially as mums running businesses or working mums, or any mums, to be honest, in doing mode. But actually we need to balance it with some being mode time, when we're present, when we're not being judgmental. Because if we're always in that doing mode, what's happening is you're focusing on where you want to be, in the gap in between. If you're always focusing on that gap, then you're always going to feel like you're never achieving, you're never getting where you want to be. And that's when those feelings of not enoughness and thinking, I'm failing, those can't creep in. But when we allow ourselves to just be in being mode, fully present, not judging, we can really balance that out. So it's just about kind of trying to make sure, have I been in being mode today? Have I had some being mode? What mode am I in at the moment? Why am I, I'm sitting here watching Netflix, yet I'm still on my phone, and I'm still in doing mode, actually kind of put that away. So that's kind of some simple ways that, as busy mums, we can start integrating kind of these practices.
And that feels like probably too fortuitous segue to just touch upon the self-kindness matrix, which obviously you have taken, because for those of you that watching or live or back haven't seen, so the self-kindness matrix is a way that looks at your relationship with self-kindness, and it identifies six different types, but the sort of the dimensions are sort of the time, so either micro moments, so short, midi, a bit longer, and macro, but then the way, which is doing and being. And I guess I guess how, so you took obviously the self-kindness matrix, so talk to me a little bit about your
your results
Yeah.
and where you came out?
It's so fabulous, by the way, like the way it works.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, no,
I haven't paid
honestly.
to say that.
It was no. I did it yesterday and was like, gosh, this is so slick and like
Thank you.
so worked very well. And then the results came up and the way it's all presented, it's really great, Kim. Well done. Like I was like, I need to send this to my friends. But then I was like, can I send it? I wanted to check with you. I was like, everyone needs to do this. Yeah, and you know, I did score quite high. I scored quite well because this is something that I work on. I work on it. I practice mindfulness. I practice self-compassion. I teach it to others. So and I got my results. But you know, interestingly, I came up, you know, the micro doing, the micro being was all quite high. So like in the moment, and that's, you know, mindfulness doesn't have to be these big long stretches of time. You know, it's about, if I feel my like brain wearing away with worry on something, I can do a senses practice. So like, you know, name 5 things I can see, 4 things that, you know, and just tune into my senses and you know, that helps me ground myself in the moment. So like I'm quite good at it. I'm quite good at kind of thinking, oh, brain's not working right now, I'm gonna and then the MIDI, I think it was the MIDI that I needed to, that was okay. I think it was the no, it was the MIDI because of the macro. I think the macros are harder, aren't they, as mums, to take kind of big breaks or, you know, do big things. I've just come off my birthday month, so I suppose like I've been on my kind of like recent reflection, recency bias meant I was like scoring quite high on that. So there was the MIDI doing, which is the kind of taking, you know, a long walk, or, you know, I don't think I'm as good at doing that. I've got my swimming, and I've got my, you know, I do a bar class, and but yeah, I was like, I probably need a bit more kind of that MIDI doing in there. But yeah, really, really lovely sort of matrix and how it all works.
Oh, great. Well, thank you. It's been, a bit of a labour of love on sort of getting to work on the website and things, which, people can go on and do. So please do pass on to your friends. So you mentioned actually, Tracy, one there, sort of, you know, the census check-in. But I guess the next question was around, you know, often we, as, you know, founders and mums, live in a sort of constant state of, you know, we talk about this, you know, how, you know, 460 or, you know, mental tabs open. And when you feel, I guess, you know, overwhelmed or really emotionally, you know, sort of flooded, what practices genuinely help you to regulate, you know? So you mentioned, as I said, and I don't know if you want to elaborate on for anyone that isn't aware of this. So you said about the 5 things I can see, and then
that's a really lovely practice. So when our minds are whirring away and we feel kind of stuck in a bit of a thought loop, a negative thought loop, our senses are just the most powerful tool we have to ground ourselves in the moment, and it kind of switches the part of the brain that you're engaging. So it kind of, when we are having lots of negative thoughts and worries, we just need a circuit breaker. You know, we need to sort of just help us create some space. It's when I learned mindfulness, when I teach mindfulness, we talk about creating this space, this window for you to just kind of challenge and sort of observe and question, do I need to? So the senses practice is you just literally name 5 things you can see. So, you know, if I'm sitting here, I might say laptop, glass of water, you know, microphone, you know, just don't have to say the same in your head. 4 things you can hear, 3 things you can feel, 4 things you can 2 things you can smell, 1 thing you can taste, and you know, you don't have to go through all the senses. Even just the first 3, you know, see, hear, feel, is enough to bring you out of a kind of a worry spiral and ground you in the moment. We've got the breath. I mean, I think you've probably got people talking about the breath, but it's another great way to break the to have a circuit breaker. So, you know, deep breath in. and just breathing out, that making that exhalation longer and slower for a few cycles, just sends message to the brain, say, you know, we're safe. You know, we can sort of regulate again. Self-soothing. Yeah, so going back to the breath, I always, you would notice me walking around my house going, a lot.
Like
And always my kids,
early onset
yeah,
labour.
it's another sign that my kids can, like, you know, when they see me sort of going, they will go quiet.
Be like, right, we're better.
Like, okay.
Stop
We're gonna stop doing that
listening.
now. Self-soothing. So, you know, I love giving myself a little hug. I know, it's like, you know, and everyone gets really squirmy when I make them do this in a corporate setting. We're all going to give ourselves a hug, and the guys are like, really? But they do it, yeah. And I talk about it because, you know, when we touch our skin, when we hug ourselves, we release oxytocin. And of course, then you get, I don't know, I always get goosebumps when I do it. You get that feeling of generosity, safety, love. You know, oxytocin is the hormone that's released just after you have a baby, or, you know, in pregnancy. We have lots of it floating around. So yeah, you know, or if you're kind of, you know, if we're in a public place, I always sort of say to people, you know, if you're sort of folding your arms, you can give yourself like a little squeeze, like just to kind of,
Like
just
you're
put some
okay,
real
almost.
intention behind it. Yeah, just to say, you know what, it's okay. Or a little rub on your arms. It's very subtle, but just giving yourself that little kind of intentional, it's really self-soothing. It really helps.
Oh, I
to
love
bring
it.
that. Yeah. So that's one of my, and you know, I love a go-to phrase. I always encourage people to have a go-to phrase, like you're doing the best you can, which is my go-to phrase. My mum always used to say, you can only do your best. You know, whatever you do, you know, all we ask is that you do your best. And I say this to my kids, and I say it to myself, you know, you're doing the best you can, the resources that you have, and the time that you have, and the energy that you have. Yeah, well, you know, it will be okay. My best friend's go-to phrase is trust in the process of life, you know, so she just trust the process, trust the process.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you've got a little
I do, because she worked out that the acronym was TIP-POL, which we love, so you know, sometimes we just say TIP-POL.
TIP-POL.
And you know, I think other things, you know, I've kind of got a long old list, but you know, as you said earlier, you know, treat yourself how you would treat your best friend. So if you're having a difficult situation, ask yourself, what would I say to my best friend in this situation, and say that back to yourself. Say it in the mirror. Say nice things to yourself in the mirror, you know, and those are, you know, some of the tools that I really stand by. And,
I love those, and I think as well, there's sometimes you can't be a hug, can you? But the fact that, you know, then I never really thought that, well, actually, if I'm not somewhere where
I can hug somebody
else,
else.
I can just give myself a hug.
Of course,
Give myself a space.
I mean, I'm a real hugger. I love I'll hug anyone and everyone, but like if I can't, like you say, not everybody's a hugger.
COVID is a nightmare.
I know, there's a lot of self-hugging going on during that time. But yeah, really, you know, and just like touching lips as well, you know, so touching you know, and I always tell people,
sort of brings you back.
I always tell people, you know, if you have a skincare regime, which I don't much, but you know, really feel your hands on your skin as you're putting those creams on. That's a really lovely moment in the day where you can really, you know, soothe yourself. And you know, if you've been quite triggered throughout the day, or your nervous system is kind of on edge, just, you know, as you're doing your cream, just really sense into that, and it will really help regulate and kind of, you know, get you back to
I heard as well, it reminded me of I often think about it. I did it, this was years back. I did a very short mindfulness course, and I remember the instructor saying about, rather than, you know, when you're in the shower and thinking, I've got to do this, got to make that lunch, and I need to remember that presentation, and then I've got to, you know, get the card and, you know, book the car in for MOT. Be like, I'm in the shower, like feel
Yes,
feel the water on me,
Yeah.
feel the warmth, and it's
so that's kind of, you know, a mindful shower. I mean, I do it every day, you know, not for my whole shower, but I definitely take part of my shower to feel my feet on the floor, the water, the smells. It's such a great opportunity to do that. And so that in itself is a mini meditation. That in itself is, so when we teach mindfulness, we teach it, there's guided practices. So what we call formal meditation, where you listen to a practice and you follow along, and I do the mighty pauses. Or there's informal practice, which is this kind of, you know, you could do it while you're cleaning your teeth, where you just take a short moment of your day and you put all of your awareness and attention into what you're doing, bringing your senses in. So if you're cleaning your teeth, it's perfect, you know, it's like 2-3 minutes, and you can like feel the brush in your hand, the feeling, the taste of the toothpaste, the rush of the water, the sounds, the smells. And it's really, I mean, try it like this week, every day, try cleaning your teeth mindfully and just notice how that changes. Because, and if you notice your thoughts being pulled to, oh, what am I going to wear today? Or, oh gosh, I hope the PE kit's clean. Just notice and just allow for those 2 to 3 minutes, refocus on your toothbrush. And, you know, just notice how easy it gets. But you can do that through the day with your cup of tea, with your glass of water. You feel that coolness of the glass in your hand, the water going through your body. You can almost feel it go right through. And, you know, just those little moments when you're eating your sandwich, you know, that's great.
Again, rather than
just like throwing the food down.
Exactly.
Just take a moment, eat mindfully, and just like introducing those moments. It's about waking up to life a bit more, rather than like. There's a really great. Well, I don't know if I've got time to read it. Yeah, but it's super short. It's a passage in this book called "How to Double Your Life Expectancy," and exactly. So it says, being locked into the busyness of doing mode erodes a vast chunk of your life by stealing your time. Take a moment to look at your own life. Do you find it difficult to stay focused on what's happening in the present? Do you tend to walk quickly to get where you're going without paying attention to what you experience along the way? Does it seem if you're running on automatic without much awareness of what you're doing? Do you rush through activities without being really attentive to them? Do you get so focused on the goal you want to achieve that you lose touch with what you're doing right now to get there? Do you find yourself preoccupied with the future or the past? We're all kind of nodding furiously. In other words, are you driven by the daily routines that force you to live in your head rather than in your life? Now, extrapolate this to the life that you have left to you. If you are 30 years old, I know we're a bit let's just take ourselves back. If you're 30 years old, then with a life expectancy of around 80, you have 50 years left. But if you are only truly conscious and aware of every moment for perhaps 2 out of 16 hours a day, which is not unreasonable, your life expectancy is only another 6 years and 3 months. You'll probably spend more time in meetings with your boss. If a friend told you they'd just been diagnosed with a terminal illness that will kill them in 6 years, you'd be filled with grief and try to comfort them, yet without realising it, you may be daydreaming along such a path yourself. If you could double the number of hours that you were truly alive each day, then in effect, you would be doubling your life expectancy. It would be like living to 130. Now imagine tripling or quadrupling the time that you are truly alive. People spend hundreds of thousands of pounds on expensive drugs, unproven vitamin cocktails to gain a few extra years of life. Others are funding research in universities to try and expand the human lifespan, but you can achieve the same effect by learning to live mindfully, waking up to your life. Quantity isn't everything, of course, but if it's true, as research suggests, that those who practice mindfulness are also less anxious and less stressed, as well as more relaxed, fulfilled and energized, then life will not only seem longer as it slows down, and you are really here for it, but happier too. I just love that whole kind of, really, and it stopped me in my tracks because I was like, gosh, I am literally just rushing through life. And, not every day's perfect. I still rush through days, but learn to slow down and just kind of, and that stays with me quite a lot.
That's amazing, and that's from your mindfulness. I do love how like dogged and stuff like that.
Yeah,
it just shows.
I know. Yeah, it's like water spilled all over it, and yeah.
So I wondered, as we're coming towards, I guess, the end, I would love to hear about your Compassionate Mindful Resilience program, because that's something you're going to launch shortly, isn't it?
Yeah, such a lovely course, and it's kind of one of those. I learned to teach this course, I think during COVID actually, but I've never got around to actually teaching it. I've taught other so when I first learned to teach mindfulness, we learned to sort of create our own mindfulness courses based on the materials that we were given. But Mindfulness UK, the organisation that I learned to teach mindfulness with, developed a course called the Compassionate Mindful Resilience Program. And you might be familiar with the mindfulness-based stress reduction program, which was the program created by Jon Kabat-Zinn, who was kind of the godfather of mindfulness in the modern world. And the reason he created such a sort of structured program was so that we could collect data, and so lots of people could run the course in a very prescribed sort of way.
Yeah.
And then you can measure sort of before and after, and we could then gather data, and there is some beautiful results with that mindfulness program, and I learned to teach that as well. But the problem with that one is the meditation practices are like 30 to 45 minutes long, right? So it's great if you've got time and you're committed, but obviously carers, mothers, don't have that time. So Mindfulness UK developed a Compassionate Mindful Resilience course specifically for carers. Not just mothers, but carers who perhaps have caring as part of their job, social work, or NHS, and the practices are short and achievable. The course is delivered, so the MBSR program is sort of an 8-week program. This is a 4-week program, 2-hour sessions. The practices, I think, is nothing longer than 10 minutes.
Right.
So that's very achievable. It's just a really lovely program. You can come and learn the basics of mindfulness and compassion. So you'll walk away with, increased self-awareness, tools to manage stress, and we work on emotional intelligence in the program. Yeah, it's really lovely, really lovely. I'm excited to teach it.
So if someone was interested in that, so where would they?
Yeah, I mean, at the moment it's kind of I do have a Hummingbird Coaching mindfulness page, but probably more active on the Found Mums page, because what I'm doing with this one is at the moment targeting running it for mums who are running a business, because that's sort of the world that I'm in, and I know how it's helped me as a mum in business, all these practices and tools. So by kind of running it for that group, we can talk about how we can use these practices as mums building businesses. How will this, we can make it more relatable to sort of the lives that we've got going on. So that's why I'm sort of talking about it more on my Found Mums page, because I know that that's where I'll reach. So have a look on. It'll be on my stories. I'll talk about it a little bit. But I'm going to be launching that hopefully in June. So running it through June. So by the summer holidays, you'll have some tools to help you. But not only be able to manage stress in the moment, but actually wake up to life and experience life, and sort of enrich your summer by just being more present for it.
Love that. I guess people can find you then, Tracy. So you've got Instagram is Found Mums. Found Mums Club, I can't remember.
Just Found Mums,
And then Tracy Butcher on LinkedIn.
Yes.
And then you've got your website.
foundmums.co.uk.
So there is one question that I'm going to ask every speaker throughout 24 for Kindness. So what would your number one self-kindness tip be?
I really struggled. I was like, and I had an idea for one, but then I changed it this morning, because I just wanted to something for mums in business, I guess, because with Found Mums, that's kind of like I say, it's the world that I'm very much in, and wanting to support it. So my one self-kindness top tip is don't take everything personally. So one of the things that we tend to do a lot is think that everything is our fault, that something to do, you know, whether we get ghosted by a potential client, or you know, if someone doesn't respond to us in the way that we expect them to, we think we've upset them. We think it's, you know, if someone's not booking your work, or, you know, we think we're doing something wrong. It's like, it's me, it's how. But so I just would love to encourage people to just not take everything personally, to zoom out, to think about that person and what might be going on for them, their own lives, because we're all very complicated. We've all got demands, and I think we forget about that. We forget that other people have huge amounts of things going on in their own lives, and that is most likely the reason why they haven't said hello, or they've been, you know, or they haven't called you, or they haven't responded to your email, or they haven't, you know, they're busy, it's not to do with you. So I think, I meet a lot of, when I talk about resilience in kind of sessions, that comes out as one of the biggest kind of things that people say. I take everything personally. So
Oh, thank you. That's a really great one. I've written that down. Well, I'm going to have like a right bank of after this. So no, we're going to wrap up in a second, and because Tracy's going to go back home, she's got to see your son before his first day of GCSE.
I know, I've got to give him a hug.
Exactly. Have to. Was there anything else that you wanted to share in terms of what we've talked about?
I don't think so. I think I've managed to cover everything. You know, I think I will say that mindfulness is kind of, you know, I learned mindfulness in line with compassion, and I would say that mindfulness is kind of what comes first, right? We have to notice what's going on for us. We have to notice what's here. And then compassion, self-compassion is what comes next. So there's a lovely kind of link between the two. So, you know, learning mindfulness was great, but then learning those compassion for others, non-judgment of others, non-judgment of ourselves, and self-compassion. So, you know, once you become mindful and you've noticed, what do you do then? Well, then you have to bring the kindness. So that's all really. That's why I love the work you do. And when I met, I was like, we're going to be fine.
And also, I haven't got it. Tracy very kindly, and I've left it outside, brought me a Founder Mums.
Your Mummy's Mighty poster.
And some things for my eyes for later that I'll put on. So let me, we've got 8 minutes till our next speaker, so I'm just going to pop on a bit of, let's see if this works. If you enjoyed listening to Tracy, whether that's live or on the recording, then I'm going to pop up the donation link. Remember, everything goes to Mind. So let's pop that up, and I'll see you, and we'll have Nikki Lowe joining us very shortly. Thank you so much for having me.
Good luck, darling. That'll be brilliant.
Good morning, Kim. I can't hear you. No. I'm using.
Can you hear me now?
I can, yes.
Yay! Okay, let me just hide this. So we haven't got some random black.
Oh, I can't hear you again, Meryl.
No, okay, so we're gonna have a little we're gonna have a random black box for now. Nikki, for some reason.
That's okay.
That's okay, isn't it? So welcome.
Loving the jumper. You look.
Oh,
you had your nails as well, didn't you? You all on brand with your nails.
Oh yes, and mind, yes, nails. So this was in Twickenham, Helen's Nails. They've freehand did the logo, which I am loving. So welcome, Nikki. Now I am going to start off. I'm going to kick off, and where's my? Oh, this is like pure behind the scenes, isn't it? Because where have I put all my? I've got your fabulous. I've got our questions here, and I've got our bios, and I can't find the bios. So
That's
right,
okay.
well. Yeah, but no, it's Valentina. Sorry, could you pass me that bit of paper on there? Thank you. Oh dear. I'm sure it'll get smoother as the day goes on.
As we know with self-kindness, it doesn't matter if it doesn't.
Exactly that. And I'm looking in the right place, aren't I, Peter? Yeah. It's very, I've got that. I don't think I could work in TV. So I am going to do the little embarrassing intro. Well, hopefully it's not embarrassing because it's all true. So I am delighted to be joined by Nikki. So Nikki Lowe is founder of Wisdom for Working Mums, an award-winning master level executive coach and leadership consultant. After having her first child, Nikki experienced burnout and reimagined her approach to work and motherhood. She's now on a mission to support career-driven women to combine their work and family life more successfully and sustainably without sacrificing their sanity or well-being. She applies her coaching, leadership, and psychological skills to help women to thrive in life and work. Nikki hosts the Wisdom for Working Mums podcast and is hired by some of the world's best-known organisations to support working mothers in navigating their careers and motherhood. So welcome, Nikki!
And I was like, don't take her light away. They took your light away. Not metaphorically. You still got your light.
So yes, as you can, sort of, I guess, so many accolades behind you, and also I love that you're joining for the second time, because obviously you were here the first time on 15 for Kindness. So I
leveled it, Kim. So well done. It was great.
Thank you. It's yes, and I've had I have been kinder to myself this time, Nikki, because I have asked for help. So I have a wonderful gentleman, Peter, in the room with me. I have got Valentina taking some photographs, and we've had sponsors and all those sorts of things. So yes, and then we're like I say, we've leveled up the tech, and we'll work out the third random box later today. So Nikki, before we go into the questions, thank you so much for taking my self-kindness matrix, sort of the question things that you did, and you came out with a strong foundations profile. So I just wanted to, I guess, start by asking you a couple of questions about sort of what, if anything, that brought up for you around your relationship with self-kindness, if you're happy to start there.
Yeah, loved the matrix, by the way. I think it's really, really insightful how you've put that together. And I think completing it, what it made me reflect on is how far I've come in my own journey with this. So if I'd completed this 10 years ago, I would have got a very, very different score. So the fact that I've got a strong foundation hasn't happened by chance. There's a lot of intentionality behind that. So, and it was really useful to have that reflected back, because I think it's become so much part of what I do now. I might maybe kind of get a little bit complacent or take that for granted. You're like, oh, actually, how easy that could slip if you know, that foundation isn't a given.
Yes, absolutely that. And yeah, I like how, and I guess there was strong foundation. So self-kindness is showing up in multiple ways. You've taken action and giving yourself space, creating a solid foundation to build from. And I guess from what you said there, it is that practice piece, isn't it? And the, I guess the different stages of our lives bring in terms of how well we do this sort of stuff, you know.
And I also think personality wise, like, it is not in my personality to go easy on myself. Like, so I have practices that just reconnect me to that kind of place where I can be kind to myself. So it's not, and that's where I think there's a strong need for intentionality behind it, because it doesn't necessarily come easy or naturally to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's again, that there's one thing having awareness, isn't there? But then, as you say, then intentionality is that next step, and then before, you know, into action. So okay, well, and I know you mentioned you know, certain things that you sort of go to support that, which I'm sure will come out in our conversation, and if not, we can come back to it. So I have got some questions for you, Nikki, and so again, to anyone listening, watching live, or anyone watching the recording, you know, big thank you to Nikki, and I know this is going to be a hugely valuable conversation, so please do consider making a donation to Mind. All the details are on the link page. So Nikki, you talk about helping leaders achieve success without sacrificing their well-being. What have you found people are actually sacrificing without realizing, and where does self-kindness come into that?
Oh, it's such a great question. I think in our modern world, so much of success has a dark side to it, in that we can become, particularly with social media and particularly with the pace of life, we can attribute to success to so many external things, whether it be looking at influencers online and going, I want their lifestyle, whether it be, you know, we've got to get a certain job title, or, you know, our kind of money that we need to earn to sustain a particular way of life. It might be we want the car, whatever it might be. There's a lot of external things. And I was in that place. Like, the reason I've come to do this work is I climbed that ladder of kind of the definition of success, and it literally bore a kind of a hole in my soul, and it wasn't a particularly nice time of my life, and I became somebody I didn't like. So I get it. It's so easy to get hooked into that. But what it means is that we can become so misaligned with kind of our internal states or our internal alignment. So it can be things like we start to sacrifice our joy. And it's a really slippery slope, because actually to you know, we're taught you've got to work hard, and you do, you know, to get on in life, we've got to work hard, we've got to be focused. And those attributes do kind of get us so far in life, but they then can become almost this overdone strength that we start to kind of chip away at our joy, our presence, our own boundaries, our own well-being. So all of those sources of like innate vitality, and and I'm sure we can all spot it. You can see somebody that looks externally really successful, but you look at them and you go, gosh, there's nothing behind the eyes, or they just look so tired, or just like their essence has gone, that spark. And then you can look at other people and they've got that spark and vibrancy, and you're like, oh no, that is success.
Yeah.
So I think it's those almost internal alignment states around joy presence, kind of just feeling in integrity with your values and with what lights you up. And I think a big part of it is rest. So the big self-kindness piece around, can you give yourself permission to rest? Like, I love what you put out on social media, King, because you're like, do you know what? I just sit in front of the TV for half an hour with a cup of tea. How many people really struggle to do that, me included? Like, I had to learn how to rest because I couldn't do it.
Yeah. No, thank you. And yeah, I mean, I know these are being recorded, but I'm like, oh, yes, making my notes. And I think a couple of things. I think, the rest thing is, that's something personally I'm still working on. And there's seven different types, lots of different types of rest. But yes, that for me is, again, doesn't come naturally. And actually, particularly in the build up to 24 for Kindness, I have had to be extremely disciplined in that. And actually, even from 15 for Kindness, it was different. Like I was pretty much on my own in 15 for Kindness. I had a great guy, Jason, helping me sort of beforehand. But on the day I was on my own, I didn't ask for any help. At all. And I think the night before I'd gone to bed really late and I was already a bit like, whereas, I was in bed at 9, last night. I had a run yesterday.
I was thinking of you last night and I was
message. And you know what? I did sleep. I again, because you thought, well, even if you don't, it's fine, isn't it? Because I kind of think that there's been a build up to the adrenaline and all that will power you through, as long as caffeine and sugar and all those sorts of things. But no, I did sleep, so I was pleased. But the other thing I loved what you said is about when we're doing things that are misaligned with our values, it chips away at our joy. And I've got a lady called Leah Evans who calls herself the Joy Coach coming on, tomorrow morning. And there's quite a big link between sort of joy and self-kindness. So I guess you've spoken about burnout, Nikki, and your own experience, and but burnout not always looking like sort of collapse, as it were, but sometimes, and again, you sort of touched upon this, but, feeling like success on the outside, but that misalignment underneath. So I guess the question, is what, and I know it will be different to different people, but what are some of the early signs that people might miss?
Yeah. And I think this is such a great question. And I say that as somebody who has experienced full burnout, but in hindsight has been a breath away from burnout a number of times. So I talk about, I think I'm predisposed to burnout, and not just, so genetically, I think I am. So I've had some genetics tests done that the way in which there's a particular gene that's also known as the worrier or warrior gene, and I've got a gene that the way in which that works is it could tip me towards burnout, and I only discovered that in the last kind of 2 years. But my personality is one that is probably predisposed to burnout, and I say this and I'll share it because people listening, watching might be able to relate to it. So I'm highly conscientious. I am a recovering people pleaser. I have perfectionist tendencies. So all of those things cause me to overextend if I'm not careful. So what burnout can look like is there's actually 8 stages to burnout, but we probably would understand burnout in maybe the last 3 of those stages. But at the very top of the kind of funnel is this striving, so kind of wanting to do well, so we overextend ourselves. So it might be that we compromise our sleep, it might be that we work longer hours. So I was somebody back in my corporate career that would work harder, longer, faster than anybody else to prove to myself. It came kind of from that not enoughness place. So this early signs of burnout can be that overextending. And then we start to lose touch with our body's needs. So we do like, I'm just going to work later tonight, or I'm just going to get up earlier and push through. And then we start to almost disassociate from ourselves and our own needs and wants. And that then sends us deeper and deeper into the funnel, when we therefore kind of lose that joy piece that we talked about. So become so disconnected. But those early stages are kind of like a striving and an over functioning, which is so rewarded in our culture. So this is where it gets really, really tricky, because I am raising my kids to work hard, and I want them to work hard, but how do I frame that in a healthy, functional way versus this is, and I became the dysfunctional version of that. Like I'm so proud of my work ethic and so proud of my ability to use my willpower. I saw great success with that, and it was rewarded and recognised. So that's where it can get really tricky in this.
Yeah, no, thank you. And actually, I wasn't aware that there was eight stages of burnout, and it doesn't surprise me though, Nikki, that you say that the ones that we recognise are the latter ones, which I guess ultimately, well, you're sort of already, you're sort of near it, aren't you? So actually, being able to, the way you talked about some of those early signs was really really useful, and actually I recognise a lot of that in myself as well, in terms of the over functioning, and it doesn't matter how well you're doing, you're not doing well enough for the bar that you've set for yourself. And I think as well, and again, I don't cite off piece, but related, I'm wondering as well if in your experience, Nikki, there's any I guess sort of correlation in that, in terms of stages of life, because I think when I was in my sort of early 20s and early into my career, and I didn't have any kids or any caring responsibilities, so I could be in at the crack of dawn and I could be working, and also then I could go out and have a little sleep and have loads of fun at the weekend and still function, because you can. Whereas actually, if the older you get, whether you have children or whether there's other caring responsibilities, you can't actually, that you have to work differently, don't you? So I don't know if you're seeing any
massively, and that's the work that I do, because for a lot of the women that I support, those attributes, those strategies really fuel their success. And then you layer in motherhood or a season of your life where the demands mean that you can't recuperate. It just highlights that those strategies were never sustainable. You just kind of got away with it at that life stage. So it needs this, and that's why I talk about, you have to almost reimagine, and it's that, what got me here won't get me there. And it's so hard because they almost become embedded in our identity, or we don't want to let go of it. We're like, but they've made me successful, I'll fail without them. And that's where it can get really tricky, that kind of behavioural change piece around. There's one thing knowing that it's no longer sustainable, but there's a whole different level of, okay, so what do I do with that now? And how do I do it in a way that still means that I can be ambitious and have big dreams, but it's fueled in a different way.
No, thank you. And I guess on that, so if people are able to, I guess, sort of catch the early signs, before heading into a full burnout, what would a self-kind response look like at that stage versus when you're sort of in it, and it's very different?
I think there's different ways to that, but there's a model that I hold in my head, which at a what I would call a global thinking level might be useful to share with your audience. And it comes from the work of Dr. Paul Gilbert. So he is a leader in compassion-based therapy. And I remember training with him and him sharing these 3 motivation systems, and a massive light bulb went off for me. So fundamentally, he shares that we've got 3 motivational systems that drive us as human beings. We've got our drive system, which is really the dopamine that's embedded in us from a biological perspective to go and seek food, seek shelter. And when we do that, we get that dopamine hit of achievement. And so the drive system is kind of hardwired into us. And also is our protect system that we hear a lot about, you know, the fight, flight, freeze system. Now, what I recognized in myself is I literally was playing table tennis between those two systems. I would want to achieve, but get stressed out doing it and get all my nervous system fired out. But I was like, but I've got to get through my to-do list. And I got stuck ping-ponging between those two. And it was when Dr. Paul shared about the soothing system. So the soothing system is biologically within us. You know, you'll see us do it to babies. We rock babies. We talk to them in that kind voice. We might kind of stroke them and ease them into, it's all about the serotonin, all of those lovely nurturing hormones. And I recognized I'd completely depleted myself of my soothing system. So all of the things that you talk about just beautifully in that soothing system, but that will mean different things to different people. And that's why I talk about it at that level, because it's finding the way that soothes you into that part of your kind of biochemistry. So for me, things like when I was recovering from burnout, I did things like reflexology. So I had a lady come to my house. She would like wrap me in a blanket, put me on this kind of beautiful bed. And it just did something to my nervous system that dropped it down to that beautiful parasympathetic state. And it's only now that I've come on to realize touch does that. So even you just stroking your own arm, or kind of putting your hand on your chest, or, you know, holding your heart and going, God, today's a really difficult day. Like, you're doing your best. That all releases those beautiful soothing kind of hormones. So, you know, going for a massage, going for a facial, reflexology, if you have the means to do that, you know, sometimes, you know, we can't afford to do that stuff. So it might just be like stroking yourself. Or, and I remember a therapist saying to me, get a cushion and just cuddle a cushion and kind of have that, it's like giving yourself that hug. So it can be things like that. It can be the things that we know around meditation, around, you know, I have a practice that I do every morning that's my sacred start, that just gets me into my body, because I am somebody that gets so fired up in my drive system, and I go straight to my head and I'm like, it doesn't matter that you don't need the toilet, you are going to get your email done. You know, I literally can override my body. It's like a superpower, but it's my kryptonite as well. So I literally start my day and go, right, now we're going to start with the body. Let's remind ourselves that there's a body here. So I have little practices like that. I sometimes might light a candle and just to go, no, this is the way we're going to ease into the day. We're not going to, the reason I burnt out is I literally had adrenal fatigue. It's no longer called that. It's called HPA axis dysregulation. If we've got any kind of that doesn't exist as but it kind of over a decade ago, it was adrenal fatigue that I got diagnosed with. So I'd literally been firing my adrenal system, and it went, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
And I realized I'd probably been doing it for decades. But again, just had a new baby, and using that in that way was no longer kind of sustainable, and my body gave way to me. So I've learned the hard way that I have got to respect my body. She deserves the utmost respect, but I sometimes ignore her, and I have to remember that, like, she's a key part of the team.
Yes. Well, absolutely leading the team. No, thank you for that, Nikki. And I think as well, even hearing that, yes, you still, need, remind yourself, and this is something that you live and breathe. And although, it's I think it's not something that's, okay, no, I've got it now. And I think, but I love that because it's human, isn't it? So you talk, Nikki, about the shift from doing more to leading differently. So how does self-kindness help someone move from being the person who, holds everything together to someone who leads in a more sustainable way?
Yeah, and I think the big part for me was shifting from that kind of sacrifice martyr kind of energy, where I kind of got a lot of significance from like, no, don't worry, I'll do it all. I can, like, I'll just carry it all. And
Amazing.
yeah, and it fed my significance until I kind of couldn't see it in that way anymore. So what self-kindness meant for me was about going, I have needs and I am not going to sacrifice those needs, because what would happen is I would sacrifice my needs and then try and fulfill them with wants. So like, oh, I want that glass of wine at the end of the day because I'm it, or I want that bar of chocolate. And actually what I wasn't doing was meeting my own fundamental needs. So what I've learned is that if I can meet my needs, actually it becomes more functional. It doesn't become dysfunctional. So one of my needs is I have as much right as anybody else to sit and rest. You know, like I used to be, everybody in my house, you sit down, you relax, and I'll just do everything, you know, the typical martyr, want to be superwoman. So when I go, actually, I absolutely need to meet my own needs. It's nobody else's responsibility. Resentment and frustration are just a sign that I'm not kind of paying attention to my own needs. It meant things, just as you've said, Kim, I am now brilliant at building teams around me. Like, and I didn't know that that was a strength because I'd been hyper independence for so long. I was like the lone wolf. I was like, I can do it all. What I realized is I'm a really good pack leader now. And it took me ages to recognize that. And I'll give you an example. I had a hysterectomy at the beginning of this year, and it was incredibly kind of scary going into that because I was like, don't want a big operation. Physically, I don't know what my recovery is going to be like, but it's going to put me into medical menopause. And I don't know what that's going to be like. And so I literally went and built myself a team around me of amazing people that have just made the journey incredible. I have had the best time recovering because I went, right, I need a HRT specialist. I want a scar specialist. I've got a body alignment specialist. And I've been held by this amazing, mostly women, this amazing group of women that have made my recovery like joyful. And I would never have done that before. I would have felt like a princess or high maintenance or, you know, and I've done that in every area of my life. So I've got an amazing team around me in my business, like my business manager. I've got 2 virtual assistants, and they are my dream team. They bring me so much joy. But it was a massive step, me recognizing that I needed that and to invest in myself to get it. So that's where I think the leadership steps up. And again, in my home, I've got a cleaner, I've got a lady who does my ironing. And again, it comes from a very privileged position. I absolutely accept not everybody can afford that level of support. But I think looking back, I could have had more support even when I couldn't afford it by, you know, asking other mums at school, can we, you know, over the 6 weeks holiday, can I have your kids one day, you have mine another day, so we can kind of, I would never have done that. Now, absolutely, I go and seek the support because it's an act of kindness to myself and it means I can give it to other people as well.
I love that, Nikki, and you know, those are brilliant examples. And I think as well, it's, you know, it's enabled you to, you know, and as you say, you know, recover. And, you know, who would have thought that a joyful hysterectomy recovery, you know, who would have thought that would even be a sentence?
Absolutely, yeah.
But also you're then, you're developing and growing, you know, others to your team, and also then you're role modeling, because I think, you know, it's that whole we do what we see. So, you know, and particularly I think, you know, when you become a parent, there is that responsibility piece in so many ways, isn't there? But actually, if, you know, if your children are to just see someone that's always on the go, always, you know, they, you know, not only do they not like to fend for themselves, so to speak, they, you know, oh well, yeah, maybe I'm not deserving of rest. Maybe that's what, you know, because mum just takes care of us. I think what you say as well, and I know there was some stuff in the press recently about, I never know how to pronounce her surname, Emma Breed or Emma
really about, you know, and she came under some backlash about the support she has, but I really appreciate how, you know, and then you articulated as well, then it's not, you know, support will look different for different people. And yes, some of that is, you know, is from a, you know, financial, you know, privilege, you know, point of view, and everyone's circumstances is different. But I think, as you said, it's actually, you know, whether it is, if you've got a partner, whether it's speaking with them, or whether it is a friend, or whether it's a school mum, or whether it's, you know, manager, or you know, there is things that that yes can feel tough, but actually we can be doing to you know, get support from others.
And I think foundation for that, Kim, to add in, because that might help, is that ability to self-advocate, is to go, I've got needs, I would like them to be met, and having the that self-leadership piece to self-advocate. And that can, you know, even in like my journey with my hysterectomy, kind of saying to the doctors and nurses, this is what I would like. Can you help me to, you know, to not sit back and be at the whim of other people, but to have the awareness and have the courage to lean into the difficult conversations in whatever shape or form they may look like. You can self-advocate for your needs and go, I've got these needs, and I would really love them to be met if we can.
And amazing, isn't it? And I think actually in the medical you know, space, that's, you know, we can typically fall into the like, oh, well, you know what you're, you know whatever you think, you know what's best, and but actually no, you know, it's your body, it's you having, you know, the hysterectomy. Okay, so you talk about the power of small, consistent changes. How do you see that showing up as self-kindness in real life, especially for women who feel like they don't have the time for anything extra?
Oh, they're everything. Like, you know, when we're at a season in life where we don't have 2 minutes, and it can really feel like that. And this whole, everybody's got the same 24 hours, you know, you fit in your HIIT workouts. It's like, come and live my life.
4 a.m. every day.
Yeah, come and live my life. I think these like micro habits are everything, because it can feel, I know on my burnout recovery, it felt like I'd got such a distance that I needed to travel, and I was like, I've not got the energy, I've not got the time, I am so depleted, and I've got a newborn, like this, it just felt completely unachievable. And so just as we know, like the compound interest of saving, you know, you save a penny a day and the compound interest, I think micro habits are like that. At the time they seem so small and so insignificant, you almost think, can this make a difference? But it's the compound impact of that. So I'll give you an example of one of the things that I do is, I talked about my morning, I've got this sacred start, and it looks different in different seasons. So literally in different seasons of the year, like summer, I get up and walk the dogs first because it's light. But if not, I, you know, in the winter I don't do that. So and I think that having flexibility and not having rigidity is an act of self-kindness in itself. But there are little micro things that I do that I literally say, I'm going to have 8 minutes of checking in with my body. And depending on what my energy level's like, it looks different. But particularly in my recovery from my hysterectomy, it's like I need to be connecting and neurologically connecting back into my body, because it's all been cut through. And so literally at different seasons, but I go, if I haven't got 8 minutes for my body of a morning, like she needs that. So it's that I treat her with that level of kind of self-respect and 8 minutes for some reason for me, and it might be 3 minutes for somebody else, or it might be 15 minutes. It's the number's not important, but there's like what's small enough that it is doable, but is me going, I'm important enough to give myself those 8 minutes. So it can be those little micro things. It can be, you know, giving yourself a glass of water alongside the cup of coffee. It can be, you know, having a difficult phone call and feeling really dysregulated, and I'll go and take my shoes and socks off and go and stand on the grass and just put my feet in the grass and ground, like for 30 seconds. Like, it doesn't have to be a big, expensive things. These can be tiny little micro moments of, I'm just going to do some deep breathing and put my hand on my heart and kind of go, oh, today's a tough kind of day. You know, I'm really proud of how you're navigating this.
Yeah.
Don't underestimate those power of those little micro habits or micro moments.
Absolutely. Yeah, and yes, and on the sort of the self-kindness matrix, it's you came out very strongly, didn't you, in those micro moments, both sort of on the doing and the being side. I've noticed, Nikki, now a couple of times and I love how you I guess you've personified your body. So you say, oh, she deserves. And would you say, is that something that was, I guess, deliberate, and is that something that I guess helps you self-advocate?
It's a good question whether it's deliberate. I think I picked up a couple of people doing it and going, oh, I love that. So I think I did. So I must have at some point deliberately done it. But then I've done it unconsciously. So But yeah, I now hold her with that reverence of like, she is, I almost see her as this like queen that deserves respect. Not that I look at my body in the mirror and go, you're a queen, but like in my mind's eye, I hold her as like this. She holds my wisdom. She holds my well-being. Like, she is the root of everything. So if I don't give her that level of respect, I know it comes back and bites me on the bum. So forget it at my peril type of thing. So I do hold her with a deep level of respect. And I think having it as she is an entity, it's not just me, and I need to, like, she's housing me for this life, and I need to look after her. I think giving her that identity has been really important in me.
Yeah,
being true to that.
Sort of, I've got this image of, is it, you know, Bridgerton and like Queen Charlotte and stuff. Well, watch this space. I feel like I may need to borrow that personification as well. So you work with a lot of high achieving working mums, Nikki. What is, and again, it's sort of, you know, it'll be different to different people, but what is the biggest lie they're telling themselves about what it takes to hold it all together?
Oh, I think there's several layered in that. That I have to do it all, and if I don't do it all and do it all well, then I'm failing.
Yeah.
That probably encapsulates it. So there's that, just using pure willpower to get through, not leaning or asking for the support that's needed, and feeling like they've got to meet this completely unrealistic standard of, you know, have the amazing career, the perfect body, the Mrs. Hinch house, you know. It was never meant to be.
No. And I think, and, you know, we've, I think, talked about, you know, before, and I'm very passionate about the fact, you know, we were, just because, you know, we were the generation that were sort of grew up holding, like, you know, you can have it all. But actually that, you know, I think for so many, you know, that's become really unhealthy. And I talk about sort of ditching that and instead defining what our all is. So success on our terms, because it's, you know, just because you can have it all doesn't mean you need to do it all. And it's just become too much.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we are at a very crucial time in history. Like, we will look back at this, like, my belief is we'll look back at this intersection of our kind of culture of, you know, we've still got the ideal worker paradigm that, you know, if you are going to be successful in your work, you focus on work without distraction. We've got the ideal parent paradigm. You know, we've got the most intensive culture of parenting that has ever existed in the Western world. You know, always with our children, should be developing them educationally, give them every opportunity, but that needs to be only us that's doing it. and this ideal woman paradigm of, you know, she looks amazing, she doesn't age, she's, you know, those three intersections, it's just, it's so toxic. And we will look back and go, wow. And it's no wonder that younger women are going, either I don't want kids, or I don't want a big career in corporate, or, you know, they're rejecting it because they're like, that ain't success. So they can see it, which is great. I'm like, oh, they're wise already.
Yes, exactly that. And I think, exactly, wiser than us. They're just like, oh, okay. And also it'd be like, wow, no wonder there were so many, you know, like instances of burnout. So I guess, you know, we'll just sort of touch briefly upon this question, Nikki, because I think a lot of it we have talked about. So, but we talk about the importance of, you know, and you shared about building support systems rather than doing it all alone. And I think we've talked about why so many women resist it. But I guess the second part of the question is, you know, how can leaders or workplaces create cultures where support is normal and not something, you know, that you feel guilty for?
Yeah, it's a big one. It's, you know, a key part of my work is this. And I think, you know, you can share the business case, you can share, and it all exists. But fundamentally, the conversations I have with organizations and leaders is this: do you want to be human or not? Like, it comes down to that. A lot of organizations now, like, we want psychologically safe workplaces, and it's like, okay, yeah, you want it because you know that it's going to deliver results, but it's almost like that. Yeah, handle the truth. Because the truth is, if you're going to have a psychologically safe workplace, you've got to give people space to talk about their needs. You've got to
Sorry, Nikki. Can you hear me, Nikki?
I can absolutely hear you. Yeah, I can't see you.
You can't see me. Don't worry. Carry on. We're just riding. Sorry, can you hear me, Nikki?
I've got you back, yeah.
Yeah, you got me back. Don't worry about my face. That's fine. I can, you know, slurp some water or something. Yes, so sorry. So I love that. So do you want to be human or not?
Yeah, and of course, all workplaces will say we want a psychologically safe workplace because they know the benefits that brings in terms of innovation, creativity, and all of that. So they get it. But then the question I will say to them is, you know, can you actually handle what that means? Because if you genuinely want to create a psychologically safe workplace, you need to allow people to show up as their full selves and all of that diversity, and feel safe to go, I am struggling, or I need support, or this isn't quite working for me, and be willing to lean into those conversations. So to go back to your question, I think organizations are getting much better at it on the whole, and they have a higher desire to get to that place where they can absolutely support that. I would say it's a mixed bag with individual line managers, but I think generally organizations on the whole want to create those kind of workspaces. But it takes great bravery to be the kind of leader that will have those conversations. So I think along with the, you know, the kindness piece, is there's a bravery. Like I talked about earlier, I read a book called Daring to Rest in my journey to recovery, because it took huge amounts of bravery to dare to even go, I'm going to stop. I'm not going to work hard today. And I feel there's that level of like daring with leaders around. It feels scary to go into a place of somebody going, I'm not okay right now. I've got too much work on, or I'm struggling with my workload, because there's a degree of people feeling like they're admitting a failure or a weakness. So that psychological safety is so important. And holding the paradox of I want to support people, but we've also got to deliver. Now, if you are telling me you've got too much work on, we haven't got any more resources. So it's daring into the unknown of like, how do I hold the paradigm of I want to care, but I also need to perform, and they can feel in like opposition to each other. And there's a brilliant book that one of my colleagues wrote. She did a lady called Amy Cohen, who wrote a book called Ruthlessly Caring. And she basically studied leadership and the future of leadership for about 2 years to go, what is it that leaders of the future need? And she recognized that there was these paradoxical mindsets. And the key one, and the one that the book is called, is Ruthlessly Caring. And I feel that that's ultimately what organisations need to be able to do, but we need to be able to do for ourselves, is we want to hold care and kindness so at our core. But actually, we need to be quite ruthless in how we do that, because we need to be ruthless for our boundaries. We need to be ruthless for our priorities, but also hold that caring. And I think that is fundamentally the dilemma that organisations, we want them to hold that kindness and care really, really close. But, you know, it can't come without kind of the focus on what's really important and the focus on how do we cut out what we don't need so we can focus in on what we do need. So it's not easy.
No.
And I think, but having that intention, I think, is so powerful.
Yeah. No, thank you. I've written a note down of that, ruthlessly caring. So I will be adding that to the list. So if kindness at work really does start with, I guess, obviously what leaders are doing and stuff, but the individual and being able to self-advocate, what is one way a leader can practice self-kindness this week that could directly improve how they're showing up for their team?
For me, it always starts with the body, because if we don't start with the body, in some way, shape or form, the inner critic will muddy that conversation with yourself. So if ever I come at it from my head and go, oh, I'm tired, my mind will go, well, you should have gone to bed earlier. Mm-hmm. Well, tonight, you know, don't sit on your phone or whatever. The head, I think, is the opposite of kindness for me. My body is the root of kindness. So for a leader, it can be simple, like just checking in with your body, taking some deep breaths, putting your feet on the floor and really feeling the kind of points on your feet. It could be rubbing your fingers together, your thumb and your index finger, and feeling the ridges of your like fingerprint, like exquisitely tune in with your body. If you start there and lead from there, my guess it will be a more caring, kind and genuine conversation.
Amazing. I know we're coming towards the end of our time together. It's going so quick, Nikki, but I did want to ask, you know, if you're comfortable. So, and you shared very openly, you know, you have lived burnout and I guess been on the brink a number of times from what you shared, and you've rebuilt a different way of working and living. What is one thing you do now that past you would have seen as not enough, but is actually the reason that you can thrive today?
Oh, there's so many little things. But I think it is accepting my humanness. And I say that from I think what tipped me into burnout was thinking that I was superwoman.
Yeah.
And that I had unlimited energy, willpower, determination, and almost having the humility to go, no, you're a human, having like human experience of a body that needs fueling, needs taking care of, and not seeing that as a weakness, but almost seeing it as my, I suppose now more of a strength that I can lean into my own humility and my own humanness.
Love that. And before we talk where people can find you and the work that you're up to, Nikki, I'm going to be asking every speaker across the 24 hours this question. So your number one self-kindness top tip
Oh, breathing. So whenever I am conscious of my breathing, everything else shifts. So, and it took me a while to go, I've been breathing since I was born. Nobody needs to teach me to do this.
Surely that's just automatic.
And recognizing that I wasn't breathing well, and particularly after I've had 2 C-sections and now a hysterectomy, that stops you breathing properly. Like, you do not breathe down into your diaphragm properly. So anybody that's listening that may have had abdominal surgery, like, that alone will compromise how you breathe. Add in the modern world and, you know, screens, and our nervous systems are just dysregulated that we don't breathe properly. So for me, breath is the gateway to regulating my nervous system. And when I drop into that space, I can access more self-kindness.
Yeah. Brilliant. That is amazing. Well, Nikki, where can people, you know, find you, follow you, understand about the work that you're doing, connect, all of those good things?
There's probably 2 key places. You mentioned earlier Wisdom for Working Mums, which is my podcast show. So you can find that on Spotify, you know, Apple, wherever you get your podcasts. And I interview kind of experts and share insights around leadership, female well-being and motherhood. And they can also head over to my website, which is luminate-group.co.uk. So luminate-group.co.uk.
Amazing, amazing. Well, Nikki, thank you so much for joining me on 24 for Kindness. I have, like I say, I know it's been recorded, but I've made loads of notes and scribbles, and I've absolutely loved the conversation. So thank you so much. And for anyone that has enjoyed listening to Nikki either live or the recording, Nikki's obviously given her own time for this to this cause. So if you haven't already, please do consider making a donation. Thank you so much, Nikki. It's been a real pleasure.
As usual, and good luck with the whole event. I think it's absolutely amazing what you're doing.
Thank you so much. Speak to you soon.
Bye.
Take care. Bye. Okay, so we have Tiana up next. I am going to pop something to keep you entertained in the background, and I am going to, I think, get a coffee. So let's pop on. I'll tell you what I'm going to pop on. If you would like to do the self-kindness matrix that the guests so far have been talking about, then there's a bit of a QR code. What am I talking about? Here we go. And then let's put some music on.
Right, hello. Okay, in 5 minutes later than scheduled, I am delighted to welcome my next guest. If all goes to plan, Tiana. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Just about. It's really quiet.
Okay, I've got my my mate Peter has just been setting me up with this. Is it getting any louder?
Let
No.
me see. It might be my. I think it's my side.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you? So you can hear me, you can see me.
Yeah, I can hear it. All good now.
We are all good. Okay, and I'm just wondering if I can zoom this in a bit. Okay, welcome. Right, I am just bringing up my next speaker questions. So I would love to just do a bit of an intro. So I am joined by Tiana, and Tiana Noel or Tiana Noel?
Noel.
Noel, Tiana Noel, entrepreneur, speaker, and co-founder of the Rare Mare Photo Booth, turning ideas into impact from standout event experiences to securing funding that creates real opportunities for communities. And I shared briefly
Tiana, before that we met when you were speaking on a panel. It was this year, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, it feels like ages ago because there's been so much,
doesn't it? And then we've spoken since, but yes, for an event through Mums Who Build, and you spoke really brilliantly, and we've followed up since, and then I interviewed you, didn't I, for an article that I wrote, and then we got talking about various things, and mental health was one of those, and this stream, and yeah, I invited you on, and here we are, and 24 for Kindness is in full swing. So thank you so much for being here today. I feel like a news presenter or something. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I am. It's life is busy as usual, but for the first time I feel in my life, I can say life is busy, but coming from a very positive standpoint. Whereas usually when people say that, you almost feel like a heaviness, a burden to it.
Yes, it's almost that like, oh, it's frantic,
Yeah.
it's a bit, isn't it? But from a good place. Okay, so before we go into the questions, I wanted to just call out that you've been, in the last sort of week, you've been trying something new, haven't you, with your early morning walks? Do you want to tell people listening or anyone watching the recording about those, Tiana?
Yeah, sure. So lately I've been doing this 21-day challenge where I have been going for a 5K walk at 5 a.m. So waking up just a little bit before that. I came across a post on Facebook. This ties into a story with my business because most of my ideas start from scrolling through Facebook. And I came across a lady who just had put out that she was starting this group, just wanting to connect strangers. And I thought, you know what, why not? Let me try and push myself. I've always said I want to try and be a morning person because I am absolutely not. And I remember trying to do a 5 a.m. challenge previously, like sometime last year, but it just flopped badly. Like I woke up at 5 a.m., but my whole household woke up at 5 a.m. So it was not relaxing at all. Whereas this one felt a little bit different because it's me physically leaving the house, going for that walk and just really being present. And so I met along with these ladies, and fear doesn't stop me because I really could have got kidnapped. I just was like, when I came back from the first day, I was like, I literally just said, yeah, I'm going to meet these random people on at 5 a.m. And luckily,
like, what?
yeah. And what makes it that, because the first day they were like, oh, we'll come pick you up. And because they didn't know where I was. So they've come in the car and I'm like, I've just hopped into a stranger's car. I was like, how am I meant to tell my kids?
It's like, any children? No, it's school time now. I was going to say, any children listening, maybe do.
Yeah, I'm like, how can I teach my kids about stranger danger? Well, I don't think I have that yet. But either way, it's been great. I'm on day 7 of my 21-day challenge, and it's definitely been a real eye-opener of being able to wake up and not just do, because as a mum, I feel like I'm always just doing something for someone else, or I'm always distracted, whereas that's the first time, and every day I'm able to just be present, be me, be able to think, what do I want to do today? Like, I don't get that chance because even as soon as I wake up, it's just looking at my phone, or there's just something. So it's nice.
Yeah. Just straight in. Yeah. And I think we'll come to it later because obviously, thank you. You did the self-kindness matrix, and obviously there's that there's the being part and the doing. Sorry, I meant the other way around. The doing part and the being part. And actually, in the conversations I've had so far with both Tracy Butcher and Nikki Lowe, that has come through, that, you know, that being part as being super important. So, okay, so let's kick into the questions. So the panel that I referred to that we first met at, you shared something that really stayed with me. And that was be the CEO of your own life, not the admin assistant to everyone else's. And what does that actually look like in your day-to-day life right now?
So it's basically being sure that you're available for yourself as well as being available for everyone else. It's being able to take leadership of your own life. I used to measure my usefulness and my value by my usefulness, and I realized I wasn't getting anywhere. I was so output focused that it was draining me. And so I was like, you know what, I need to step back. I need to delegate. I don't need to control everything that I'm doing. I can delegate out to people. I don't measure my life by outputs constantly anymore now. It's about alignment. Does this align with what I need to do at this point in my life, or anything that I've been putting off for a little while? Will this help future me to flourish, or will it just drain present me? And so I'm very intentional now about what I'm looking at. An example is like on the business side, when we were in our first year, putting ourselves out there, getting that brand visibility out there. There were some things that we had to do a lot of freebies of at times, just as we were growing. And as we started to grow as a business, as we started to grow as individuals, it's now assessing them, not feeling like this is on obligation just because we were invited to something. It's actually being able to approach it from a strategic standpoint. Like, is this going to help our brand moving forward, and is this going to help us? So I think the business really has forced me to reflect in how I view things in my own life as well.
Yeah, and actually that word, that I guess intention, has come through as well in the conversation so far this morning, and I guess as well what I'm hearing then it's you're being more I guess less reactive and like, we'll do that, and more, okay, well, hang on, let me just take a beat, take a pause. Actually, is that going to serve, the business, and is that now? Is it for the future, brand building, all of that sort of stuff? And it, actually does that also align with, me, my time, energy, all of those sorts of things. So you're building something really exciting with the Rare Mare photo booth, and what a name. So I guess to people listening, or watching, what is it? Because it's obvious to me because we've spoken about it before, but so a little bit about what it is, but then what's been most important to you and how you've built it, not just, what you've built.
Okay. So the Rare Mare, our motto is don't have a mare, have a moment. So I'll start there. And it's based on the fact that, again, like, we're always caught up doing things and we're not physically present enough. I was scrolling through Facebook one day when I came across this beautiful pink horse box and an ice cream bike, and I couldn't stop thinking about it. Again, we should stop scrolling on Facebook. That's maybe my next challenge. And I've literally seen this horse box at like 12 p.m. and I've said to my fiance, look at this, I feel like it's something we can do. And I got this spark of excitement. That was the first thing to pay attention to if you're ever thinking of considering a business, is that spark. Because I had never set out to be an entrepreneur. I never had thought about having a business until that day when I saw this random pink box at 12 p.m. I went shopping. I couldn't stop thinking about it. At 3 p.m. I've come back and been like, I'm going to put an offer. Did I have the funds? Did I know what I was doing? Absolutely not. But I said, let me just go. To actually then get a bite from the guy. We're going back and forth in the message and we're actually having a negotiation. I'm like, what's going on? Then he turns around and was like, I'm going to go and have to ask my wife. And I was like, that's it. She's done. She's going to be the bummer of this. And then an hour later, he's like, okay, we've reviewed and we want to accept your offer. I literally was so excited, but also felt like vomiting because I was like, what did I just do? Like, I'm very impulsive in general, but this one even topped it for me. And I'm from London originally. Me and my friends are both from London. We now live in like Buckinghamshire. So it's just like, have we ever even seen a horse box, been in one, driven one? Do we even understand the logistics of it? Absolutely not. And that proved it when we bought the horse box, got everything. And then the first question the guy asked me, said, do you have a tow bar? I thought you could just go to Halfords and get like a tow bar. Not realizing it's this whole thing. Spent a lot on a horse box, but I draw the line at the fitting of the tow bar. And but we were in too deep now, so I was like, well, we're gonna have to. Never go and get anything mechanical done in December, by the way. It's just not happening, because that is when we purchased it. And so we've luckily the guy was able to bring the horse box down to us, which was over like 3 hours.
He's like, who have we sold this thing to?
Yeah. But yeah, we just had this thing sitting there, and because it's bright pink, it was literally like accountability in my face for the impulsive decision. When we first bought the booth, it was under a different name, but I just thought a pretty pink box like this just needs a whole rebrand. And that's when I came across the Rare Mare, because I wanted to pay homage to the fact that it was a horse box. I wanted to keep it original to its origins. And then I just thought there was so much I could do with it. Like, I just loved the whole term of like, you cheeky mare, like people say that, or having a mare. I just thought there's so much directions you can go with this.
Yeah. Oh, I love it.
And then it just started off as like, it's been our first venture as a couple, as a family, and it's just really been great. And I think the biggest lessons I've learned from it, because it's been 2 years. In our first year, we did over 80 bookings. We're now finalists for the UK Startup Awards as well for the Southeast Division, and this is just 2 years later.
That's fantastic.
Okay, the strongest thing is we've built the Rare Mare through relationships, not just reach, word of mouth, connection. I really am a big believer of social currency. There's been so much situations where we've gone to events. We've gone to events where there's thousands of people in a room, and there's been ones that are 10. We have got probably more bookings on a ratio level from a room that's had maybe like 10 people in comparison to the 1,000 people. So that was a humbling lesson of, doesn't matter how many people in the room. Sometimes it's a numbers game. You're paying to go to certain events, pitch fees, and it's a numbers game, a probability game. Of course, the more people you interact with, the more likely. But that doesn't mean that just because you're in a smaller, intimate room, that it's all done. I think I'm actually preferring that, because you actually get to speak and understand and know people. And yes, I realized that a lot of relationships that we built in the first year came into fruition, like in our second year, like people were popping up. And if anything, it's been great, but also has made me a little bit content in the first year, pumping out so much on social media, because no one tells you become a content creator when you start this.
Whether you like it or not.
Didn't sign up for. So in that first year, literally content creating like my life depended on it. And when we started getting more traction, because we're so busy with the events now, didn't need to. And I remember just feeling like this big sense of accomplishment, because I remember speaking to certain businesses, they're like, don't really post on social media as much because we get a lot of word of mouth. And I'm thinking that would be so great to get to. And I can honestly say that's the point that we've now approached and stepping into like a new territory. And it is really great for anyone that's a business owner out there that is like literally feeling this dark rabbit hole of, oh, I've got to be a content creator, that's what's causing my hindrance. Visibility does matter, don't get me wrong, but nothing beats how you make people feel. And when you connecting with people in real life, that's more powerful, that I've learned, because people remember how you made them feel before they remember what you charged them.
Absolutely. And it's that Maya Angelou quote, isn't it, around people forget what you said, forget what you did, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. And I love that. And also what you said there, I've written it down, relationships, not reach. And I think it's one of those, it can be a double-edged sword, can't it? I describe my relationship with social media like Marmite. I can sometimes, I'm like, yeah, it's so fun, I love it. And then other days I'm like, I have to do another reel or, something. And it's that whole, but yes. So
you have spoken very openly, and when we've chatted before, about, you know, visibility and building with authenticity. So what has that journey been like for you, particularly as a young Black woman building a business and career?
For me, especially because I've been building in real time, I've been trying to be as transparent as possible along my journey. You don't always get to be finished before being seen. And before I used to use that as an excuse. Oh, I don't look like this year. I'm not here. I'm not dressed like this. I'm not this and that. And it's like, actually just start and take people on the journey with you. Hence why I get up and I'm just live. Like when I film my little 5 a.m. walks, that is me in real time, like not polished, no filter, nothing. You're seeing me, the tired me, the real me. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to keep posting it. At first I found it cringe. I was just like, oh, like, do I do this? But I was like, no, I'm gonna, and people have been chiming into the journey. So I was like, okay, even me, I like when I connect with just real people because it feels genuine. And so I would want to be able to create that for myself as well. There is pressure to prove yourself very early, but I also like that in the early stages there's almost this like naivety, so it like from being a creative, it just like I'm gonna just go with the flow. There's not this pressure to be like what sticks. That it's just like you kind of get that grace period of I can do whatever and who is going to check me for it. Because I spent how long editing on a reel that got maybe 4 likes. At this point, let me just keep doing whatever the hell I'm going to do because vanity metrics is not it. And so all you can do is keep showing up and being you. Authenticity has cost me comfort sometimes, but it builds trust. And so that's kind of like the place I've been at. And I think for me, the visibility part where I kept getting in my head is because I'm very multi-layered. So whereas I'm got my layer of like motherhood and then speaking, and I've got the founder experience, and then grant funding as well as like my role in local authority. So I'm like, how do I tie this all in? Because it's so different. And then I think on social media, everyone's always screaming at you, pick a niche, pick a niche. No, I don't want to. I've never been in a box now. Why do I have to do it on social media? Like, I don't want to be in a box.
Yeah.
And so I think it's trying to be, it's trying to be expressive with that in a way that lands well, not chaotic, because I always say I am very chaotically organized.
Chaotically organized. Yeah. Love that. So you, hang on, where am I? Yes, you shared the question on when you were on the panel I've spoken about before, you know, something that you think to yourself, does this actually require me? So I've skipped a question because we've sort of just touched upon it, but so this is around, so when people, and particularly women listening, relate to feeling like, you know, everything lands with them, and you asking yourself, does this actually require me? What changed for you when you sort of started asking yourself that, Tiana?
I think for me, I realized that things were only getting done because I stepped in to go and do it. Not because I necessarily was the best person, but because I was the most willing. And I was in like all different areas of my life. And I just thought, you know what, just because I can carry it, it doesn't mean it's actually mine to carry. And I think that was the revelation. I step into certain positions and I just naturally kind of take lead, or I'm naturally like, I'm always saying I'm a connector. So I love connecting people to opportunities, or I like connecting ideas. And so when I do that naturally, sometimes it forces me to like step into roles I didn't necessarily position myself for. And then next thing I'm leading on something and I'm like, oh, I did it again. And then I can't like push back because I'm like, I'm here now and everyone's expecting this from me. So trying to step back, I think, has been a challenge. But I realized things will carry on. but regardless, without me, it has to, because if not, that's not like nothing in my life is actually sustainable if it only requires me to be there. That's from like being present as a mum, that's from being a partner, that's from being a founder. If I am doing everything, that is set up to failure.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think it's, and actually Nikki Lowe just talked to you about, she talked about being a great pack leader, because again, she was in that space where, yeah, she just thought she had to do it all and do everything. And actually that doesn't really serve anyone, particularly for the long term. It's not sustainable. So actually, I do really like that question. If, you know, for anyone that is, you know, whether it's at work or whether it's at home and feeling that they're just doing, it is, well, does that actually require me? Like more often than not, it will require done, but actually, does that have to be me? Or could it be, could the kids do it? Could, you know, your friend do it? Could your, you know, team do it? You know, all of those sorts of things.
That's definitely a good point, because we're getting married in September, and that, I think, planning such a big milestone has definitely brought that kind of question to life of, okay, how are you going to let people step in? I think for someone like me that's very hyper independent, that has been a big challenge. I think as women it's so conflicting, because it's like we get taught and we're getting pushed, be independent, like be that boss babes. No, like, it's frustrating. And then you get to this stage of hyper independence, and then it's almost like you don't know how to be soft now. You don't know how to let people help you. And it's like people then get used to you not wanting help. So it's not that people don't want to help you, but they're like, she's not even going to let us anyway. So what's the point?
Yeah. Or actually, you know, and you're sort of managing it all so well. And it's then again, you know, it's that, you know, the proverbial swan, isn't it? Where, you know, actually, yeah, you're doing everything, and because you always have, and you look like you're just doing the boss babe thing, then, you know, people think, oh, well, she doesn't need any help. And, oh, actually, let's give her this other thing as well, because, you know, she'll just pick it up and, you know, is coping with all of it. So, oh, well, congratulations. That is exciting. And that'll come around soon now, September. So will the Rare Mare photo booth be making an appearance?
It will.
It will.
Well, we did think about that. Yeah, again, having to delegate, because we're both like the type where it's like, yeah, she's there, like, we'll help. But I think a lot of people will bite our heads off and be like, don't go near it. Like, don't touch it. So
yeah, exactly. That is one that, yeah, that will be, well, we'll have to come back and ask you, well, we'll want to hear, obviously, how the wedding's gone. But yeah, did you manage to sort of step back from it? So, I guess what you're talking about, you know, in terms of, you know, the walks that you're doing now, you know, realizing that you can't and don't want to do, just you said something around the lines of, just because I can do it doesn't mean I have to do it, or, you know, and I have to carry it all. You know, and a lot of that links into self-kindness. So I guess the question is, you know, what does self-kindness look like for you, and how you, I guess, live, and I guess to you in the day-to-day with your different, you know, hats that you referenced?
I think for me, a big one is not attaching self-worth to productivity. As someone that always likes to be doing something, I'm in a process now where I'm having to understand rest is part of the process. You are allowed to rest just because, not for any other reason, just because I feel like I've conditioned myself, and I feel like we are conditioned as females to not rest. And almost like the moment you do, you're made to feel like you're lazy. I think this stems from like across multi-generations. And I just feel like it's sometimes hard. Like I feel restless if I'm not, or people be like, why don't you lie down? Why don't you do this? And I'm like, because in this time I could be doing something else. And I think we feel that, we really feel that real strain when you become a mum, when then people are like, why don't you sleep when the kids sleep? But then you're like, I could do this, then I could wash up, I could put the laundry away, I could just sit there and go and catch up on Gossip Girl. Yeah, like, and so it's like all these things, you're in a parallel universe of, if I do this, now then this links this, and it's just like, what should have been a simple task, just go rest, has now become a whole thing. And I just like, you get decision fatigue from deciding whether to go to sleep. Like, it's a bizarre thought. And I feel like it's the resting, it links to resting without guilt. Like, just do it. You are allowed, like, listen to your body. And there's so many times where I have just been like, my body has shut down. And you know what? I needed the rest. Whereas I used to really struggle with that. It's almost like I would get myself in a lower state for taking the rest. And I've always been very ambitious. What I'm learning right now is to pace the ambition. Because like doing everything at 100 miles per hour is not going to change my ambition. If anything, it will hinder being able to do what I want to do with it. And ambition without self-kindness just becomes self-abandonment.
Oh, I'm like seeing like the t-shirt slogans like all over the shop. I love this. But yes, absolutely that. And I think it's like the whole rest thing, actually, it's only in recent sort of years and for myself as well, come to realize that we do have a really sort of complex relationship with rest, don't we? And again, I feel the same. Like, I'm always doing and I have that's one area that I'm really working on, my own self-kindness practice, and I'll even say, like, okay, I'm going to sit down now, and I'll be like, right, and I'll put my phone away. I've started, actually, sometimes I'll set a timer for like 30 minutes or whatever, and be like, so I don't, and then have to think, oh, well, hang on, I've got a meeting or whatever, and just do and be. But it still feels quite, because you think, oh, well, I can just, no, don't just, indulge in, a book or, whatever it is. But yes, but don't attach self-worth to productivity. And again, I think that's something that so many of us do. And as you say, it's something that is, I guess, probably quite deep wired in us from, how we've been brought up, and, the school system, and what we saw in, parents and all of those sorts of things. So,
I think we've been taught to be just these domesticated goddesses, and it's like, no, this is not it. I think one thing I'm really learning now to give myself grace on, I went to a panel talk a few months ago, and one of the things that was said at the end of this panel talk was, as women, some areas of our lives are thriving, and others are surviving. Like, your career could be thriving, things are going well, personally for you, but then your house is surviving. And that was the most realist thing I've heard. Like, I'm out going to opportunities, I'm mingling with people, I'm really growing as a person, but then I come home to my 6th doom pile of laundry, and I just lay on my bed and smile and look at it and tell myself, yeah, I'll do that next week, 2 weeks later. It will get done, but I'm like, it's not my priority. Everyone pick a t-shirt from the top of the pile.
Give it a sniff, do the
Whereas
sniff test.
Before, I felt like I needed to be that woman that was like, I'm doing this, because I'm still working full time as well. So I was just like, okay, I need to work full time. I need to put dinner on the table. I need to go and work on the business. I need to work on my personal brand. I need to make sure the house is spick and span. And it just wasn't realistic for all of that to happen at the same time.
Yeah.
And I think I was putting this unrealistic pressure on myself, and I think we do. And especially with social media, it doesn't help. It's almost like that. I remember in COVID, that Wix advert where you felt like the house shame of being in a meeting or something. And I was like, you know what? It is what it is. Like, I will be able to be in a point when a slower season where I can come home or be in the house and everything is spick and span all the time. But knowing me, there's always going to be something else to do. So it's setting that expectation, like, you can't always be in the mode of, got to pick this up, got to do this, got to do that, you literally drain yourself out in the process.
Yeah,
No, definitely. And there's a couple of things that I've seen or come to me recently. That the one is, I don't know if you've heard the 4 burner theory, where you've got I'm gonna like say it and then not remember all of them now, but you've got like work, you've got friends and family, or maybe friends, family, different ones, and then health, house, that's 5 anyway. They're sort of in that, and actually there's times where you're, let's say in the run up to an event or something like that, your work burn and it needs to be on really high, but you can't have all 4 of them on really high. So it might be that that the house or the friends one needs to be turned down, but then you can rebalance. And then the other one I liked, probably because I can remember it because it's just 2, is the whole talk about like all juggling all the balls, and something I saw, I think it was just last week, about but are they glass or rubber? So we can't keep all balls in the air. Some will drop, but it's like, okay, well, what if you drop a glass one, then it's going to break. So that they're your most important ones. So relationship with your partner, your kids, or whatever, versus eating a ready meal for a 3rd day in a row, it's fine, it's going to bounce, like whatever, you still fed people, or people ate. So I think sometimes that's quite anyway, helps me in my mind sometimes when I'm trying to juggle lots. So
100%.
and again, so I do want to spend a bit of time on what you thought of in the self-kindness matrix and where that's at with your own relationship with self-kindness. But I did want to ask a question, and again, we said, as long as you're comfortable and no pressure to answer, but given, I guess, why 24 for Kindness exists, why I'm sat here in a Mind, t-shirt on Mental Health Awareness Week, everything we're doing is to raise funds for Mind. I know, Tiana, that you've experienced very deep personal loss, and if you're open to sharing, how has that shaped how you think about life and what really matters?
So one thing that loss has taught me was that meet people where they are. Instead of trying to shape a version of you that feels more palatable or easier for you to understand or accept, like actually learn to accept, but where you've met people at times. So for me, like, I met my dad when I was 11 years old, and our relationship was getting closer. But meeting my dad for the first time at 11 years old, I've been fed so much different things about him that my perception of him was based on everything I've been told. So I'm having to, at 11, think about the kind of dad that I've pictured and wanted, and that just wasn't the reality. If I had resisted how he was, that would have caused distance, but because I chose to accept, it created a relationship. And although he had his own struggles with addiction, with mental health challenges, it came with a lot of complexities. Underneath, he was one of my biggest support systems. I chose to see him as the person and go and understand and have that depth. He was the first kind of exposure to me about empathy. He always showed up for me. He was honest. He gave me advice. He gave me good guidance. Although he might have been the most outcasted person in society, when I was in trouble, when I needed help, it was him I went to for help, because I didn't need someone that was polished and refined. I needed someone that was unhinged, that would give me things raw, that would be able to just tell me. And I knew that he knew what it was like to feel overlooked. And he always made sure that I never felt alone. Losing him reinforced for me that sometimes people are layered, and sometimes love looks like accepting people as they are, not as you wish they would be. And so acceptance actually gives us connection. Trying to change each other gives you distance. And I think sometimes in the society, especially with algorithms, like everyone's got this perception of how they think reality should be, how they think this person should be, how they think that person should be. And like it's just unrealistic. when you go into things with expectations, again, it comes down to the doing too much and not just being in the present to actually see what's in front of you. So I'd say that's my biggest takeaway. And one of my dad's last words before he passed was, "Men don't speak." So that always kind of floats around in my head. It's helped shape me doing like quite a bit of advocacy work now around specifically men's mental health in general, for being focused on mental health, but definitely going down, looking more into men's mental health, thinking about the role of the men around in my life as well, thinking about what I want my daughters to like think, because I don't want them to be like, oh, like men don't cry, this and that. I don't want them to have that narrative. It's an outdated narrative. I want them to be like, no, everyone needs to lean into their softness and deserves to be understood. It's not a female only issue. Everyone has feelings. Everyone's going to go through something in this life. So I feel like it's important for them. As a result, they do, as a family, we do have like quite open conversations around our mental health, and they do speak with their dad, and I find it important for like, I wanted to have those conversations with our daughters so that there's that open dialogue that men do speak. And so I've been trying to focus more on collaborating with brands that work in men's mental health spaces. I hosted my first event last year called Men Don't Speak in honor of my dad, and raised money for charity, and collaborated with some amazing people. And this year I'm collaborating with an organisation called Thrivewell Hub, and on the 13th of June we're hosting a men's mental health event called Unmasked. So you can share details for that afterwards.
Amazing. Thank you, Tiana. Thank you for speaking so openly about that. And yes, please do share details, share them with me, and I can share with everyone afterwards. So Unmasked on the 13th of June. I'm going to ask the question that I'm asking to all speakers across the 24 hours now. So what is your number one self-kindness top tip for anyone watching or listening afterwards?
People don't need to be polished to be worthy of love. Like, show up as your most unhinged, unfiltered self, being unapologetically you, because you are enough. Your character flaws that you feel are flaws are actually your biggest strength. It's what I would say. I did a bit of self-reflection the other day, and I was looking back through my school reports, and I was always that kid. She was doing all right, but talked a lot. Oh, Tiana's she's always speaking. She's always chatting to someone. And guess what? I'm still always chatting to someone, but now it's actually working in my favor and getting me opportunities. I think sometimes we need to delve into our inner child as well. Sometimes I think having kids, the answer is there. How you are is there before society literally molds you. But your blueprint is there when you're young. And that spark, I would say, for any parents listening out there, look at how your kids are and what sparks them from young, because the reality is that's what's going to spark them when they're older. And really channel and growing that and nurturing that, because a lot of us lost our spark because of trying to people please, because of trying to fit into places we had no business fitting into, because of fitting into structures that just don't work and are outdated. And then by the time we try to recover that spark, we're full of so many excuses as to why we can't do this. I'm too old, it's too late, I'm too this and that.
Yeah. No, it's very true. It's very true. Lean into our inner child more. I love that. So where can people find you and the Rare Mare photo booth? Give us the top details of where to find you.
Okay. So on Instagram for the Rare Mare photo booth, and then for myself, on Instagram, Tiana is me, or on LinkedIn, Tiana Noel. reason I plug LinkedIn, because it's forcing me to be accountable in my visibility journey. So
There we go. Go and give her a follow on LinkedIn.
there we go.
Amazing. And please do share the unmasked details as well for the 13th of June that you're doing. And also we'll need to see wedding photos. Before we'll speak before then, but thank you for completing the self-kindness matrix. And I can't remember, I've got various bits of paper here, but what did what did it show about you and your relationship with self-kindness? Was it, did it reveal anything surprising, or was it sort of as you expected?
For me, when I did it, when I got my result, it was kind of expected. The area that I needed to work on definitely wasn't surprising in terms of just, like slowing down, taking that kind of step back. I can't remember the exact section, like the tech thing. I think you said you have it there with me. What was my
yeah, I know, and I'm like, oh, I think, is it that sorry, could you pass me that? I keep like in the crates, I like walk around and I move bits of paper. Oh yes, here we go, thank you. Oh no, you did yours after, so I don't have it. We'll have to leave the audience in suspense.
No worries, but it basically linked to slowing down.
Yeah,
so it definitely was along the lines of just needing to lean into rest, allowing myself to lean into rest and slowing down, which was not surprising. If anything, when I did it, it was like validating. It was almost like I'm that person that sometimes, and I think a lot of people out there like this, you can do something or ask someone a question and get like 100 yeses, but sometimes you're like waiting for that no to be like, yeah, I knew I shouldn't have done this. And it felt like that because I have been seeing that in like other areas of my life. So when I did when I did it and I got the results, I was like, oh, okay, it's another like validation of opposed to work on
so
something.
It's another accountability spot for you. Well, was there anything else that you wanted to share or touch upon on anything that we have covered today before we begin to wrap up, Tiana?
It's just about owning yourself, your quirks, your qualms, and just putting yourself out there. Not getting in your own head, because we can be our own blockers to success. Your social media is not validation of the direction you're going. It's just vanity metrics at times. So really, my biggest takeaway, connection is currency. And I would say that's the best currency you're going to get. Because even if it's not, if you're an entrepreneur, it's not necessarily fueling your account, it will do a lot for your soul and for your growth moving forward, because you will meet a lot of amazing people. And my biggest supporters along this journey, I have had really helpful family and friends, but my biggest supporters have been strangers, people I've met on the internet. Again, I told you from the start, I do not have stranger danger. Maybe I should, and maybe that is my superpower. But I honestly can't encourage enough. Go and speak to someone you don't know. And the Mums Who Build event, that was my first ever panel talk. And someone that came to support me and record for me was someone I was meeting for the first time in real life that day. And we had connected over a community group that we were in online. And it was him that came to actually film for me with no strings attached, that just said, you know what, yeah, I will come and help you. So there is people out there that will generally help you, and strangers on the internet will support you more than your inner circle sometimes. Sometimes your inner circle are not your audience, and they don't need to be, and that's all right. Sometimes they think you're completely bonkers. They don't understand the vision, and you don't need them to. You don't have to burn yourself out constantly trying to explain, because again, there's strangers on the internet, on this world of billions of people, that you will find your tribe.
Aren't there just? No, that's that brilliant. Well, and I am very pleased that you did that panel, because that's how I've come across you. So thank you so much for joining, and for those of you that have watched live.
you'll all agree that Tiana's been awesome. So go check her out, the Rare Mare photo booth. Again, thank you for giving your time. If you haven't already made a donation and you're listening to this either live or recording, please do consider, and you know, whether it's £1, whether it's, you know, multiple pounds, it all makes a difference. So thank you so much. And Tiana, I'm going to remove you. It's StreamYard is quite rude in its naming. I'm going to remove you from this backstage, and then Kerry will be able to see you. So thank you so much, and we will speak again soon.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Take care. Bye. Okay, so we have got about 10 minutes until our next segment, when we've got a coaching panel, which I'm very excited with. Before then, I did just want to do a couple of shout outs. And the first is to the author of this wonderful book, Milk Tales. So Valentina, who is a photographer and who is actually in the studio with me and sat with the camera there, has produced this beautiful book, Milk Tales, A Journey of Motherhood and Breastfeeding. And it is, I mean, I've seen copy before, but it's just, I don't know actually how well this will work on the camera, but essentially Valentina sort of captured the journey of a number of women, their journeys, and you've got the stories. It's definitely a labor of love, but it's meant as well so much to the women that have been involved in this project. And again, so a big thank you to Valentina, who is giving up her time to be in the studio to take some shots this morning. So I will pop a bit of background music on, and I have got a screenshot with some of our other sponsors that I'm going to pop on as well, and I will be back shortly with our coaching panel.
Okay, I will shortly be welcoming in my next speakers. Let's stop that. Let's take this off and then let's add Belinda and Kelly. And where did Hannah go? Hang on 1 second. We lost Hannah. Hannah, here we go. Oh. Move backstage and then bring her in. Yay! Can you hear us, ladies?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, hello. So yes, and then you're going to be looking there, which I know is quite confusing.
Okay.
I mean, no, we're so slick. We know where we're looking. So as you can see, I have got Susie here with me, which is very exciting.
Hello.
And then we have Belinda, Kelly, and Hannah joining us virtually from various parts of the UK. So this is a panel session, and if I had my yes, here we go. So what we're going to be talking about is why supporting working parents is no longer just a personal well-being issue, but it is a leadership one, culture, sustainability. So the panel is going to unpack the realities behind modern working parenthood. So we'll be looking at confidence, identity, and mental load through to workplace systems and sustainable success. So that was quite a lot of words, as I like to use. And I do this is my first coffee. So I'm like, I'll leave you guys to talk. So I think before going any further, it would be brilliant if each of you could give an introduction to who you are, what you do. So should we start with Susie, given that you're in the room with me?
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm Susie, Hi Ho Coaching. I support parents throughout their career life cycles, whether they're returning to work after a career break of any kind, navigating a change of career to suit their life as it is now, or excelling in the career that they have. I'm here to support them or work with the companies that currently aren't supporting them to create a better life cycle for everyone.
Thank you.
I thought it was a nice nutshell.
Perfect. Loved it. And okay, well, I'll go through my how I can see on my screen. So Belinda, introduce yourself, darling.
Hello. Hello. I am Belinda Jane Batt. I am founder of The Flourishing Mother, which is a coaching organisation. I'm working with a lot of sort of mothers who are ambitious and high performing, and on the surface everything's looking really great, but underneath they're finding it really challenging and quite a struggle to hold everything together, as I think a lot of modern mothers are. I also have a book called Challenge Your Guilt: How to Flourish in Motherhood, Work and Life, and I also have a podcast of the same name.
Ooh, I've just spilled my coffee.
Oh, look!
Okay.
Thanks, Kim. Thanks for the promo.
And I have just spilled some of my precious coffee. Hannah.
Hello, everybody. Nice to see you. My name's Hannah Porteous Butler. I'm the founder of the People Practice Group, and I focus on helping organisations retain experienced talent, strengthen their leadership, and build cultures where people can really perform and progress whilst having a family. I've got 4 kids. They are quite a age range, so they're from 21 down to 7. Our 21-year-old came to us when he was 14 as a kinship foster placement, and then we adopted him. So I feel like I've got quite a good grasp of like all ages and stages of working parenthood and children. And yeah, my mission is really to make work for parents, because I believe that when it does, business will be better for everybody. And my big motto is that parenting is a superpower in the workplace.
Amazing, thank you. And last but by no means least, Kelly.
Morning. Can I just say I felt so bougie, by the way, in the green room. I'm not sure if I've been in the green room before, but I was like, I took a photo. I was like, I'm in the green room. So I'm Kelly, and very similar to everybody else on the call today, actually. So I have a wonderful organisation called Career Parenthood, and we predominantly partner with corporates to better support working parents. So whether that is through the parental transition element or as working parents, and that was driven from me. I have 20 years experience in HR, although I wonder how that happened, because seriously, I'm like 25 still, honestly.
Same.
No, 20 years apparently. And it wasn't until I was pregnant in the workplace, and I suddenly thought, I work in HR, I'm pregnant, I don't feel supported, I feel a little bit lost. And then I started to really research what this meant. So for me, the philosophy is really around supporting both the individuals, but also the organizations, and helping to make sure that we are tackling things like the gender pay gap and our talent pipelines as well. But, you know, for me, it's about individuals having the career that they want to have, but being able to show up as the parents that they want to be as well.
Amazing.
That's where we're at.
A brilliant panel. So I am going to dive into the questions, because otherwise, you know, we could just chat about rubbish. So my first question is, you all work in slightly different ways, but as we've talked about, the same core tension that you know, talented people trying to succeed at work, but without losing themselves in, you know, in the process. So why do you think that this conversation feels more urgent than ever, I guess, right now? And I would say just all come off mute. I'm not going to do I think just whoever jump in. If there's some overlap, that's all good.
I'm going to jump in now. When everyone took a second, I was like, right, okay, I'll jump in. We're all waiting for the cue, aren't we? So I don't think that actually, I think the urgency has always been there. Mm-hmm. However, I think that we are getting more and more public senior female figures coming out and saying, do you know what, we can't have it all. Actually, we have been lied to. You can have it all in different sections, but you can't have it all at once. Mm-hmm. And so I think the urgency has always been there. But I think more and more women are coming forwards to say, do you know what, I have made it to the top, but these are the things I sacrificed. Mm-hmm. And they're the things I chose to sacrifice. So I think that it is more prevalent, and I think that we need to help more women understand what those priorities should be for them. It's so individual as they continue up the career.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
How about...
Sorry, I was just going to say, I completely agree with that whole like being sold to about like having an all business is just, you know, I think at the moment where we are at kind of as a society is that we've got like more dual income families. You can't afford for one parent not to work, really. That's not really a luxury most people can afford. I think there's kind of more complex care needs because women are having children slightly later. So it means that they've then got elder care responsibilities as well as, you know, younger children. So you've got that sandwich, you've got the sandwich generation. I think we're really more aware around like neurodiversity as well. We've got like a cost of living crisis. So I think we have got all of those things now. And I agree that, you know, the urgency is always there. It's being more prevalent, but I think it's just, we're kind of, more aware to everything right now. So I think we've got all of those things, but then actually work is really designed around a really old model. Mm-hmm. You know, it just doesn't work. It's around this 9 to 5, which again was more for manufacturing, by the way. And it's around the fact that they used to have one parent that stayed at home and looked after the children. It's, you know, if you think about, we've got 5.6 weeks of annual leave and 13 weeks of school holidays, that already doesn't add up. It's just, there's so much that doesn't work already. And I think you start to see that gap when you become a parent. You start to notice all of those things. You start to notice all of kind of the structural issues as well. And I think, you know, Susie's absolutely right. People are just talking about it now. People are calling it out. And we're saying, look, I think we need to kind of redesign potentially how, you know, work is for people. And and make sure that people, like you say, don't lose themselves while trying to manage career and family.
Mm-hmm. And I think Oh, I was just going to say, I was going to put another question to you, Belinda and Kelly, but do you want to add something to that before?
Well, the thing that I was just going to say is I completely agree. You know, the world of work in some ways hasn't changed, but then equally, we all have these devices where we're on 24/7 as well, and we're expected to pick up emails in the evening potentially, or we want to catch up. And so the world of work hasn't changed in terms of we don't have the flexibility. And sorry, that might be leading into where we're going as well, necessarily. And you know, it's designed, you know, ridiculously around how it was many years ago. But then on top of that, we've got laptops that we take home, we've got iPhones that are pinging left, right, centre. And it's not just emails, it might be Teams or Slack or WhatsApps or texts or, you know, all of these things that are coming at us. So I think that more and more is piling on to us. The world of work isn't necessarily changing to, you know, accommodate and evolve for that as well. And yeah, it's weird because in some ways we're moving forward, but in other ways we're not keeping up.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
So, and again, it may be actually part of what you touched upon there, Kelly, but, you know, perhaps Belinda, you know, what's something that we've normalized about working parenthood that you actually think is really unhealthy, but not really questioned?
I think something that's been playing on my mind quite a lot recently is the fact that we've normalized this, you know, this constant switching of roles with absolutely no downtime or, you know, or time to process, or, you know, the transitions I think are particularly difficult for, you know, whoever the default parent is. And in many, many cases, it's usually the mother, right? So I think what I see in my work is that I work with a lot of mums who are really struggling to make work for them in a way that is sustainable, because they just have no space to pause, no downtime. You know, it's literally, we just go from the often quite traumatic, emotionally dysregulating mornings that we all, I'm sure, are familiar with, you know, of dropping the kids off. And then, you know, especially if you have to be at your desk by 9 o'clock, you're at your desk and you're like, your head is all over the place, but you're having to sort of lead a meeting, you know, or whatever that might be. So I think, you know, something we've normalized about working parenthood, which really is very problematic. And, you know, as we've discussed, like the framework of how we work has not changed and is not set up to support the way that we're doing modern parenting and modern working. So I think, you know, we're normalizing this sense of kind of just always on. And I think Kelly's point actually overlaid over that is the fact that we're always on our phones and our laptops. There's never a minute of downtime. There's never a minute of peace. We've normalized it, but it's completely unhealthy, completely unsustainable. So I think that's the biggest thing we've normalized. I think it's hugely problematic. And that transition is something that I'm really thinking about a lot and seeing a lot with my clients at the moment.
Just going to add to that, Belinda, as well, when you were talking about the getting to your desk for 9 a.m. and I have to laugh because my daughter is trying to learn to ride a bike at the moment, which means I have to run along next to him and her in almost squat pose whilst trying to hold her up as well. So it's like a workout. So not only am I rushing to get back to my desk, but I'm like an absolute sweaty mess as well, because I'm generally a hot person and hotter since having my daughter. So I arrive at my desk for 9 a.m. and I'm like patting myself down and so yeah, but it's a lot, isn't it? You don't get that time to actually regulate yourself and step out of being a parent into how do I want to show up now? What do I need to achieve, you know, in my day?
And checking you haven't got porridge or something down you know.
Always, honestly.
I mean, if you made up, whatever. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I know that all of you work, you know, at sort of individuals, but also organizations. So I wanted to ask, so a lot of organizations talk about supporting working parents. In your experience, what separates, I guess, performative support so performative support with actual genuine support that really changes people's, you know, lives and careers?
Yeah, I think for me, often people will come to me and say, oh, I didn't realize until I had a kid. You know, I didn't, you know, a bit like Kelly's story, you know, you don't realize until you're kind of in it. So for me, real support is experience led. It's about people like really understanding the situation. And I think, yeah, you can have lots of policies and all those things, but it's like, how are they actually implemented? How are they actually used? How do people experience them? And I think for me, the biggest thing, and this will be no surprise to quite a few of you, is really it comes down to kind of the manager. I think it's really, really important to make sure that there's not just kind of, good intent, that they can really understand where somebody is coming from. And more often than not, with leaders, for example, the support will be better if they have been through it themselves in some shape or form. But that shouldn't have to be kind of the case. But it's only when people start to say, oh, I can really empathize with that now, I can really understand that. And that shouldn't have to be the case. So the work I do is making sure that everyone understands what the challenges are, everyone understands what best practice is, everyone understands what good support looks like. But ultimately, it's when you get the people that really understand and can really care and have been through it, I think makes kind of a real difference. And I think the key for me is around consistency. That's why I always start with like leaders as well, because I feel like, it should come hopefully top down, but consistency I think is really important.
Your experience shouldn't be dictated by who your manager is. And I think exactly that, you mentioned good intent, and I think that's all a policy is. It's good intent, and then you need to follow up with the culture. So it is policy versus culture for me. And it is that culture of the managers really supporting and understanding what their employee needs. And that is always the difference that comes. It's that education piece.
I was just going to add this whole concept of fake flexibility just really gets on my nerves. When companies say that they're flexible, but actually the reality is that they're still expecting working parents to be on, compressed hours, working 4 days instead of 5, but like the expectation hasn't changed. So I think that's something that for me really stands out, is that it's very performative to say that you have a flexible working policy, but the reality is anything but. Like, your expectations haven't actually changed. I think that's very common. That's something I've seen a lot.
And that's one thing that when people are going for new roles, I always say to them, great that they're mentioning that they encourage flexibility, but actually what does that mean in practice? How will that manager support the team whilst you're away? How will they support your return? How will the team cope? It's how the day-to-day running of the team is going that really dictates how flexible that workplace is. And everyone says, oh, we accept flexibility, but that's a way to get more people to that. They have to say it. I think it doesn't really mean anything, unfortunately.
And I think that's where actually what we're looking at is workplaces that are creating psychologically safe spaces, because it's okay to come to work and they say we create flexibility, but the individual has to be comfortable enough that they can talk about what's going on for them and have those open conversations. And that's where you have role models in leaderships or just through the organization. I think that's so important. And the other thing is community, because when I was expecting and I was in the workplace, I was in a big corporate, amazing organization, but I felt really alone. And actually having those communities, all those ERGs and networks, building into that, I think is just really important for that sense of belonging as well, and almost looking after our mental health and our well-being as part of that, because that's when people thrive.
Absolutely. And I think that there's something that really always annoys me and irks me, and I think I probably don't hear it so much anymore because I work, because of the conversations that I'm in with are like-minded individuals. But before, I've sort of heard and come across this assumption that conversations about well-being and parenthood and flexibility are anti-ambition, which I think we're all like, so I guess, what would you say to, I guess, the parent that still wants, the big goals, leadership, progression and the impact?
No, I think oh no, go for it.
I know. I was just going to say, I think I've seen more. Most mothers that I know, work with, myself included, like, are more ambitious since having children. Like, I think that, you know, what we just have to realize is that in order to realize that ambition, working parents and especially working mothers, for the reasons that we know, just need more support, you know, and in the ways that we've discussed, you know, it's absolutely not incompatible. Being a parent is not incompatible with ambition, but it just means that in order to, you know, succeed, you have to do things slightly differently. And I think that's where we're just not catching up in societally or in the workplace, or, you know, in terms of how we value caregiving. We're just not catching up fast enough to enable women to realize that ambition when they have children.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was going to say exactly that. It's like the most people I work with, they absolutely haven't lost any ambition. But I think what they do lose, and I think what one does lose generally, I think we can say this is a general term as a parent, is you kind of lose your tolerance for like wasted time. And I'm not going to sit in pointless meetings, and I'm not going to work in a way that kind of doesn't make sense to me. Because, you know, if they say you want something doing, give it to a busy person, right? And if you want something doing, give it to a parent, because they will get stuff done. I know that when I had my previous team, I employed parents. I'm not sure I'm allowed legally to say I only employed parents, but that's how it happened, right? Because they got stuff done. They had really, really super clear boundaries, which took me some time to kind of, you know, get used to. But it was all about like outcomes, you know, rather than output. They worked really efficiently. They did really well. And they were still trying to, you know, like progress in their career. But I think that's the thing. It's like you just want to adapt and change. And, you know, if an organization thinks that like that for you, like the way that you work, makes you somehow less committed, well, that's when you're going to lose like really, really good people, because that's not what it's about at all. It's actually, I think parents it's the other way around. It's like we become much more focused, much clearer on where we add value, and try and like focus our efforts on that basically. And again, I think it's based on, like you were saying, Belinda, I think it's that based on a system. The system's not caught up to that. You know, this whole presenteeism, you know, just all of it. I think the system hasn't worked up. But, you know, I don't know any parents really that I work with that have lost any kind of ambition since having children. Not at all.
No, I find a lot of women come to me because they're still full of ambition, but it just isn't the same ambition that they had prior to having children. So they still have this drive of wanting to succeed and do something for themselves and potentially build something. But you often find that their priority changes to kind of reaching the top and being really important, or being in a boardroom, to like, how is my time going to make a difference to the world? I find so many more mothers come to me just like, I need to find something for my energy and my skills and expertise that actually means that I'm making a positive impact in the world. And I find that is a really big shift in mothers, but they've still got that energy of like, I know I can do great things, just let me at them. But it's maybe not just wanting to continue up the manager, you know, hierarchy.
So more that sort of
purpose-led, absolutely, yeah.
How about you, Belinda, Kelly?
I think, you know, if I take a step back, and I love what everyone said, when we become parents, and particularly for the birth carrying parent as well, you go into a period of maternity or parental leave, and often you are rushing into it and you haven't thought about your career or what that looks like. You're just thinking about, how do I hand everything over and step out the door? And often with corporate, sometimes the handover person is starting a week before you leave. So it's busy, right? Exactly. Sometimes it's not even at all. And let's not talk about that. But then you come back to work and you haven't given yourself that time, that breathing space. And we know a lot more now about matrescence and the journey that we go through. But so often we see parents stepping back into the workplace. They haven't thought about what that reintegration plan looks like, and they're expected to work in the same way that they worked before they had a child, where in reality, everything changes. So if we're thinking about ambition, and, you know, and talking about that, for me, it's some of the points everyone's already said. It's like, what does this look like now? What would good look like showing up at work? How do you be really intentional with your time? So what am I delivering? Are there things that I've been doing that actually there's either no point, or we could move, or what does that actually look like? But then also for yourself, a really important question. Everyone always talks about being a present parent, and I want to be a present parent and a good parent. but there's this really important question about what does that even look like for you? Because that is something different to every single person, and there's no right or wrong answer. And so I think if you're ambitious in whatever that looks like for you, and that can look so different to different people. But first work out what does it look like? What feels good from a home perspective, and potentially with your children or your family as well. What looks good from a work perspective? And to your point, what is that something different? Is that more purposeful? Is it the boardroom? Because it's absolutely different for every single person. And it's about being intentional with our time, having those brilliant boundaries in place, but also looking after ourselves, because we're never going to be able to achieve all of that if we're not doing the thing that we're here to talk about today, which is about being kind to ourselves and looking after ourselves as well. I'm just, again, very passionate about that.
Wow, that was what a great segue, a thread to pull on, Kelly. So I guess I'll skip forward a couple of questions so we can come back. But so I guess how then, so you are all parents, you all have your own businesses. I know some of you have additional responsibilities with, elderly parents and family and things. So how do you show yourselves kindness within that space to be able to show up? And I guess, Kelly, I'll start with you, given it's a sort of continuation, if you're comfortable.
I thought you were going to give me the answer to that today. No, do you know what? No. It's so true, isn't it? And I'm definitely in that sandwich generation right now. I'm looking after elderly parents as well as my daughter who's 4, and then the dog who this weekend we found out had fleas. So I don't know if anyone's ever dealt with that before, but that's a whole different, the cleanliness of my house right now is out of control. A little bit like knits, yeah. They gave us a knit comb for her, so that's been really fun this weekend. But I think, first of all, kindness is different for everybody, so you have to work out what that actually means for you. For some people, it might be taking the time for journaling or meditation or headspace. For some people, it might be going and doing some exercise, some time on their own, just even that stillness. And I think for me personally, it's around exercise is really important for me. So where do I build that into my week to get some time for that movement? It's also about what I'm telling myself as well, and the mindset and the words that I'm using with myself as well. So, and I try really hard to notice, because I do with my clients as well, but am I talking to myself in a positive way? Am I talking to myself in a bit more of a negative way right now? And as soon as you start to switch that and you start speaking to yourself a little bit more kindly, a little bit more positively, I think so much can change.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's that whole, we never speak to anyone as much as we speak to ourselves.
Yeah.
Belinda,
that's my top tip too, Kelly. My one for top tip for myself that I remind myself, it's how I talk to myself. And it comes up all the time, also with clients as well. You never get that thing where you're coaching and you're like, oh, I think, they always say they say you teach what you need to learn. And I find all of my coaching sessions at the moment are really just a reflection of me. And it comes out a lot of the time when, my clients using all what we call smog words. So the should, must, ought, got. Should, must, ought, got, have to, need to. And actually it's like, who is saying those words really? Who is this judgy person that's saying all of that? Let's try and reframe that. And that's exactly it. It's like talking to yourself really kindly. And just try and reframe and just be a bit gentler on myself, basically, rather than being so harsh, and trying to just be aware of that and just big myself up a little bit sometimes as well. And I always think about that. There's a Bruce Lee quote that I'm really into Bruce Lee at the moment. Also watching his videos
on their bingo card.
What does that mean? You're really into Bruce Lee at the moment.
So amazing. This guy, he's got so much mental strength. He's amazing. I'm quite into watching anything I can about him.
Boundaries and Bruce Lee, everybody.
Yeah, Google's Bruce Lee.
But he's amazing. He says, don't ever, I'm going to get the quote wrong, obviously, but it says, don't ever kind of talk to yourself badly, even in jest, because your body doesn't know the difference. Like, so don't even joke like, oh, I'm such an idiot. It's like, don't joke that, because your body will absorb that and your body will take that on, and your body will think that that's true. You know, we think all the way out to our fingers and our toes, and the signals from our body are faster than the ones from our mind, and from our mind to our body than they are from our body to our mind. So I just feel like we have to just practice. We don't have to. Not have to. It would be nice if I was able to talk to myself kindly, even in jest, and just try and embody some really positive thinking.
Yeah, just to add to that, for me, this weekend was a really good example for me, because I was feeling really overwhelmed. You know, I mean, everyone is feeling really overwhelmed right now. You know, there's a lot of stuff happening in the world. It's really hard to process, I think, as a parent, particularly. I had a real moment on Friday, I'm not going to lie, like a bit of a kind of emotional breakdown. I sent my children off to school to their David Attenborough celebration thing with their picnic blankets and their teddies and their animal themed snacks, which is an absolute pain in the ass for the mental load. Like when the night before, when you're like, oh my God, what is an animal themed snack? Like all these parents,
surely.
There were loads of parents traipsing around the same shop, just looking at each other. We were like all holding pom bears and penguins, basically. Like they must have had thousands of pom bears and penguins on the school playing field on Friday. But anyway, I sent my kids off to school, and I just got really emotional about David Attenborough. Okay, I'm having my Bruce Lee moment now, but I had a real. I actually sat outside on the terrace with my coffee, and I burst into tears, because I just felt really sad about, you know, the state of the environment. You know, like he's been for 100 years or most of his life, you know, he's been trying to improve things, and it must be so sad for him to be 100 and see, you know, where things are. And I often think about like the world that our children are inheriting and all this stuff. Anyway, long story short, I was really like in my head and like really overwhelmed. And for me, having to live it, you know, like having done all the training and all the positive psychology, you know, master's degree and all the rest of it, like I have to remind myself of the things that really do actually help. And for me, like number one thing at the moment is like nature, getting out in nature, but even more specifically, seeking awe. So like I will go for if I'm feeling overwhelmed, I'll just go for a walk, and I will intentionally like seek things out which look interesting, like the way that the light is coming through the leaves, or, you know, like take photos of things, or and getting to the beach is a massive one for me. Like we don't live too far from the sea, which is amazing. So on Friday, I just went to the sea and just walked like along the seafront, and just, you know, it makes such a difference. So I think definitely like the movement, you know, like Kelly was saying, it's not always, I wish it was a run, but, you know, it's not always a run. It might just be like a 20-minute walk around the block or whatever. But connecting to something bigger, you know, like the awe thing is really important. And that is, you know, a positive psychology kind of intervention, if you will. But it's definitely something that helps me, is that feeling of like, when you're so in your own head and you're so lost in it and everything feels so overwhelming, and work and motherhood and juggling and blah, 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 you know, the to-do list just feels like, it really helps to zoom out and, you know, to have that perspective. And then also specifically when working with, you know, overwhelmed mums, working mothers, it also helps, I think, and it's a big part of my work, to be able to zoom out and remind ourselves that most of the failure that we feel, or that we perceive that it's our failure, most of that failure is systemic and not personal. So it's the zooming out and realizing that there's something bigger and we're connected to something bigger, and the importance of connection as well, with our tribe and everything. But also, that real understanding of like, I'm feeling overwhelmed because the system is not working, is not set up to support me. This is not my fault. Those are the things that help me.
Yeah, it's a really good like reflection back, isn't it? And I have to say, the awe thing, and I'm not going to get totes emotional with you, but literally since I've known you, and we've known each other for a couple of years now, that is what I notice when I go out. I'm like, oh, I've really enjoyed that flower. I've really enjoyed, oh, look at that pretty bird I can hear. And it's those little things that I have realized are micro moments of self-kindness. And because I'm aware of it, I recognize it, and that sort of adds even more to my joy. And I've noticed that because of you and the work you've done on Instagram, definitely. So thank you. But I'm definitely one of those mums who just never makes enough time to see my friends, to speak to my friends. And I think it's that classic, you know, your voice notes turn into podcasts. That's the only moment you get of like, I'm going to tell you everything because I've not seen you for 3 months. And I did an exercise recently where I was told to look at my future self. If my business is as successful as I wanted it to be, what would my life look like? And I was sat in my own garden. I wasn't on a yacht sipping cocktails. And for me, I'm like, oh my God, I just need to enjoy actually what I've got. And it was, and so now because I've had that awareness, I will just sort of prioritize going out and doing a bit of garden. I don't care if my house isn't
you love
tidy.
your gardening,
I
don't
do.
you? And your tomatoes.
I know, I'm such a loser, but I love it. And I was like,
No, but can I just say, careful, because you're calling yourself a loser there.
Yeah,
Everything we just talked about.
Absolutely. And I'm not actually, I'm really great at growing vegetables.
Yes. Love that.
I love the hair flick. But I'll
Sideline
never, but I'll never have a tidy house. There we have it.
But you know what? We all take pleasure in different things.
Yeah.
So this weekend I had an almost perfect day yesterday where I pressure washed the patio, and I love my pressure washer. I was having such a nice time. It's so meditative as well. It's so satisfying. Love it. And then I watched the football and I was like, what a perfect day.
Like, boom.
Yeah. And I'm sure to many people, they would think, ugh, that sounds awful. Or they might think, oh, you're so sad, or you're such a loser. I couldn't care less. Yeah. I was so happy.
Yeah. And I think it's once you know those things. Sorry, I was going to say, once you know those
I was just going to say.
Oh, go on, Kelly, go.
No, you go.
I thought we'd have more of this, to be fair. Right, Kelly.
What I was going to say was, we were talking about this recently, and I wonder whether it's because we're getting older or whether we've got, a family now, but we're just craving more and more the greenery, the outside space. At the weekends, we live in the middle of London. We've got a little patch outside of our garden, which we love. I'm not very good at gardening, but I do the watering. But at the weekends, we're trying to escape into like forests and woods to just walk around and just have that silence and really enjoy that, and really enjoying just really good, nourishing food. And we were talking about, is it because we're getting older? Is it because the way of the world is changing? But I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this or not. I'm going to say it anyway. But the other thing for me about kindness is Friday afternoon, I'm off on a Friday. While my daughter's in the park, I was there with my friend, and we had an Aperol Spritz, and we had the best time. Sat in the park, the girls were playing, and we had an Aperol Spritz or two. And for me, in that moment, do you know what? I really enjoyed that, and that's what I needed as well, just to, be in the moment.
I took a bottle of wine to the playground the other day. Don't worry, Kelly. And with a few extra cups, and I was like looking around, like which mum? And then they heeded the call, and they gave it. There were like four of us by the end of it. I was like, yes.
Should have bought two bottles.
As long as you hadn't gone on your own without a kid, then that would maybe be another story. Okay, I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to tick on with another question. So, what is the cost to organisations when working parents are continuing to, survive rather than really flourish?
Everyone's being super polite.
Yeah, Hannah, go.
Yeah.
Oh, so much to say. What's the cost? There's so much. I mean, it's not just about like losing really, really good people. I mean, that's just the obvious one. And then you've got the physical cost. Then you've got like how much money it actually costs you to then replace them, right? And it's not just the salary, it's all the bits that go with it. It's recruitment, it's lost productivity, it's all, it's all of that. So it's really expensive. So it can be, anywhere between, it's, up to 5 times their original salary, right? So that's the actual cost, right? But I think it's more than that. It's like, what message is that sending to other people as well? Like, how do you care about your employees? What does that mean for your culture, that you're not looking after your individuals and that you don't take on that responsibility? And I do think organizations have got a bit of responsibility there, because I think we know that the system is broken. We know that there isn't enough in place. And organizations, I think, therefore need to assume some of that responsibility to look after their employees, to provide some of that support, especially because they will have some of the money because they are, private organizations. So I think it's there's literally physically, the cost of it, but it's just a wider piece. It's like, what message does that send about your own business, So I think, what's that say about your culture? But then I think, what does that say generally about how we view individuals and how we view parenthood within society? So I think it's just, it's part of that bigger kind of ecosystem, really. I think it's huge. And I think a lot of the things that organizations could do as well for parents are relevant to other people as well, because I get that all the time. I get that, oh, well, we can't be seen to be favoring our parents over another group. I'm like, yeah, but some of the support that I'm suggesting that you offer, some of the interventions that I think would be relevant for your parents are relevant for your whole organization. So they're all inclusive practices. So yeah, I think there's a something that's really missing here within organizations. They're missing kind of the bigger picture. Is that by supporting parents, they can support a lot of people within their organizations. That's the other thing as well. We've got our largest working parent population that we've ever had. So if your support's not working for your parents, it's not working for your people. So I think it all feeds into the wider thing. Sorry, rant over.
No. And so I could probably hear from one more of you on that question, and then I'll need to move us on. So whoever jumps in first.
All right, I'm going to go. 80% of the gender pay gap is due to the motherhood penalty, which is the impact to a woman's pay on return from maternity leave. That's huge. A recent McKinsey report showed the reason that there aren't as many women in leadership roles down to the motherhood penalty. So it's really important. So to Hannah's point, exactly, you are impacting your business from a number of kind of more technical ways, if you like, as well. But then it's around engagement, it's around retention, it's around performance. It's and the other thing I was thinking when we were talking just then, a slightly different note, but also this difference between, let's talk about a working mum and a working dad. I mean, we always hear about working mums, don't we? We never really hear about working dads. So I think that there's a divide as well still between parents in the workplace, and that also impacts performance and how people are showing up. So that was 2 or 3 things that Hannah sparked from her kind of ranty piece for me that I just wanted to share and add in there as well.
But I love it. Before I ask the final question, it would be great. I just would like you to just go around. We'll start with you, Susie, where people can sort of connect with you, find you, anything you want to talk about that you're doing at the moment. So if we start with you.
Oh, thank you. On Instagram, hi.ho.coaching, or LinkedIn, Susie Powis. And of course, my website, hihocoaching.co.uk. Any businesses who want to retain top talent, come speak to me. But also for individuals, if you're looking to return to work and need some extra support or thinking about career change, I've got a career change program starting in a couple of weeks. And it's 6 sessions, group coaching to take you from overwhelm and confusion to understanding your purpose-led career for the future. So
amazing.
Thank you.
Belinda.
Thank you. I'm on Instagram at Flourishing Mother. I'm also on LinkedIn, Belinda Jane Batt. My website is theflourishinmother.com. I have a signature 6-month one-to-one program, which the details are on my website. And tomorrow, in fact, I will be running a live webinar at 12:30 on when holding it all together stops working. So if there's any mums watching this who are, like I described earlier, feeling like they're sort of on the surface, everything's, being held together, but underneath they're paddling away and feeling like things are just not sustainable, then that's a free session that I'm going to be running. So the details of that are on my Instagram page.
Thank you.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, it does. Oh, did you say me?
Yes.
Sorry. So I'm Hannah Porteous Butler. I think I'm the only Hannah Porteous Butler on LinkedIn. So do find me on LinkedIn or at the People Practice Group .co.uk. I just love a chat. I love talking about this stuff. So just drop me a message in any way you can get hold of me. And I'd really love to continue conversation. If you're an organization, if you are working in the people team, you're a leader, working in HR, or you're an individual that's just interested to kind of make a difference, part of a network, then let's have a chat. You can tell I like talking a lot. So I'd like to continue the conversation.
And Kelly, where can we find you?
Come find me predominantly over on LinkedIn. Kelly Nedelku. I think I'm only the only Kelly Nedelku as well, or at careerandparenthood.com. And again, as you mentioned earlier, for me, it's either working predominantly with organisations, but then I also have the Working Parent Hub, which is for individuals that are looking for their own development and don't have the support of work and want that community of being within parents as well. So the Working Parents Hub is a community of amazing working parents navigating that ambition question that we've all asked.
Amazing, thank you. So do connect with these fabulous women. And before I ask the last question, just a big thank you to all of you for giving your time and joining today on 24 for Kindness. I think we probably could have spoken for the whole 24 hours, the five of us, but thought variety was maybe needed. But no, big thank you. And for anyone that is watching live, or if you're watching the recording, all of these women have given up their time to support this, and obviously this is all in aid of mind, mental health. So please do consider. Yes, Susie.
Sorry,
I was going to put it on. I was like, but it's with the fringe. It does have
got a much smaller head than me.
I had to find it to put on my bag earlier. But yeah, so if you haven't already, please do consider a donation. The QR code will be on the screen shortly, but also it's on the website. So, you know, and whether you can afford £1, £5, £1 million, all is very welcomed. So I would love then to, I guess, conclude the session with first, you know, thank you for you all completed my self-kindness matrix. So thank you for doing that. And so I guess thinking of that and so the results you got, what have you learned about your relationship with self-kindness? So I'll start with you, Susie.
Yeah, sure. I loved it, by the way. I think it's so great. Everyone should go to your website, and I will definitely be revisiting to do it multiple times because I would love to understand how I've grown. But yes, I thought that it was a bit of a shock to understand that I just don't look after myself in terms of that macro being.
Mm-hmm.
I don't do enough of that, and it was really interesting because I would have thought, actually, I'm really kind to myself, and I do all the things. Mm-hmm. And it was really great to understand actually there's some work that you could be doing just to improve in that area. So I am going to take some time to really think about what that means for me, and I am going to come back to your questionnaire in a couple of months to retest myself, because I think it's quite a nice little marker in the sand of like, okay, great, now you're aware, what are you going to do about it?
Bit of accountability there.
Accountability, exactly.
Yeah, thank you, Susie. Belinda.
No, I agree. I think it's a really useful tool, and I think it definitely helps me because I see that I'm really good at teaching a lot of this stuff, and then it's very easy to lapse into not perhaps looking after yourself so much. And I think, you know, reflecting on that moment of overwhelm on Friday, you know, probably in the run up to that there hadn't been enough of those moments of, you know, micro macro kind of looking after myself. And I think also, you know, just to add that when you're a parent like I am, you know, where you're always the one that's having to do all the drop-offs and the pickups, and actually the working day, you know, is a hard stop at 3 o'clock. I think it can be really easy to lose the to allow the moments of movement and, you know, pause and taking a breath and all the rest, like to just disappear from your schedule because you're just so focused. I'm definitely guilty of that. Of being like, oh my God, I've only got, you know, 3 hours. Like, how can I possibly go for a walk around the block if I've only got 3 hours, you know? So yeah, I think it's a very timely moment for me to have that kind of realization, because I'm excellent at teaching it to other people and like,
practice.
And I think it's just really important because and actually another thing that has been coming up again and again personally and professionally with a lot of people I'm working with has been the transition, like I said earlier, but also like the pause. You know, like the power of the pause, how important it is to actually have those moments in our day and in our week and in our life generally. You know, that's what we're missing. I think that's what's being pushed out increasingly with modern motherhood. And we need to try somehow to bring that back into the day. So yeah, it was really helpful. And I will also do the same and revisit in a few months' time.
Yay, gold stars all round. Kelly?
Yeah, I just have to say exactly the same, to be honest with you. It is an incredible tool, and we haven't been paid to say that either, have we?
No,
But
I
it's
know.
just so brilliant because the questions really made me pause and think in the moment as well. And I love that. I love a little bit of reflection because I think we learn so much from reflection as well. So for me, actually, what it threw up for me is I probably need to think about the micro and the macro and actually spend a little bit more time thinking about what that looks like for me, what really gives me energy and fills me up and supports me. So I will be doing exactly the same. This is line in the sand, and I put it in my diary to kind of revisit on a regular basis so I can see how far have I come, what's tweaked, because we all know that life changes and what it might be doing really well in right now, and I want to add something else too at another point that might have switched. So I think that's why it's nice to come back and have that overarching rounded picture. So thank you so much for that.
On the call maybe in a month or so's time, and because I need to again as well. Hannah, how about you?
Yeah, I just want to say, first of all, Kim, though, you're amazing for doing this, by the way. Well done. Like, Mind are really, really lucky to have you doing all of this for them. I think it's a great charity and I think it's really important. So I think we should just applaud you for doing all of this because it's a lot of work. And yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, so for me, it's really interesting, isn't it? Because I've always said, oh, I'm a doer, not a thinker. Like, that's how I was in business. I was always like the right-hand person. You know, you'd have, you know, I was always like the assistant too. I mean, I wasn't ever an assistant, but there was always, you know, if it was the CEO, I was the MD type thing. So I was always, the doer. And it was really interesting because your self-kindness matrix, it brought up that I'm really good at doing. I'm not so good at being. And it was the same that Belinda was saying about that, taking that pause and kind of reflecting a bit more. And, you know, I always think, oh yeah, of course I do that. But actually probably maybe my like ADHD and the productivity is like, I'm always like, bing, 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 getting stuff done, but actually probably don't pause enough. Take that time to just think, maybe just reflect. I mean, I do go on a walk every day. That's one thing that is a non-negotiable for me. I walk every single day because it's really important. But I have noticed recently I have been walking and think, oh, I must do this. Oh, I must do this.
Yes.
Bing, bing, bing on my phone as I'm walking. It's like, no, just leave the phone at home. Just be amongst your thoughts. When I was away recently, we took quite a few train journeys, and it was so nice. Both my husband and I, the kids were all on devices because it was like a long train journey. We were like, whatever. My husband and I, we just stared out the window. It was so nice. I thought, I haven't done that so long because it was something new for us to see. We're in a new country, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. But I don't do that.
You were being.
Yes.
Right.
I get home and I don't do it. So.
I'm going to cut you off there rudely, but I've got 4 minutes till my next speaker. So I'm going to wrap this up. This is the self-kindness matrix that we were just talking about. So you can all, anyone listening now or on the recording, can go onto my website, kindnessforsuccess.co.uk, and take that for yourselves. But thank you so much, ladies. And again, anyone watching live on the recording, in the 3.5 minutes now, I'm going to pop on the QR code, so please do make a donation. And thank you so much. I've loved this.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you so much.
Oh, and also StreamYard, very rudely, I just have to remove you, but you'll go back into, or you'll be happy, Kelly, because you go back into the green room so you can be bougie again.
Amazing.
But you just need to stay there for a couple of seconds while some downloading tech thing.
Can I take a picture?
Oh yeah, of course.
I feel like we should. There we go.
Oh,
with a roving mic. Oh, let me do one. Let me do one more because I've got my hand.
Oh my God. Okay, I've now got 3 minutes. I'd like to look at the camera.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
And remove. Right, and then let's just pop on. Okay, so in about 2.5 minutes, we have got the fabulous Rosie Nixon
Coming on, I am going to go and fill up my water. So I'm just going to pop on the QR code. And what should we have? Let's have a bit of interspace music. Right, bear with me a second, Rosie. Okay. Oh,
How fab is this?
oh my goodness, I know. I feel like it's like some sort of dream. Is it happening? Is it not happening?
Can you hear, so you can hear me all right?
I can hear you, and you can hear and see me.
Good, yeah, I can see you.
Yay!
Good. How's it been going?
It's exciting. Do you know, really well. It's I sort of have no track of what the time is, but then I'm like, because I've memorized sort of the timetable. I'm like, oh, it must be 11 because I've got Rosie coming in.
Yes.
But yes, no. So all good, and thank you so much for joining.
You're
and
welcome.
obviously, you joined in a different capacity when I did 15 for kindness, didn't I? So didn't you rather? So I shared earlier that you really, really wanted to come, but you had an engagement already. So, but you were like, oh, what about if we pre-record? And then so we did that, and then I played it, and then you obviously agreed to come on 24 for kindness, and you are now live. So this is very, very exciting. So, and I have got I've got a number of books here of all the fabulous speakers, and I've got one of your books beside me, so maybe I can read a part of that later, Rosie. But before we kick off, just a short intro for anyone that is watching live or on the recording, which I imagine the majority of people are going to be. Now it's Monday 11 and a bit grey and drizzly in Twickenham.
I know, it's gone all grey here as well.
I know, but it's sort of like, are we in? It's sort of like if 1 minute you're in summer and then next minute you're back in. It's like can't keep up.
And then I suppose this is what spring is often like, isn't it? So
and you'd think we'd know it by now, but we sort of don't, do we? So for those of you that don't know the awesome Rosie Nixon, so Rosie is former Hello editor-in-chief turned author, coach and founder of Rosie's Reinvention Retreats. Rosie Nixon helps women reinvent their next chapter with purpose, confidence and kindness. In this conversation, we'll explore the role self-kindness plays in reinvention, what it looks like to step away from success that no longer fits, and how to build a more fulfilling next chapter without self-abandonment. Thank you for being here, Rosie, and thank you also. I know you completed the self-kindness matrix that we'll come to. But I just wanted to thank you so much. I've got so many lovely, again, this is how I've evolved, Rosie. Last time I did this all on my own. Now I've got a wonderful gentleman, Peter, that's helping with all the tech. I've got my friend has just bought me a hot lemon water. I've got Gail taking photos, Valentina, who was just taking photos. So that's a bit of
so lovely. So proud of you though, Kim.
Oh, thank you.
Just take a moment, I feel like we should, to just say a huge well done, because I know that you've had, worries about what path to take next, and you've always sort of held on to that purpose and that value of kindness that's so important to you, and look where you are.
Oh, thank you. Do you know, I know, and I really appreciate that, and actually I sort of wear my heart on my sleeve, as most people know, and yourself included. And I do remember, we've met a few times now, haven't we? And I'll come to how we initially met in a moment. But when you did that evening at Scamp and Dude with Anna Whitehouse, and I can remember I was in I nearly cried on you, I think, and Justina, I just don't know,
we
in a really low spot. We do, don't we? And I think it's remembering that when you're there, you will come back, and also leaning into the support and so it was not long after, and I went then to one of your retreats that we'll come on to, but no, thank you. And
well, you made that happen, you have made this happen, so, and it's because of you.
I can't. I'm too early on to start crying.
But it is, you turned that around. You kind of acknowledged those feelings, and then started to build the small steps forward, and it's all starting to fall into place, which is just fantastic to
Yeah.
see.
And it is those, isn't it? It is, yeah, those we sometimes need to remember those small steps.
Yeah.
So yes, we so first came across one another, or I sort of was like, hello, you've written a book called Be Kind. So it must have been 18 months now, maybe closer to 2 years, and I had not long started Kindness for Success, and then I came across that you were publicizing your latest book. So you've got, and we'll talk in a minute, you've got a number of sort of fiction books, and then this was your first non-fiction, Be Kind. And I can remember I think I commented on one of your Instagram posts or something, and you replied. And I think it's one of those, it might sound silly, but often you, particularly people that are, well known and have lots of followers, you sort of don't expect, a reply, and you did. And then I guess, I was very early on, and I was maybe a bit naive, and maybe a bit, I don't know really. I don't really know where I sort of sometimes like, that people are like, that was bold of you. But I'd said, I'm going to do this thing. Would you consider coming on? And then you said yes. And I guess then it's sort of, has moved from there. So I guess my first question, Rosie, because the last time we spoke, it was around, I guess, your latest book at the time, Be Kind. So I guess 18 months on, how has your relationship with self-kindness evolved?
Yeah, gosh, well, it's evolved a lot, actually, because even though I wrote that book and it first came out sort of during the pandemic, actually, and it was a response to the kindness that I was seeing in certain parts of the internet and also within our communities. And there was this huge act of kindness that we were all a part of in keeping each other safe from the physical requirements that we were having to deal with at the time. It was kind of so unprecedented. And I sort of thought, this outpouring of kindness, remember we were all standing on our doorsteps, banging for them. Yes. And wouldn't it be nice to try and capture some of that essence so that it doesn't become just a fleeting moment, and we try to hold those sentiments close as we go back to our normal lives. So, the book sort of was born really from that time, and also the self-kindness that we all had to practice. And for lots of people, it was really the first time that they'd had to consider how they were going to support themselves through such a difficult scenario. Whether you weren't impacted, whether you were or weren't impacted by the physical needs, and obviously the danger of becoming unwell. And lots of people, it was a devastating time because they were caring for the very sick and lost members of their families or communities or friends. But for lots of us, it was about being enclosed within four walls. Our worlds got so much smaller, and how were we going to boost our own mental health during that time? So I think, and the pressures of working from home, the kids being off school, the absolute chaos of all of that meant that I was kind of having to reassess my relationship with kindness as well. So the book was about not only the kindness that we give to others and the acts of kindness that we perform, but also what self-compassion actually means on a deeper level. And it became clear that it was far more than perhaps running a bubble bath, as I know is one that you like to refer to, or those things that we all talk about, a lot. But actually, it was about how we were going to support ourselves using our inner voice, to talk to ourselves a bit more kindly. How are we going to put in place small rituals that made us keep on an even keel, both mentally as well as physically during that time? So that was kind of where my big thought process came. And then after that book, obviously, I went through a huge change in terms of my career and came close to burnout, because actually, even though I'd written this book and knew lots of those things, when you are in it, the reality of that can be really different. And it's natural. We as you've just talked about, we have these ups and downs with our mental health and emotionally within our lives. So it's learning to ride those, and some of those are perfectly normal. I don't believe we can be on an even keel and be happy all the time and find it easy to be kind to ourselves all the time. It's not always that straightforward.
Possible, is it?
So coping with, you know, what ended up being burnout and then making a huge shift in my career was actually another huge leap forwards and another huge act of kindness. What I've chosen to create for myself now is what I would call a kinder life. And by that, I mean a life that is more aligned with who I am at this stage of life. So for me, that involved a lot of kind of deep thinking. And I did that through coaching and then actually training to be a coach around what success actually means to me at this stage of life. What do I want to create in this life?
Yeah.
What are my values and how am I honoring them in my day-to-day life? So I guess my relationship then, to answer your question, with self-kindness became even deeper, and even less about those periphery things that we can all do to keep ourselves in check day to day, but actually the big questions about perhaps more long-term self-kindness. So from all of that kind of deep thought, which is such a useful thing to do, and I do urge anybody actually that's listening who thinks, well, how can I sort of get there and discover more about myself and what self-compassion means to me, I would say try answering the question, what does success mean to me?
Yeah.
Just write down success to me means, and really think about your response. It doesn't have to be reams and reams of journaling, but just a few sentences, and you might be surprised what you actually write. Because it does ultimately then become less about the material things and more about alignment with who you really are. So I guess, yeah, that concept of self-compassion now means to me, am I living by my values? How am I keeping that in check? And how am I supporting myself to be able to live my vision of success?
Yeah. No, I'm sort of smiling and like, you know, a nodding dog here, Rosie, and I think you're right. I love as well how you talk about that, you know, that the current version of what success means to you, because it you know, it changes, doesn't it, over time. And actually, you know, I think there's something quite sort of freeing and liberating within that, isn't there? Because it's, you know, at different points in our life, then yeah, it might be that we're really head on into, you know, work and progression and all of those sorts of things. Another time it can be actually sort of turning the dial down on that, and actually it's something else. And I think I love watching your, I guess, you know, on Instagram, and I think particularly because probably they're the contrast of what was that, you've covered like 16 Oscars or something?
Yes, more. I think it might be 18.
I mean, crazy. And you've got all these photos, you know, and all these gorgeous dresses, and with like Joan Collins, and you know, all of these like really, you know, star-studded, you know, names. And then I love, you know, your Instagram now. You're like, oh, you went on a beautiful walk, or you know, often you're, you know, with your boys and like, you know, in the country doing like, you know, all that, like you say, it's that it's that.
It's like
I
an
guess
evolution.
contrast, yeah. And I guess I don't know, we didn't have it on here, but how does that feel almost like a different life now, or how, I guess, what
Well, I'm very grateful to everything that came before, and I think that's the thing, in that I'm so passionate about the concept of reinvention now. And reinvention doesn't mean starting from scratch and kind of erasing everything that happened in the past and starting over. It's an evolutionary process. So you take all of that wisdom and those experiences and everything that you did in the chapters before, and you're slightly tweaking it, having a little reset, really, so that it's more suitable for where you're at this stage. So I loved that time, you know, and I lived and breathed it, and it was great for me then. But I have evolved, you know, I'm now a 50-year-old woman. My kids are slightly older. I'm kind of thinking about, what do I want this next chapter of my life to look like? I think perhaps turning a decade is always often a point where we do think, I'm going to have a little reset, and what's that going to look like? So I think it's natural that we would evolve, and I don't miss that time at all. I feel really grateful that I had it, and without doubt it has informed what I'm doing now in this chapter. You know, not only did I have lots of great storylines of my novels, which are in this showbiz world, the Stylist series, but it also informed my ideas around coaching and using storytelling at the heart of my coaching framework because of all my experience as a journalist. You know, I like teasing those stories out of people and encouraging people to question the narratives that they might have been telling themselves about themselves for a really long time, but which aren't true anymore because they've evolved. So it's all worthwhile and it's all part of your journey. But did I look at the TV BAFTAs, for example, last night and think, oh, I wish I was there on the red carpet? Not at all. I'm happy to watch some of it on TV.
In your pajamas.
With them on a Sunday, as happened lots of times, you know. I wanted to choose something different for now. So the reinvention is all about, you know, recognizing that calling for something else. And instead of seeing that as a crisis point, actually hone into the calling and see it as, you know, you're hearing internally that you're ready to move on into something else. So how you follow that and start to take the steps forward to shape it in a way that's authentic to you with kindness.
So it's really tuning into, like you say, what your body, mind is saying that you need now. And I think I really like as well, Rosie, how you share it. It's not, I think sometimes people are like, oh, you know, I should have done this before now, or, you know, but actually no, it's being grateful and recognizing and actually
I think what can be dangerous is actually not listening to that inner voice. You know, I think really for me, it had been starting to get to a point where I hit burnout because it was untenable to keep that pace of life and that disconnect with my values anymore. And I think really if I had started listening to that inner voice a couple of years earlier, then perhaps I wouldn't have had to suffer that, you know, situation that did impact my well-being for a period of time. Luckily, I made a full recovery, and I think I didn't even hit full burnout. I was sort of tipping into it, because for a lot of people it can be debilitating. So now I'm very passionate about, you know, which is what I do on my retreats. And the new book I've got coming out this summer is all about how we can hear that inner voice and that sort of calling of reinvention and change, and how can we honor it and start taking the steps forward in a way that's in tune totally with us.
Oh, I'm excited for that. So I'm going to move us on to our next question. So as we've talked about, you've moved into, you know, retreats and very, I guess, you know, and I've been on one, you know, it's immersive, you know, experience. It's not you just sit and listen. And so, you know, it was fantastic. I guess, you know, what are you seeing, Rosie, women really need when they're stepping into your retreats?
Well, I think even just the act of booking yourself onto a retreat is a huge act of self-kindness. And that can be quite an emotional moment often for women that may have never, or not for years or decades, put the focus on their own personal development for a really long time. And that can be emotional. There's always some emotion on the retreats, and often it comes to when women least expect it, that they think, God, I've never actually given myself the gift of some time to work through who am I now, you know, to stop that noise. So I think that ultimately is just a really precious gift for yourself. And we do lots of coaching workshops on the retreat. There's an upskilling element as well. There's confidence building, and there's community, because I think especially sort of around midlife, there's so much support that we can gain from being around others. And sometimes we have to see it or hear it to believe it as well. So it puts you in a room with lots of other like-minded women who are all going through a multitude of different situations, but are probably navigating change or reinvention in some way. because that's what's brought us all together and into the room. So it's absolutely, I love it. I mean, it feels so purposeful. I am literally buzzing at the end of those days because I love seeing the connections that are being made. So many great things are coming out of the retreats where people have met each other on that day and then they've put something in place, because it's all about, you know, connections.
Yeah.
If you put yourself into different rooms, then it's much harder to grow and to move forward and achieve your goals. So that first step is the biggest act probably of self-compassion that you can do. Just thinking, do you know what, I'm going to do it. I'm going to book we call it the course, and I'm going to go on it, even on my own, which might feel a little bit out of my comfort zone. But as soon as hopefully you walk through that door, you realize it is such a safe space. It's really supportive. Most people come on their own. Sometimes they come with one person that they know, so there's no need to be afraid. You know, it's a completely safe space.
What I liked as well was then you deliberately keep them quite intimate, don't you? It's not like one of these things you go to and there's like 40 people or something. So
I want to avoid that ever getting too big, because that is the beauty, that everybody has a chance to speak and really work through and get to that deeper level of things.
And like you say, connections. And actually on that, I think I shared with you, so I've got Lynn Blades coming on. And that was so Lynn Blades, I was a speaker at the one of Rosie's retreats that I went on, and what she shared really sort of, you know, stayed with me. And again, I thought, I'm going to ask if she wants to do this thing, and she said yes. So
that's what's so brilliant, you know, making those connections. I always think on every retreat you will get at least one really helpful new connection to you, and sometimes that is all you need.
I know that Okay, so back to you and your kindness, Rosie. So when it comes to your own self-kindness now, I guess, what does that look like on, you know, a random Tuesday or Wednesday or whatever, you know, not when you're in retreat, not in that perfect moment?
Well, for me, a lot of it stems from my morning ritual. And what I do first thing has such an impact on how I set myself up for the day. So I have got into sort of waking up slightly earlier. I mean, out of necessity as well, because the kids need to be up early and ready for school and everything. But I need at least 10 minutes kind of on my own, looking at the sky, you know, get the circadian rhythm going straight away. I sleep without my mobile phone out of the room. It's been a huge change to me. I have like a little wooden alarm clock my husband and I have both got now. And so a much better wake up in the day, and then I need to move my body before I go to my first meeting. Now, often if I'm dropping kids, you know, it might be that I walk down with them some of the way and then I'll run back home, or I'll go to the gym, or I'll go on a little run near where we live. But even if I've got 15 minutes max, I have to do that. And that is my little bit of looking after myself first thing in the morning. Ideally, I do it outside unless it's absolutely pouring with rain, in which case I might do some stretching or something at home. But getting out amongst nature is one of my, I mean, it's a non-negotiable now. And it was always the thing that would be first to be squeezed from my diary in the past. And I paid the price for that. I also have in my diary, I call it Thrive Time, which I kind of mark in my diary. I actually, I heard somebody else use that phrase, which it was Arianna Huffington. I first heard use it. And I think it's such a great phrase to schedule Thrive Time in my diary. And that might be, you know, not again scrimping on meeting up with a friend who always makes me feel really great, or I always have a really good laugh with, or a longer run. You know, I count as Thrive Time. Even yesterday when the kids were out, they were at a drama rehearsal thing. I, you know, could have come to my laptop and thought, I'll just write a blog post. I'll just do this for work or do that. But I was like, no, I'm going to bake a cake, which is also Thrive Time, a thing I love doing. I'm going to put on Mamma Mia was on the TV. So I put it in the kitchen room and I was so happy. And that for me was a little bit of Thrive Time. Again, it doesn't have to be expensive things. Doesn't mean like booking a whole spa trip or a holiday. Because sometimes if we save up for those really big moments of Thrive Time, we're already running on empty, you know, before we get there. So, and then it means I go and pick up the kids later and I'm feeling fully charged, my battery, so I can be present for them. So
and they're happy because you've got a cake as well.
And they're really happy got cake, and they could get some for their packed lunch today.
Exactly.
And later, so it's a win-win all round. So I think knowing those things that fill your cup is really important, and actually consciously thinking about what are those things, how can I schedule them, so that you've got this little data bank of, oh, well, I could do that, or I am in a bit of a fug today. Right, that probably means I need to get out for a run or a walk, you know, do that for half an hour and see how your mood changes afterwards. Try not always to be listening to stuff as well. I really sort of make a conscious effort now to try and go for some runs if I need it. Sometimes I put my AirPods in because they cancel out some of the noise, and just be with your thoughts, you know. And I tend to work through challenges as well when I'm doing that. I get a sense of perspective when I'm doing that. I go and visit. I put on Instagram last week this 1,000+ old yew tree that I love going to see, because it's a good midway point of just a quick 3K run that I can do. I know if I run to that and run back. And there's something about seeing that tree that puts things in perspective, because I think how ancient it is and how much it's seen, and it's a reminder that it shall pass.
Yeah.
So having that sort of data bank of the things that really support you, that you turn to.
That's a really great, I guess, practical tip that people can do, because I think sometimes when you're feeling, you know, when we're in it and we can't call to mind. Like for me, knitting. I really like knitting. I really like reading.
Reading well, a few pages of a novel before I go to sleep. Really
there isn't something for, I should.
So I don't lie in bed like ruminating on things. So to consciously think what those things are, and then you can think about, are they, you know, useful to build into a ritual that you could do regularly. I'm such a believer in rituals. They really train our brain to a new way of living.
No, they do. And I think sometimes I think it was with Tiana earlier. She was talking about how, you know, your inner child, and sometimes with your own children, like my daughter she's very into her crafts, like colouring. And so sometimes I'll sit and, you know, do some colouring, and you're like, oh yeah, it is, you know, it's fun actually. And it's mindful, isn't it?
So you know what I did actually yesterday? It was so lovely. My youngest had said to me, we came up with this little plan on Saturday night. He wanted to get up really early, as close to sunrise as we could, and drive up to the end of the road where there's a lovely beauty spot, and take our drawing stuff with us. And we made a flask of hot chocolate. So he came and woke me up. It just gone 6 on Sunday morning. I know. And we got dressed quickly before anyone else had woken up, and we got up and out, and we were up there before 7 o'clock. Like there was literally no one around. We sat on this bench having our hot chocolate, just chatting and drawing the view. And honestly, for both of us, we were like, this is so good. We should do this more often. This is so fun. And there's no one around. We had to wait for the cafe to open at half.
We need some coffee now, something stronger than hot chocolate.
Then, and my husband and another son came and joined us. But I was like, thank you for having that idea, because it was really lovely time, just the two of us, and it just felt really fun and something different. So let's make this our thing, and we can do this again and again. And things like that take you out of your comfort zone. You know, they're not, you know, I could easily have just sort of laid in a bit, but I never
feel being like, no, it's too early. You just sort of dismiss.
Exactly. So things that you can do that might just give you that boost. They don't have to be expensive, you know.
No, exactly. So, Rosie, there'll be, I imagine, people watching now, or, you know, on the recording, thinking that, you know, okay, well, I love the idea of these retreats, but that's not, you know, that isn't realistic for me, or you know, so I guess, how do you bring some of the, you know, what's almost a smaller entry point if for whatever reason it's not the time for people?
Yeah, well, the retreats, you know, I run them as day retreats for the purpose of trying to make them much more affordable than retreats that might take you away for a few days, because they're for busy women where, you know, you've got families as well. It's just not really practical to be able to go away for nights or two. So, you know, I've tried to keep them at a good entry point, and that's really important for my purpose as well. But I have written a new book, which is going to be coming out. I think it'll be open for pre-order fairly soon. We're going to announce the cover next week.
Oh, exciting.
Called The Pro Method, and it's all about the framework that I use in the retreats for self-coaching.
Yeah.
And it's the Reinvent Like a Pro is the framework, and the Pro stands for pause, reflect, organize. So if there's a tool that I'm going to pass on, it will be those 3 steps of pause, reflect, organize. If you're thinking you want to make some meaningful change in your life, the first thing that you should do is just acknowledge that thought, just pause on it. And it's really hard to sort of make decisions from a place of clarity and calm when we're in a distressed sort of place with our nervous system, which is why the pause has to come first. So that is about calming the nervous system, and that can be done simply with a breath. You know, if you take a breath in, hold it for 2, and then a longer breath out, that will instantly create a slightly calmer nervous system. So recognize that thought with the pause. And then when you've done that, and you can move through these 3 stages quite quickly, or for some people, the pause needs to be longer. Actually, just giving yourself permission to pause on a project or something, or a life plan, or a big decision can be a game-changing moment. You know, for me, that pause was enforced when I was signed off work by the doctor for 6 weeks. But ideally, we wouldn't want to get to that place where a pause is enforced. But sometimes just thinking, do you know what? This is eating away at me, this decision, and I want to change career, or my relationship is not great, or there's something big going on in your lives. Maybe just thinking, no, I'm going to keep a check on it, but I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to be in pause with it. And I'm going to give myself to the end of the year to get clarity around it. Can be really game changing, because often we do feel the pressure to be moving forward and doing stuff. So the pause comes first, and then when you're ready to move out of pause, the next step is to reflect. And that involves getting really curious about a situation, asking loads of questions about it. So what could be going on here? You know, acknowledging that's interesting. I'm feeling a little bit, you know, not myself when I'm in a meeting that's on this subject, or I'm struggling to get up in the morning and go to my desk because this job isn't really where I want to be anymore. So get really reflective over what could be going on there, what could be at the root of those feelings, and start to name them as well. Start to name some of the emotions that you feel. And it might be helpful to journal while you're doing this. I mean, there's lots of evidence that proves writing down our thoughts and our goals actually is more likely to help us achieve them, make it feel real, like you're validating those emotions, as you would validate them for a friend who came to you saying that they were struggling with something. So getting really reflective to properly kind of ruminate and dissect and understand what could be going on there and the emotions associated with it. And then when you've spent sufficient time in reflect, then you're ready to go into organize mode, which is the 3rd stage. And that is where you'll start to think about the small steps that you could possibly take forward to help improve this challenge in some way. Perhaps organize then might involve outlining some goals, and maybe you've got short-term goals and medium and long-term goals. They don't all have to be too big. And then starting to think about one thing that you could do maybe in the next 24 hours or the next couple of days that's going to move you slightly closer to that goal. So organize I really like because it fosters a growth mindset. It's helping you move forward. And it's a really useful self-coaching tool, hopefully. 3 simple steps. I mean, the book goes into so much more detail on all of those steps, and it's full of practical tools and things that you can do in each one. but it gives you a roadmap of, instead of feeling completely overwhelmed and stuck with an issue, it gives you a roadmap of how you can start navigating that change today.
Yeah. No, that's great. So yeah, pause, reflect, organize. And yes, I obviously went through it when I went on the retreat, and yes, very excited for the next.
Thank you.
Yes. You have to keep us posted on the pre-order.
I will. Yes.
Yeah. I'm just looking through, because as always, time's ticking. So I'm just looking through our questions. So I guess you're holding space, Rosie, for others in a really, big way through, your retreats, through, your role as a, mother and wife and friend, but I guess also in that, I guess, you've got a lot of followers and, in your social sort of space. So I guess, how do you stop yourself from slipping into giving, everything outwards like perhaps you were before, and leaving yourself?
Yeah, well, I mean, it does come down to quite simply those rituals and drive time, and keeping really a check on my values and how I'm honouring them. I've actually got them written down here. They're on a Post-it note right on my computer. So that whenever, and I'll read them out to you actually. Yes, I've got 5 values written down here, and it is always good to sort of narrow them down to 5 if you can. And my values are freedom, inspiring others, family, creativity, and communication. So whenever something comes in, a piece of work, or, I'm working a project that I've got going on, I can do an instant sort of quick check. Does that align with my values? Yeah, and I often, I will realize that it's not, I can be much more boundaried with the decisions that I make, and I can say no to things because I know it's not aligned completely with my values. And sometimes it might be aligned mostly with 4 of them, and I'll be willing to do it because of that. But it just gives me a very quick check to know. And if it is misaligned, then I know, well, that's likely to cause me stress or overwhelm or anxiety in some way. So maybe it's just not worth it. So I certainly don't take on any work that doesn't align with those values. So that's a very sort of quick and easy way to, I don't tip into burnout again. And there is a big difference between being busy and being stressed. I can be busy but perfectly aligned with my values, so that works for me. But if I'm busy and misaligned, as I was in the past towards the end, then that was going to tip into burnout.
And I think as well, it's like you say, it's literally you've handwritten on a Post-it and it's on your PC. And I think it's that, even though, and again, I do with clients, values work, but yes, actually having them where you can see them, and it's that constant reminder. And I think particularly if you're in a day where you are maybe feeling a bit wobbly, it can really help to bring you back, can't it? Because you can sort of, oh no, okay, you go into the, well, I should say yes to that, or
and remind you why you're doing what you're doing, and which is why, again, couple with that success little tool and writing out what that means to you and keeping that close to you in the decisions that you're making. So how are you actually honoring that vision of success that's really important to you?
Absolutely. So I'm going to ask Rosie a question that I'm asking all speakers, and then I would like to get your observations on the self-kindness matrix, and then I want to make sure we have time to for you to share, what's upcoming for you and how people can connect, etc. So I guess the question that I'm asking to everybody is, and I know we've talked about a number, so it might be, it might be the top one of those, or it might be something else, but your number one self-kindness top tip, what would that be?
My number one self-kindness top tip, I would say, come up with a ritual that is going to support you. Whether that is, some people prefer having an evening ritual, you know, if you struggle going to bed at a certain time, but you know you're not getting enough sleep, or you're not going off to sleep because you're holding too many thoughts for the day, coming up with an evening ritual might be really helpful to you. For me, as I said, it's the morning ritual. So come up with a really sort of simple way that it's not going to be hard for you to honour on a daily basis or as many times a week as you're able to do it, but that you know is going to support you and bring a little bit of kindness, you know, into your day.
Yeah, that's great. And I think as well, I like that you added, it doesn't have to be the morning. It could be I'm a morning person, but again, for some people, you know, they can't think of anything worse. It can be, you know, whenever suits. But that's I love that. And also, I know you've shared with me before the Thrive time. I think that's a really great one. Okay, so thank you so much for taking the self-kindness.
I thought it was great, really good.
Thank you. I am, and again, I guess I have personally, this is really cheesy, but like you said, grown in terms of that. I am proud of.
Well done. It's really good.
So I guess what did that? I guess either.
My results
yes. Do you know what? Because I printed them out, and then but the ones I don't have a printer, Rosie. So the ones
your self-kindness matrix results. I've got it. Oh yeah, so I did really relate to it.
And
yes,
what was your profile?
Keeping it together profile.
Keeping it together profile.
Yeah, which was good at keeping things moving with small actions, but bigger changes would actually make things feel easier. So I felt like I was pretty good on it. And what did it say then? Hold on. That was, you're ready to look at the macro shifts in your life. Yeah.
And I guess, is that something that I guess it's so the macro, so for people that aren't yet familiar with it, is sort of the macro is the longer term. So whether it's on the doing side is more your weekends away, or you know, things like that. And then on the being side is more, I guess, that longer term, you know, personal sort of development, whether that's coaching, whether that's, you know, doing a course that you've so I don't know, I mean, what would you say that resonates, or would you say
I think you're right. You know, I am definitely very good at those small tweaks, because I am a believer in starting small to begin with. Certainly sort of on a more macro level, you know, there's lots of stuff I'm working on for the business wise that has all actually got self-compassion at the heart of it. So there's definitely sort of more plans afoot for that. But for me, I guess that macro change that I made was to do with my career. That felt really brave, you know, to step away from what so many people thought was this dream job, you know, because I had done all of the work and knew, well, I just was ready to do something else. So I feel like bravery does have to come into it, which is a sort of interesting discussion as well. What you actually do when you've got all this knowledge about yourself, how do you actually make those macro moves? You can only make them by starting small. Anyway, so and there's still a long, you know, lots of things I want to do with my career now that it's shifted so much.
But I think as well, that's, you know, that's always I always love it when I hear people say, I think Nikki Lowe said it earlier as well, in that it's not, she's still, you know, practicing, or, you know, there's no point where we've ever, you know, you're always, you know, you've reinvented and you're the finished, you know, or like, I'm always kind to myself. It's sort of not like that.
We are all, and I am definitely still, you know, a work in progress. I definitely could probably do better at like putting my phone away at times, you know, that's why I've actually made this decision, the ritual, to keep it out of my bedroom at bedtime. After a certain time, I'm off it, and that's really helped, because that is now my rule, you know, my ritual. But we do need constant reminders. Kindness to ourselves doesn't always come naturally, and sometimes I have to really check that internal voice as well. I can get frustrated and think, oh, come on, Rosie, you should be doing more for blah, blah, blah. And I have to check myself and think, hang on, would I say that to a close friend who was having a bad day or week? No. So we do need constant reminders, which is why it's so good to have conversations like this. Because I don't think anybody's got it dialed down.
No, and anyone that says they have is either delusional or lying. So
yeah, exactly, which is comforting for us all to hear.
Exactly that.
Having it all worked out. Like I've said, I've got to have that written down near my desk. Have my Be Kind book everywhere to remind myself of what's important.
Well, and it might be actually what I would love, Rosie, for you to just share where people can, connect with you, find you, but also what you've got coming up. So your retreat, I know you've got writing retreat, the book.
Very excited about the writing retreat's just gone on sale. That's going to be in November. So I've written 4 novels as creative writing. Really, again, that is sort of something I do because I love it. Or I don't love it so much when I'm on deadline and the words.
Why am I doing another one?
It uses a different part of my brain, creative writing, where you're making up stories basically, and I wanted to share some of that joy and the love of creative writing to anyone who's got a novel that they think is within them somewhere, but they don't have the time, or perhaps could do with a bit of tutoring to learn some of the techniques of creative writing. That is happening on the 9th to the 11th of November in the Cotswolds. It's a stunning venue. And I've got the most amazing writing coach who's a prolific author. She's written something like 16 or 17 novels, Jill Dawson. And I've got my literary agent is going to be there as well, which is invaluable. So you actually get a chance to pitch your idea to a literary agent. And that you can find out all about that on my website, rosienixon.co.uk. I've got another reinvention retreat that's about to go out this week, which is going to be really exciting. A little secret heads up that it's going to be co-hosted by Tess Daly.
Oh yes, I think you said in our little group.
And her business partner Gail, because they have a fantastic brand called Naya Beach. So we're going to have them there, which is going to be great. And that's going to be a nervous system reset. I've got an amazing author coming to that. I think her book is over there somewhere. So that's going to be a special one. That will be back at Corinthia, London, 19th of June. So that will be up on the website soon. I imagine tickets will go very quickly for that one.
Yes.
And then we're looking at some digital courses too, so that if you are unable to come to London on a retreat or want something at a lower entry point, we're going to do a How to Reinvent Your Career and a few courses that can be self-paced. Because I felt that could be useful, because I do often get people asking if I could come to sort of different far-flung places and do retreats, and it's just not feasible at the moment. Family being one of my values.
Exactly.
Far away. So what could I do to bring this reinvention magic to people? So we're working on that at the moment. So there's loads going on, and then the new book, and I'm always hanging around on Instagram, which is Rosie J Nixon. Like to share lots of things around the topic of reinvention and kindness on there too, and motivational coaching tips and thoughts. So
so go if you're not already, then follow Rosie, check out the retreats, look out for her book, the books, both you say that the novels and the Be Kind. And actually, look, I was going to read a quote, but look, I'll read this. So I don't know actually if the camera can see it, but can you see? It says, "Dear Kim, you bring so much kindness to the world. Keep going. With love, Rosie." And that would have been a long time ago now. You wrote that. So thank you so much. So for those of you that have watched Rosie live or are watching on the recording, just join me in thanking Rosie's obviously given her time to be here today. So if you have made a donation, thank you so much. And if you haven't, please consider doing one. The QR code will be up in a second. And yeah, I guess, is there anything else that you wanted to share that we've sort of touched upon before
I think that's a lovely chat to have with you, Kim. Yeah, really enjoyed it, and I wish you loads of luck for the rest of the day, the hours ahead. I can see what you're 5 hours 51. So
yes, we're a few hours in. I'm going to I've been pacing myself food and caffeine wise. So
behind you.
I know. Well, this time, yeah, because last time I was at the table, so it's a lot more. Oh, and look, I got my best friend sent me like a positivity cat. Look what I'm going. How cute is that? So yes, feeling very, very at home. Well, look, thank you so much, Rosie. I'll like I say, StreamYard is a bit mean. I'm going to have to remove you. Then you'll go back into the green room, and then if you can just hold on a few seconds while it downloads.
No.
Thank you so much, Rosie. And talk to you soon. Thank you. Take care. Bye. Okay, so we are at 8 minutes to 12, and we have got the fabulous Lynn Blades up next. So I am going to pop back up the QR code for now, and then I will be back with you shortly. Let's mute that.
Hello, we are back. And oh, look, we've hit midday. We are officially 6 hours in, or a quarter of the way through, if I've got my maths correctly. And I am very excited to welcome in our next guest, a lady called Lynn Blades, who I mentioned on the interview with Rosie. So let me just bring her to the stage. Hello, Lynn.
Hello, how are you?
I am very good, thank you. How are you?
I'm hanging in there, girl.
You're hanging in there. Well, that's all we can ask for, isn't it? Can you see and hear me okay, Lynn?
I can indeed.
Yes, perfect. So I was just, your ears may have been burning because my last guest was Rosie Nixon, who obviously that is, I shared that that's where we met. I saw you speak on panel, one of Rosie's reinvention retreats.
Yes.
So I would love to just do a quick sort of introduction. So I've got your bio here. So for those of you listening live and for those of you that are watching afterwards on the recording, welcome to Lynn. So Lynn Blades is an executive leadership coach, speaker and founder of Legacy Leadership, where she helps ambitious leaders redefine success in a way that is sustainable, human, and aligned with who they really are. With over 2 decades of coaching experience, Lynn has worked with leaders and organizations including Nike, KPMG, British Airways, Sony Music, and the BBC. Before moving into coaching, she was an award-winning journalist working across major international networks, including CNN, CBS, and ITV. Lynn is also author of The Quiet Burn, a powerful exploration of burnout, ambition, and the invisible pressure many women carry while trying to handle it all. Her work challenges the idea that exhaustion is the price of success and advocates instead for leadership rooted in well-being, boundaries, and self-worth. So welcome to 24 for Kindness, Lynn.
Well, thank you for having me. You're pretty amazing. I can't believe that you could actually do this for 24 hours.
Well, let's see. I mean, I'm 6 in, so ask me in a few more hours. But no, I was saying to Rosie as well, because she talked about the power of connections and how, I love as well that we just happened to both be in the same room. You were speaking, we connected, and then I was like, oh, I'm doing this thing, and I read your book, and I was like, I'm going to ask Lynn and you were like, yeah, I'm going to come on. So yes, that's brilliant. So I know you completed my the self-kindness matrix, so we'll come to that, I think, at the end. So would love to get into the nitty gritty. So within, and again, I've got it here. So within your your book, you talk about sort of, you know, the quiet burn, not the big dramatic burnout, but the slow, I guess, invisible erosion that sadly so many women live in. So what does that actually look like in real life for the women that you're working with, Lynn?
It, you know, it's subtle. And sometimes that slow deterioration manifests itself in different ways. And it could mean, you know, you get up in the morning and you know you have the day ahead of you, but you really just don't want to get out of bed. The things that used to bring you joy no longer do. You have brain fog, not, you know, necessarily menopausal brain fog, but you just aren't able to focus properly on things. You've basically lost your zest for life. You can experience migraines. Sometimes it's actual physical pain in your joints, and you're just distant. Those are the beginnings of it, and how you just feel like you can't cope anymore.
Yeah, that's quite, I guess, quite a visceral, you know, sort of, I guess, description.
But you know, the thing is, I do want to say that, you know, we often just fight that. We are taught as women to push through pain, so we ignore those subtle signs. We think, you know, I'll get some rest, and you know, I'll have a long weekend and it'll fix it, but it doesn't.
Fine.
Not when that gets deeply ingrained and it's continuous, and we just keep ignoring it. And we'll just say, you know, I'll get to looking after myself, you know, as soon as this is done, or when that person comes back, and those kinds of things. You know, we just put it off until we can't put it off anymore.
Until we can't put it off anymore. And I guess that leads on to, so in the book, I loved your analogy of women as burnt toast, giving everything away until there's nothing left. Can you share a bit about that and why it resonates so deeply, Lynn?
You know, I always think about, you know, we've all done it before. We put the toast in the toaster, looking forward to it, and we forget it's in there and it burns. Okay. So sometimes we can salvage it. We just like take it and we, you know, decrust it, take the black bits off, and we put on some butter and jam and we slather it over. We can still kind of taste that, you know, crispy burnt bit, but it's not so bad that we can't eat it and digest it. Well, there comes a point where you just keep scraping off that, you know, burnt bit, and there's actually nothing else left. You've just scraped it all off, and all you're left with is the crumbs. And that's what it feels like when you get to that point of burnout where you can't recover anymore. It's that you've hit that base bit where it's like, okay, I can't rise from the ashes. And that to me just felt like burnt toast. And it actually was part of the original title of the book, but publishers didn't think everybody would get it, but I do.
Well, and I love it, and it's still in there. It's still in the book, and now, I can never look at I burn toast quite often as well, actually. So I always think about that analogy. You talk about this, I guess, distorted belief that we have to give more, you know, to deserve more, and I wonder your perspective on, you know, what does that show up like in careers and, I guess, motherhood right now?
Well, I think, you know, it's give more. I think we often forget that we are not superwomen. You know, Superwoman is a cartoon character. She does not exist in real life. And often what happens with us, and we are taught from little girls that we should prioritize everyone else's needs above our own. So we give and we give, and we're there for people who are even our energy drainers, who certainly get more from us and they give to us. We prioritize our children. Sometimes we enable our children to not do things for themselves, just like we do with our partners. And we fall into that pattern of martyrdom. But to be honest, I don't believe in martyrdom. You know, if I look after myself and I prioritize my needs, then everybody else is going to benefit from that. Not just me, but everyone, because you're going to get the best of me because I've looked after me. And I think people, especially women, feel guilty about prioritizing their own well-being and being kind to themselves. You know, they feel like that sense of undeserving. And, you know, it is something that society has made us feel and we buy into. And I'm like, you know what? We need to reframe it. We need to break that pattern of thought because, of course, we deserve to be looked after. And if we don't do it for ourselves, who else is going to do it? We must do this for ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's that like you mentioned, actually, yeah, the reason that you're able to show up for your family, your friends, is because you're looking after yourself, and it's that sustainability piece, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you get, you know, how it is the sustainability piece. That's the most, to be honest, that's the most important piece. To be able to sustain your vitality and to be able to work through, you know, protect your emotions, create boundaries for yourself, be able to nurture the relationships that aren't energy vampires, that are actually giving back to you and have got your back, taking the time out to be mindful, even if it's just for small moments during the course of your day. To be honest, just 10 minutes here and there of stillness can do the trick, or going outside and just having a walk, just centering yourself in order to correct your perspective and maintain your balance.
Absolutely. Yeah. Those, like you say, those sort of, you know, those what I like to call that, you know, micro moments, whether it's something practical like having a glass of water, or whether it's you know, being sort of, you know, sit, have a breath and
breathe. Yeah, breathe. I mean, I think we just, you know, don't stop long enough to appreciate how important it is to keep yourself centered. And that when you are centered, you are far more likely to reach your potential. When you maintain that balance, you are far more likely to reach that potential. And in this time that we live, these times that we live in, and, you know, I call these the new dark ages.
The new dark ages. You heard it here first.
Life is so chaotic that we have to center ourselves, not to just go spiraling out of control. Because the other thing is that we don't realize how much just the external noise has an impact on us. So if you add that to your everyday stress and you have the external noise, boy, you could just spiral right out of control before you know it.
Yeah, it's sort of the, you know, it sort of sounds so obvious, doesn't it? But actually, you know, we get so caught up in, you know, the day to day and the busyness and the, you know, the old treadmill that we don't always remember that. So at Rosie's reinvention retreat, I heard you, Lynn, share the story of when you continued pushing and pushing and pushing through pain that led to you know, having back surgery. So I wonder if you can tell us a little bit about that, if you're comfortable to.
Yeah, I really honestly, every night when I'm sleeping with a pillow between my leg, I read to make sure my back is okay. You don't forget, you honestly don't forget things like this. I mean, they're so significant that it changed my life. And, you know, back before the pandemic, I was scaling my business and it was going very well. And I was having some lower back pain, and my doctor recommended that I have some physical therapy to make sure that it didn't deteriorate further. And I ignored that. advice. I did not have the physical therapy, and I kept pushing and pushing and pushing, and it was becoming more and more painful. And because I was an elite, I was an all-American swimmer and an elite athlete for many years of my life, I just kind of got used to pushing through pain, to be honest. And the pandemic came, business boomed because I was used to being online. I have clients globally. So my people were all coming and asking, how do we pivot? How do I keep my stakeholders engaged, and so on and so forth. And then I was hosting a weekly, event for the Albright, coaching and cocktails to keep everybody buoyant and answer their questions. And I really didn't take on what the pandemic was actually doing to me, because I was emotionally and physically responsible for my family, my daughter, my husband. My daughter had just started her master's degree and was, having to learn online instead of being in a classroom. My husband was in the middle of making 3 different films, and he's a workaholic, and he wasn't handling being, inside all the time. And I was cooking, cleaning, and working, and I don't know. Like I said, I thought I was Superwoman. And one day when we were out walking, getting some fresh air, when we were allowed to, I found that I was having trouble walking. And I was in emergency surgery like maybe 5 days later, because the 2 discs in my lower back had essentially deteriorated. And now I'm the proud owner of a titanium cage holding up my back. So, yep, I won't go there again.
Yeah.
Yes, I will not ignore the niggles, because when you ignore the pain, it eventually comes back and bites you in the ass. So yeah, I won't be doing that again. It was a hard learning curve, and it took me a year to recover. I was on, 1,800 milligrams of nerve blockers, which made me slur, and it was pretty insane. And I actually felt quite foolish, because it was avoidable to a large degree. So I will never do that to myself again. And that just made me understand the importance of prioritizing my own health and well-being before anything. Because if I'm broken, everything around me breaks. Everybody who depends on me is going to suffer. So no, we must prioritize ourselves.
Yeah. Thank you, Lynn, for that, and I guess sharing so openly and honestly. And I can just hearing it for the second time is still, I can sort of feel myself getting emotional. But when you shared it at Rosie's River, I was like, what? Like you sort of hear about, burnout and people that stress, and maybe you think, oh, okay, maybe it leads to maybe, I don't know, maybe some heart stuff. But and I was like, oh my goodness, this lady has a metal cage in her back because she just pushed and pushed and pushed,
And I'm not stupid. I've got an Ivy League degree. I'm a well-educated woman.
Yes, but it's sometimes that's the worst, isn't it?
That thing happened to me.
Well, and I think it's
conditioning, training, societal conditioning, training my mind to think I was superhuman.
Yes, and you were Superwoman, and actually, I can do it, and that we've talked about.
Yeah.
And one of the sort of latter stages, but I think it was Nikki Lowe was talking about the 8 stages, and of the low of the latter 3, where almost it is already you're already there. It is those before you get there, you can be in that high, really high functioning, where you're like, and it's like you are doing all the doing, and you are sort of a bit like invincible, but actually that's not that. Again, it's that sustainability word.
That was the beginning of the end, really. Because I was like this. I'm on fire. Fire that's leading to me becoming like ash.
Well, exactly. You don't want to. You were the burnt toast. You were the crumbs left.
Exactly.
So again, this is, and I've sort of pulled a number of things from the book, because I was like with all good books, you know, I always think people like to see like, oh, like I've got all, you can't really see all like scribbled notes and highlighted. I was like, oh yeah, I need to ask a question on that. Oh, I need to ask a question on this. And then I was like, oh, Kim, you've only got a certain amount of time. So next question, can you explain the idea of being the horse versus the rider and how women can tell which one they're being?
Yeah, there you go. Okay. We can't be, you know, we get into a pattern of behavior and you think you're in the flow and you're in control of the flow, when in fact, the flow is completely controlling you. You're not riding the horse. The horse is riding you. And I know we've all felt like it. You just caught up. It's like the wheel. It's the, you know, the hamster wheel that you can never, ever get off of. And you feel like, you know, I'm in a rhythm. It's okay. I'm going. I got control of this, but you're never getting off. You're not actually jumping off the horse. You're not jumping off. You're just going and going until actually you don't know it's the horse that's in control. It is carrying you because you haven't stopped to actually feel anything, to actually be still enough to realize that you're not in control, to actually see the signs there, all the signs, the physical signs that we discussed earlier, because they've been there. They definitely have been there.
Yeah.
The forgetfulness, the diary that's actually packed up, you know, with no break for you in it, until you have lost control, and that feels normal. Lack of control is actually normal for you. But you don't really see it for you. I mean, you can go for a long time without realizing that you are not in control. You really can. So, you know, that lack of sleep or waking up, everybody, you know, we know what it means when you wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning. It's stress.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stress related, but we still kind of just fight that and we don't wonder about it. It's all of these little things that add up and they don't make sense. But if you looked at them as a collective, if you took the time to look at it as a collective and said, oh, these are the signs, you would realize that you've lost the plot.
Yes.
You're headed down a really dangerous road that, you know, you need to take the detour and get off of.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You just, yeah.
It's insidious. It's not, it's this, like I said, it is the quiet burn. It's quite insidious. It doesn't happen in obvious ways. People think, you know, when burnout happens, you're just going to be, you're going to be on fire all of a sudden. It doesn't happen like that. It's very slow and it's insidious, and you really don't notice often until it's too late, or you make the mistake of thinking that you can correct it quite quickly.
Yeah, just like you say, I'll have an early night tomorrow, or you know,
yeah,
with a friend for dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
And I think it's that that I guess that word, that insidious. I think, it's very, I guess, I think it's.
You know, I honestly, I have to remind my really high performing clients that you actually have to schedule time for yourself. You have to open up your diary and you have to put in space for you.
Yeah.
And you also have to reward yourself when you work that hard. Take the time to reward yourself. You know, schedule that spa day. Don't just call up and wonder about it and ask questions. Actually, put it in your diary.
Yeah.
You know, schedule a weekend away, or just do something that you love to do that you know makes you feel good. you know, whether that's going out and buying yourself a pair of new shoes, or, you know, having, you know, sushi at a really nice restaurant, whatever it is that you know is going to just make you slow down, stop, be kind to yourself, reward yourself, pamper yourself, so that you can maintain your balance. Yeah, there's always seasons where you're going to be busy and you can't stop when you'd like to stop. But when that season seems to never end, that's when you're in trouble. So we are seasonally busy. It does happen. Of course it is. And you cannot always maintain balance, but you can make sure that when you come to the end of a busy season, you don't throw yourself into something else without taking time to recover, to rejuvenate, to recharge. This is necessary for you to reach your potential, for you to have balance in your life, and for you to succeed at whatever it is that you're doing.
Yeah, and I think so. I guess what came out when you were sharing that, Lynn, again, is I guess almost, it being intentional. So as you say, not just being like, oh, I'm knackered, I'm going to see if I can get a facial. Well, no, actually, like you say, planning that time. I know Rosie talked in her sort of interview just before that she has her Thrive time that she puts in, you know, in her diary. And I think it's something that does take discipline, doesn't it? I know sometimes when I'm working with clients and we talk about that, but, you know, put in time, you know, whether it's the same time each week or different times, you know, whatever works, but treating it as if it, you know, the same way you would your other meetings. Like you wouldn't just be like, oh, Kim, actually, no, I'm not going to come today because I can't, you know, you'd made a commitment. So you've shown up and you've done it. So it's almost, how can we show up for ourselves in that way?
I schedule it in. I'm you know, I'm religious about making sure that I get exercise. I schedule time in, you know, certain days. I try not to work on a Friday, and maybe I'll go kayak, or I will be at the gym, or I just take that downtime. But I might work quite furiously, you know, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and have quite a packed schedule. But even in those days, I will have found time to get some exercise. I will be eating right. I will be looking after myself. And then, you know, the weekends, because I own my own business, sometimes I will do a little work on the weekend, but I will always have nice things planned in between that. So I just take it. I try to stretch it over the week and look at the week as a comprehensive whole. And sometimes I think it helps if you look at, you know, you take 20, 30, 40 minutes on a Sunday and you just look at your week and you go, this is what is there, and this is where I'm building in my space for me.
Yes.
And I find if you can fall into that habit, if you can practice that habit of looking at your week and then going, this is where I can take a break, this is where I can do this for myself, that pattern of behavior will help you be more efficient, more productive, and certainly a lot more healthy and happy. So I try to do that. I look at it. And if you have a partner, we schedule in our things together as well. So I'm making sure that I'm, you know, looking after my heart and my love as well. So it's important to be holistic about it all. You've got to look at it in a holistic, realistic way.
And I love as well that, you know, sort of, really owning that, it doesn't just happen, you know, it needs, like I say, it is a practice, it is intentional, it is, you know, those things, it is communicating with, you know, your partner or with yourself in terms of, okay, this is the time and this is what I'm going to do. And I guess that, you know, that builds in, we've sort of answered this question around, you know, because you talk about, you know, energy, not time or money, being sort of the most valuable currency. So those are some really great ways that you've shared to, I guess, protect and, you know, and manage that.
And don't be afraid to tell other people to do things that they can do. You know, if somebody comes to me, if you're a person that people come to, I'm open like that. That's part of my business, but I am not going to absorb all of your energy because I have to save some energy for myself. And if I think that you can handle it yourself, I will tell you, go do it yourself.
Yeah.
You're perfectly capable. Go do it yourself. So, you know, I have the ability to say no, and no is an absolutely beautiful word. It means self-respect. It means you have boundaries. And I just think saying no, having that ability to conjure that N and O, you know, what don't you understand? The N or the O, just say no.
Yeah.
If it doesn't feel like you should do it, say no without guilt. We feel guilty when we say no. That's BS. Say no. It will save you.
Yeah. And, you know, and I think as well, it's that whole, it shows other people as well. Yeah, it's okay to say no, and the whole role modeling. And I love that. So Lynn, you talk again in the book about finding your, it's a great segue here, almost like we planned it. You talk about finding your power in saying no, and you share 7 different ways. And I know a lot of people sort of, you know, do struggle with it. So what are a couple of ways of those 7 that we could start doing that in, you know, in real life?
I think sometimes I do, when you have to deliver something that maybe someone doesn't want to hear, I always like to start with the positive because it's a little bit more digestible. So if you're in a situation, you know, where you know the person doesn't want to hear a no, but you need to say no, you can always start with, thank you so much for thinking of me. But at this particular time, I'm busy or I am already committed, so I can't do it. It's a softer no. And a soft no is more digestible, but you've also given yourself an out because you say you had a previous commitment. Of course, you can always tell a little white lie.
Yes, exactly. We all love a white lie.
But personally, I like a direct no.
That surprises me.
You know, I like a no, you know, no, thank you. You know, I can't do that. See, sometimes when your boss asks you to do something or the leader says, you know, can you do this? And what it ends up being is like an extra amount of work that you actually don't have the time or brain width to be able to do. And you feel guilty saying no. You can say, and it's very effective, well, I can take this on, but the work that you've asked me to do will have to go by the wayside. So you need to decide which one I need to prioritize. And often you will find the person really does want you to just take on more, which you aren't capable of doing, but they also will understand, no, they'll understand that you see what's happening. And I think that's quite important because that's often the time when they don't come back to you because you've always been the yes person. So that's a really good way of not becoming the yes person. It's just saying, well, you know what? You hired me to do this job. You want me to do this job, but I can't do that job if you want me to take it on. I'll take it on. But
you're almost giving them the or. So it's a well, I can, however, I won't do that. So which is it?
Exactly. And you have to be able to really stand up for yourself and do it like that too, you know, and say it with a smile. Yeah, sure, I can do that, but I won't be able to do this other thing.
Yeah. Love that.
Just so you know.
We're all going to be, stepping into our no power. Yes, and well, people, you'll have to go and buy the book if you want to find out the other 5. You also talk, Lynn, about 4 pillars of sustainable vitality, and I know we walked through that at the retreat that I met you on. So I guess, can you share a little bit about that, and if someone is feeling completely, you know, overwhelmed, is there a place you'd recommend that they begin?
I start with, you know, your emotional safety. So being able to protect yourself, and one of the best ways to protect your energy is to get rid of your energy drainers. And we all have them, and a lot of times they are people, and you know, people come and people go, and people come into your life for reasons, and sometimes they stay there too long. You know, those ones, those energy vampires who always just take from you and you're listening to, and you're never getting anything back, and they seem to always show up when they need something, not when you need something. So dumping your energy drainers, letting go of things that other people can do, so delegating, you know, and letting go, not seeking perfectionism, because there is no such thing as perfect. You know, for all of you perfectionists out there, you are draining your energy. You are not protecting your emotional boundaries. You are not, you know, you are being completely unrealistic. Perfectionism is faulty thinking. So letting go of perfection and knowing that you are enough, because you are enough, is the key. That's the first place to start. Be forgiving, give yourself grace, understand that you are enough. Let go of anything that doesn't feel good or give you positive energy. Let it go, and realize by letting it go, everything is not going to fall apart. Sometimes you have to let go of that fear, and fear is like wearing cement shoes on your feet. So let go of the fear. I promise you, it will just be like taking an albatross off your neck. It's a wonderful feeling when you just kind of go, I'm going to just give it up to.
Yeah. I feel like I'm not going to, but like bursting into Elsa, you know, the let it go. But yes, no, absolutely. And no, thank you. And I like the thought. I like what you shared as well about the fear being like cement, you know, shoes. You're very good with analogies. I like them. The bed toes, the horse, and the rider. And self-care versus self-kindness. Lynn, do you see a difference? And if so, why does that distinction matter?
Yes, I do think that there is a difference. I think that self-care is really a physical, emotional, mental practice. And I think you have to look at yourself, and you can have small acts of kindness that you can give yourself, but I think self-care is a practice. I think it's an everyday practice. It's a lifetime practice. And although there's the crossover there, acts of kindness, you know, are sometimes fleeting. They don't create a pattern of behavior necessarily. And self-care, I think, has the potential to create a lifetime pattern of good behavior, sprinkled with self-kindness. So yes, I do think they look a bit different, because I think self-kindness, and we justify that, you know, often justify being kind, and kindness shows up as spending money on yourself, or, you know, doing something good for yourself. Perhaps it's an exercise here or a trip here and there, but they feel like momentary rewards. And self-care to me feels like it's a practice of behavior that should become deeply ingrained in your everyday lifestyle. It's a practice.
I love hearing you answer the question, and I guess it's yeah, I would love as well, part of my mission, as it were, is to sorry, my computer keeps going to sleep. To actually how we can build that self-kindness actually as a practice as well, and something that is again woven into the day-to-day, and because I think, yeah, there is a distinction, but you know, both are needed, both are valid.
Absolutely.
And yeah, it's
like I said, I think, you know, the self-kindness is also the giving of grace. You know, giving yourself the grace to
we don't do that enough.
Perfectly imperfect, you know,
Yes.
it's perfectly imperfect, and enjoying that, you know, it's like all of those everyday things that aren't perfect, all of the things about you that are beautifully imperfect, embracing that and being kind to yourself. It is slightly different, but there is definitely a junction where those two meet and mingle and belong together.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've got a penultimate question. So you ask, again, in the book, Lynn, you ask people to consider the question, are you living by choice or by default? And for someone listening, whether live or on playback, who feels that they may be living by default, what's the first step back to choice?
Step back. Step back, step out of yourself and look at, you know, the reality of your situation. Gain perspective. If something doesn't look right, and I always think that writing or journaling helps you be able to gain this kind of perspective. If something doesn't look right, if it looks out of kilter, if it looks like you're going through the motions and your everyday is not rewarding enough, and every day is not rewarding, but if it in a cumulative way does not look like you are finding joy or happiness, reward, then you are probably living by default. And you have to stop long enough to be able to see that that's what your existence has become. You can't do that while you're on the wheel. It's very, very, very difficult because you're, you know, as people say, I'm just getting on with everyday life. You know, you are getting on with everyday life at the risk of the quality of the life you're getting on with. So step back. Look, I'm really realistic. I'm not trying to live in some kind of dream state, or, you know, I am saying that you can create a different mindset, a different reality by being able to step back, stop, reflect, and then recalibrate in a way that is more rewarding for you, that feels like you are actually living your life instead of going through life.
Yeah.
So reflection, stepping back, stepping out long enough to reflect. And sometimes that is a process. But I do think that by writing things down and kind of looking at it in a very pragmatic way, you're able to take some of the emotion out of it.
Yes.
And be able to see it, more objectively and see your life for what it really is.
Yeah. Thank you. And I guess before I ask you about the self-kindness matrix, I'm asking all speakers this one, and it may be the same as what you've shared above, Lynn, but what would your number one self-kindness top tip be?
Don't be so hard on yourself. Stop the negative, voice in your head. Just speak to yourself the way you would speak to somebody you love.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Give yourself grace.
Yes, thank you. No, that's great. So thank you. So you completed the self-kindness matrix. How did you, just a quick, how did you find it? What did it reveal? Or or surprise you about
I'm
your
still
own
not there. I'm good, but I can be better.
We
I
all
think
can with the practice.
I think that always comes from I think it comes from me being naturally ambitious and still very curious and wanting to make the world a better place. So I don't think I'm too lofty. I think I'm realistic, but that requires energy. All of those things require energy, and I set goals for myself. And then I try to weigh in, my age and what's important now and all of those things so that I can really keep perspective and be realistic about the things I still want to achieve. So I think anybody who's driven will always have to self-regulate, and to make sure that you build in self-care. So I build it in because I know that that's not my default position, as we well know from my back.
Exactly. But you have now built the strong, the strong foundations.
Exactly.
Lynn, thank you so much. Where can people find you, connect with you, follow up, all of those good things?
LinkedIn or my website, and I have a monthly newsletter called The Power Play, and how to live your life in a balanced and successful way. And I do occupy LinkedIn, and I have like I said, my website, and so I'm always open to hearing from people. And Kim, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure speaking with you, and I wish you all the best in your next 18 hours.
All right, we're done. Well, 6, 12, 18. Yeah. Oh, no, it's all good. It's all good. I'm going to have a quick nibble of something before the next guest comes on. But no, thank you so much. And for anyone either watching live or on the playback, obviously Lynn has very graciously joined, and in our own time. Obviously, this is a charity event, so. Clearly there was so much value in that. So if you have already donated, thank you. And if not, I would encourage you, please, to consider donating. The QR code will be up in a second. Lynn, I'll need to, as I'm saying to all the speakers with StreamYard, I have to, the button actually says remove Lynn. So I have to remove you, and then you'll go back into the green room. And if you can just wait for a moment or two, because it then downloads the recording. Sure. And for anyone still on and listening, we need to end the stream for some recording tech pieces, but I will be then restarting it momentarily. So that was just a bit of tech piece for anyone that's like, oh, it's finished. So I will remove you now, Lynn. Thank you so much. And
I'm sure lots of people would be able to, be happy to remove me this way, but can't.
Yeah. Goodbye. Thanks, Lynn. Take care. Okay, so like I just said, for anyone that is still on here, we've got a few watching here, and I know there's some people watching on LinkedIn. I do need to end the stream, so I am just going to pop on our good old QR code for a second.